Oh, also another issue is Ukrainians who are in Russian occupied areas. Um, there, you could imagine that they might feel like they can't vote freely, or how is Ukraine going to conduct a fair election where all the Ukrainians in Russian occupied areas could vote? That's another problem.
Big props to Strategy Member. We'll be getting
BBC
started
reports
in
that
just a few
Zelensky has
minutes.
said that President
7
Zelensky has
minutes,
said
looks like.
that the Ukraine would be ready for elections. Um, if security for the vote was guaranteed, he has said. BBC reported that earlier in December, Zelensky said that I'm asking now, and I'm stating this openly, for the U.S. to help me, perhaps together with our European colleagues, to ensure security for elections. About 7 minutes until this is supposed to start. All right, I'm looking. There's no White House feed yet. So Peter Turner, supposedly there will be cameras at the meeting, or at least part of it. I'm waiting for the White House to go live. I would assume the White House is going live, but they haven't yet. But that is my hope, is that we will have the White House going live in their video. Thanks to Zarina7786. Thanks Peter Turner. Thanks Tito from Canada. Thanks Oleg Penkovsky, who thinks Putin must face the International Criminal Court in The Hague. He is a criminal. Wooden, our viewer, says Europe got to get stronger and spend more on military is the only way with the USA decoupling. This old Tom says, I hope Zelensky says thank you this time. I'm seeing that I am supposed to have, I have video. Breaking news. I have video. Oh my gosh, hold on a second. Look at this. Look at this. Oh my gosh, crazy. Oh my gosh, it's Mar-a-Lago via Reuters. Oh wow. Oh my gosh, we got the video. Look at this. Look at this. We have video. Crazy. I gotta adjust this for a second. The video came through. It came through. Guys, it came through. I think we'll have a couple videos. I'm assuming the White House will go live. So are they going to just walk in there? I don't know.
Make it sound like I don't have a nice head. Like, what's going on? That's my hair look beautiful.
Now, Trump said that it's going to be in the dining room and that the press is invited. So maybe the camel will walk right in. Hey, thanks, Oleg Penkovsky. I appreciate that. Thanks to V10 for subscribing on Twitch. Hey, thanks to Sockenboffer who gave out 5 gift subs. Thanks, Sockenboffer, on Twitch. What is going to happen? I don't know how this is all going to... Because again, I think cameras are supposed to be inside too. So maybe the camera will walk right in. Or maybe they have another camera inside. I don't know how it's going to work. How's it going to work? Hey, thanks Tonya Bologna for being a member. Let me just check something here.
Yeah, they should go behind us.
I'm just gonna have you wait here, and I'll get you with Dan. You know Dan, right?
Steffi says, nice doorway.
Alrighty. Big props to Agenda Free TV for existing. I highly doubt he would let me steal his content. He's very careful about this kind of shit. But God, I couldn't pretend to give a shit. But thank you all the same to this fellow here.
There's an announcement from so Trump said he and Putin talked before this meeting. He posted like an hour ago on Truth Social saying he and Putin had talked today. Here's what Russia press. Here's what the Kremlin is reporting.
Yeah, I have the tweet.
This is RIA. This is RIA Kremlin pool. So this is. Oops. Hold on a second.
Hold on.
This is the right video. What happened to the video? I assume it'll come back. Further live coverage is expected. Let me just read you what Russian state media said. Russian state media says, Putin and Trump agreed that Moscow and Washington will continue to work on Ukrainian regulation within the framework of 2 working groups. There we go. We're back. We're back. So, again, Russian state media said Putin and Trump agreed today that Moscow and Washington will continue to work on Ukrainian regulation within the framework of 2 working groups.
Isn't that cute? Russia and the U.S., we're going to work on Ukraine's regulation. Adorable. It's just already assumed that Ukraine doesn't have any agency.
At the very beginning of January, whatever that all means. All right, let's get the volume back on.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting. Another interesting one. Is he really going to try? Welcome back, female Unix, and welcome back, strategy member. But is he really going to try the same thing? That you need to capitulate, and you need to, I mean, is he really going to do that again? At the behest of Putin again? I don't know. We'll see. Catch it live. We're going to do this shit live, baby.
I don't think that's Trump. I was like, is that Trump looking out the window? But I don't think it is.
It's like Trump looking behind the stage.
What if Trump had just been looking out the window? We got a lot of activity. Doors are opening. Doors are opening. People are walking. She just locked the door. I think she locked the door. I thought she locked it. He just walked in, though. Hey, thanks to Gobi18 for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks Sockenboffer for your support on Twitch. Thanks Fixia Darren Kent for subscribing on Twitch.
Right. Thank you for not subscribing on Twitch and giving Jeff Bezos more money. Appreciate that. Might confirm my suspicions. We no longer have live interviews with Trump and other political figures. Hello, Mr. Abandoned, last name Nihilism. That's funny. Doo-doo-doo-doo. There he is. He only runs our lives, that's all. That's all. And his wife is beautiful too.
Sir, I saw some video of you singing.
I control your life fair and square through the free market. It's true. Welcome back, Simply Steve, and welcome back, Lenny. Appreciate Lenny. Zero Neuronics. I'm dreading it. Yeah, nothing good can come of this. It's gonna. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be another.
Via Tommy Lund, Reuters reports that Kremlin
completely ignoring the. I mean, literally, before this meeting, this is what Russia was up to just a few hours ago. These are civilian buildings. 11 hours straight. Attacks. I don't know if they were exclusively on civilian areas, but here's just one civilian area getting bombarded. Lenny from the south of Boston, thank you once again for everybody for coming back. Sorry about not being on yesterday. Literally, I was totally planning to stream, but you can blame Comcast, but I guess they did us a favor because then I probably wouldn't be streaming today. So here you go. But yeah, this is what Putin's peace looks like. And of course, this is all Zelensky's fault, from Trump's frame of mind. He's stuck in the fucking 80s. So it's, I mean, we all know it's a clown show. We all know it's ridiculous to frame it this way. What we don't know is Trump's motivations, right? Is this really just his, brain frozen in, from Quaaludes in 1987? Is this compromat, right? Does Russia have some of those Epstein videos? Is this Trump is this just Trump's honest to God calculation, geopolitical calculation? I don't know. I really do. I mean, I don't, we probably won't know until the guy's 6 feet under and someone writes a book about him. There's Melania.
Yo.
Why he's there.
The camera's trying to figure out what's going on. Hey, thanks.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, he's got to say something, right? You can't have dead air. What am I talking about? This guy loves dead air. Oh, I thought that was Melania. It's just that's the next Melania. But no, big props to Lenny. Thank you for coming back. I don't know about 2026 going to be better than the last few years. I mean, there's a really good chance that we're going to start off the new year with a massive financial crisis. But I mean, it depends how you look at it, right? Because this could be the beginning of the end of MAGA. Because MAGA for this whole year has been riding really high. I won all the swing states. I'm so fucking great. This is so amazing. Yeah, I'm going to do the ballroom. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to put my name on the fucking Kennedy Center, right? And I've said this for a while, right? This is the playtime phase. This is phase one. They're still riding high. They still think that they're number one, kidnapping people in the Home Depot parking lots and thinking Americans want this when really it's only a very small minority of racists who think it's quote unquote based to do this to brown people. Now they're going after Somalis, and that's really kind of falling flat. That's like lead fucking balloon right there. So this could be the beginning of the end of that phase. And of course, I've always said that that phase is going to begin when the second phase, when playtime phase is over. It's going to be the economy that does it, because it's really It's amazing the amount of bullshit Americans are willing to put up with, as long as the economy is humming along. And there's a very good chance there's some evidence we're going to go through today that it's not looking good for the future. Let's hope MAGA dissolves. I mean, it's not, I mean, fascism almost never dissolves on its own, right? Like, it needs to be defeated. It needs to be pushed back on. I mean, that would be great if their incompetence is really so incredible that it, because we are seeing an exodus of some Republicans, and that could change the equation. But we're over here depending on democracy. You know what I mean? To save us, and fascists hate democracy. They have no problem shitting on democracy, destroying democracy. I find it very. I mean, if they allow democracy to defeat them, they truly are incredibly incompetent, right? Because most fascists aren't going to let democracy get in the way. China, Russia, North Korea, all these great examples. You don't want to call them fascist, call them authoritarian, whatever word you want to use, right? But that was a major priority for Project 2025. Get in there very quickly, replace legal institution, judicial institutions, judges, people that are in charge of elections. We got Dominion getting sold to a right-wing extremist. And of course, Dominion is the voting machines. A good majority of the voting machines across all states are using Dominion. And a big thing, we don't see Democrats really talking about any of this stuff. We got Gavin Newsom almost exclusively out in the fucking weeds, sending mean tweets. We got Zoran Mamdani, of course, but he's just getting started. And of course, the Democratic Party doesn't really consider him to be a leader. That's going to be its own fight. But we really do need an opposition party to be hammering away on these things, and they're totally silent. In fact, we had Nancy Pelosi just a few weeks ago say we shouldn't even try impeachment proceedings because the last ones didn't work out so well, according to their calculations. The Democratic Party not releasing their audit, their internal audit, as to why Kamala lost and why Trump won again. It's like, well, we're winning again now, so I guess it's all good. And just keep that AIPAC money coming. J.B. Pritzker, the billionaire, sending out fundraising emails for this, for this other guy that's running for the Senate. It's a critical seat. And it's like, aren't you a motherfucking billionaire? What are you asking me for money, dude? I can barely afford Cocoa Krispies over here, motherfucker. You over here rolling in cash. You got cash, you eating that. Clearly you're eating it. I don't know. It's just, look, you know me, I'm no fan of the goddamn neoliberals. But their failures need to be called out. They really do. You can't talk about the rise of American fascism without talking about the failure of the only other party that was supposed to be supposedly resisting it. I mean, what was there, 20 Democrats that voted? I don't know. They voted against something that was obvious. It's just. I should have my facts on that one. I got it in the Discord somewhere. There was I think 11 Democrats. I just put it in the activism resources here. 1 second. Yeah, right here. 7 Democrats voted to allow ICE agents to strip search children. 7 Democrats voted to allow ICE agents to strip search children. So you can't talk about this situation without talking about the failure of the Democratic Party. You really can't. Let's get back to Homeboy here.
So in theory,
I'm going to eat my
President
cereal.
Trump and Zelensky could work something out to be presented for Russia. In practice, is there a deal they can all agree to, both sides? I don't know about that.
I'm not worried about it.
One thing I would like to point out. Yeah, I agree, Lenny. Welcome back, Tisrio. Yeah, Tisrio, a good time to come in. We're going to do Russia, Ukraine right off the bat. One thing I did want to say is that Zelensky is doing his usual, playing this really, really well. where he's flirting. He's openly talking about, yeah, we'll cede some territory if we can get some security guarantees and we can do that. He knows damn well Putin is not going to accept anything but complete and total victory. So he knows Putin's going to reject any of these things, and he's trying to show Trump, hey, I'm on your side. I want to make a deal. Yes, I'm offering up peace on the table, and he knows Putin is going to offer up, bubkiss. But it goes back to Trump's bias, and once again, is there compromise? Is there something there? But Zelensky really is playing this as well as he can. He's playing his cards to the absolute max here. He really is, because a lesser man would be like, hell no. I mean, Putin's not giving up anything. He'd be saying Putin this and Putin that, but he's not. He's saying, "Well, come to the table. Let's make a deal, and yeah, we'll cede some parts of the Donbass and Crimea, and yeah, let's have a talk. We'll make this into a DMZ." So he's trying to show Trump that he's a deal maker. That he's trying to show Trump that he's open there. Putin, on the other hand, is playing coy. Pumping Trump up. Pumping up his ego. But at the end of the day, when the deal is being discussed, he's like, no, I don't want. I want complete capitulation. No NATO, no sovereignty. I want total control over the whole country, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know if Putin has decided to finally change his tactic, but up until the last time this came around, Putin wasn't giving an inch, and that does make Zelensky look more open. That's usually when you see, after those phone calls where Putin doesn't give up anything, that's usually when you see Trump come out and say, well, maybe I will help Ukraine. Right. So I don't know. We'll see how it goes, because I mean, the problem with Trump is that he, the last person in the room, and Putin is making sure he's the last person in the room to speak with Trump on this before he does this meeting, before and after. So, yeah, and of course he's doing this publicly. He's not, Putin behind the scenes, and then Zelensky publicly. It really does. It really doesn't bode very well for Zelensky, right? Oops.
Most importantly, in this war of Russia against peace, and Russia
Remix.
demonstrates can continue the war. If the whole world,
Sorry, I'm
Europe and
obnoxious. I'm
America
sorry.
is on our side, together
I'm just going to
we
eat
will
my
stop
cereal.
Putin,
I'll shut up.
because together we will all want the same thing: an end to the war, peace, a normal peace, a sustainable peace, safe for the whole world. If anyone, whether the U.S. or Europe, is on Russia's side, this means the war will continue. There are no other options here, and this is a risk for all countries in the world, because Russia will not stop.
So far, that's
regardless
correct.
of any agreements, any eloquent
If Putin
messages
was smart,
from them,
he
they
would
will
change
not
that.
stop at Ukraine. That's what Zelensky said earlier today. Thanks to Tiny for your support in Canada. Tiny believes this war will never end. The globalists needed to stay in power. Thanks Oleg Penkovsky, who says Russia must be heavily sanctioned. Planet 003 says Russia is stronger because they don't compromise. Speak No Evil says supporting Ukraine would be the obvious thing to do, but I guess there's not enough money in it.
Stronger because he won't compromise? That's just Russian propaganda right there.
Tyrone Coles on X thinks Ukraine started this war with the CIA coup and bombing of citizens in the Donbass.
Right. And why were they bombing the Donbass? Randomly because they hate their own citizens? Or was it because Russia was literally invading it and occupying it?
Kim says, why meet at Mar-a-Lago and not the White House? Well, this is where President Trump is staying during the holidays, and maybe they wanted to do it now.
That's another troubling sign that we're doing this in Mar-a-Lago. Right.
The scheduled start time was 1 p.m. It is now 1:15.
Okay, buddy. Trump's got to get a fresh diaper and he's got to get his IV removed from his hand.
Thanks
Someone's got to tell him he's a good boy.
B. Rebeard for your support.
You know, it's a whole process. You're the
We're waiting
greatest,
for
sir. You're the
everything to
greatest.
get
I
underway,
know.
guys.
I know. I'm so great.
We'll see what happens.
The sun comes up for me
Thanks
exclusively.
to Beth Mythical, Ruth, Janet B. for modding. Thank you so much. Linda Bell, Larry, Misha on
Well,
X, on
you know,
Twitch.
not to
DeBear-
give credence to this ridiculous narrative, but there, you know, Trump is Putin's, you know, wild card here, right? This is like there is a possibility for Putin to come out of this getting everything. There really is. Yeah, 40 minutes in the makeup chair. Cake it on. I want several layers. I don't look good unless I look like a Cheeto. I got to come up with something else that's orange. That's funny. He's like literally eating Cheetos. He's like, this is the color. I want my bitches to look like this too. Welcome back, Ribbons. Sorry you had to hear that. I want my Mar-a-Lago bitches to look like scary freaks. What else can you say, man? You seen those pictures of Laura Loomer? Holy fucking shit, man. That most recent picture, I put it in the Discord. That most recent picture of Laura Loomer, holy cow. I mean, she looks like, you know, and no offense to anybody that, you know, gets in an accident, right? And their face is disfigured and then it has to be reconfigured, right? It looks like that. And it looks like somebody who, you know, had a tragic, motorcycle accident, slamming head first into a guardrail, you know, the fucking face impacted, and then they, you know, try to reconstruct it. And for those people, like, they look great. But Laura Loomer had a human face to start off with, and she said, "No, I want to look like I went through severe surgery. Please." Why does she have the Trump voice? Okay, back to my cereal. I'm done.
Yeah, I mean, I was just letting you know the reports I've heard about that helicopter collision. I don't have a lot of details on it, and maybe authorities will give updates and things will change. So,
dude, Billy the Puppet from the Saw series looks better than Laura Loomer. I mean, he should be
thanks,
taking
Big
notes.
Dog Gaming, for your support. Also, Tilbatex, thanks. All right, we are still waiting. Fox News says it's moments away. That's what Fox News says, moments away.
Stop fucking crying, bitch!
Thanks, Jolly Lollipop. Thanks, D. Molsevich.
Yeah, Lenny, and that's what he wants. You know, he's talking about.
You know,
I wish it was
Bad
like
Panda
China.
Says, how long is a moment?
I wish they were groveling
Camilla
at my feet.
is watching from West Palm, Camilla, South Florida. Originally, this was scheduled for 3, and then last night, they came out last night and said it's going to be 3. Then they came out and said 1. That was the new schedule. And so as of today,
First
the
live
schedule
action
was 1
Scooby-Doo
p.m.
monster. No, you see, those are masks. You know, Laura can't remove that mask and just be like it's the circus. It's the owner of the circus. That's just her, man. She's all. I mean, it's really unnatural. It really is like, whoa, plastic surgery gone wrong. And, you know, and I don't mean to like comment on women's faces, and like, you know, to be a woman in society is very difficult. There's certain, you know, expectations, and you can't help getting older, and it's definitely easier for men. So I feel bad commenting, but when a fascist does that to themselves, we have to make fun of it, right? We have to mock it. But I do feel bad, like I said, for people who like have an accident, you know, and they're disfigured and then they get reconstructed. It does feel like I'm making fun of them as well, but I'm really not. It's just, you know, I'm making fun of this person that, you know, decided to do that to themselves. But it is hard to kind of work that context into my jokes on Laura Loomer. I mean, she is a fucking freak, you know, and that does need to be pointed out.
I just had a good and very productive telephone call with President Putin of Russia
Right.
prior to my meeting at 1 p.m. today. See, he said 1 p.m. with President Zelensky of Ukraine. Up, the door's opening. Hold on. The meeting will take place in the main dining room of Mar-a-Lago. Press is invited. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
If I never,
So
if
an
I never
hour
hear
ago,
that
President
again,
Trump said the meeting was at 1 p.m.
thank you for your attention to this matter. If I never hear that again, it'll be way too soon. Okay. If you want me to rise from the grave like a zombie, you know, end my eulogy with thank you for your attention to this matter, and I will rise from the fucking grave to haunt you and murder you, like some A24 movie. God, it's like he found the perfect combination of words to be as grating and annoying and cocky as possible. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Like because thank you. He doesn't mean that. And it's like we have no choice but to pay attention to you. We're not doing it by choice. Ugh, I just hate him so fucking much.
Wrong? Yes. I did mention Russia invaded Ukraine. The description of the broadcast, I'm reading you the description on YouTube. They are hoping to reach an agreement on how to end the war between Russia
how
and
you
Ukraine
doing from Europe?
that began when... Oh, no! The description, there's a typo in the description. Well, that's just a typo. Wow. The description says Ukraine invaded Russia. Well, clearly that's not the case. Thanks for letting me know. I proofread it too, and sometimes I just don't catch.
It's hard.
these.
It is, I don't think he's being a bot. He's clear. He made the case. He was talking earlier about why it would be pretty hard for Ukraine to hold elections, during wartime. I don't think he's pro-Russian by any means. He's agenda-free, but I think he's just trying to get the facts straight. But it's really hard to update your stream and shit while you're talking and doing all that. It's pretty fucking difficult to be the producer and the host, and talent at the same time. It's actually really tough, right? So what I'm saying is, please, there we go. Please, there's no way for you to donate to me, so just feel bad for me. This is so difficult. This is so hard. Anyway, I'm gonna get back to eating my cereal. Be right back here.
Thanks, Oleg Penkovsky. Oleg thinks Russia's not a nuclear power. Oleg thinks Russia lost everything due to corruption and most of their nuclear sites have been abandoned? That's what Oleg says.
Yep.
Hold on, I think they're coming right now.
Yeah, maybe
on,
you shouldn't
what's
read
happening?
every
What's
single
happening?
super chat, buddy.
What is happening?
They're moving the camera. Okay, calm down.
Heads up.
No problem, Lenny.
Heads up. I see a car. The car is
Oh,
there.
here we go.
Oh my gosh.
All right,
Look,
please.
the car is there.
Is there a way to mute this guy? I was looking for live streams, and they were all right-wing. Like right-wing broadcast, pro-Trump, I love sucking Trump's dick.com. He was the only one that was like, okay, I can, stand to see him on my TV screen. That's because that's what I'm looking at, a giant
There is a car there. Is
75-inch
Zelensky in that
TV
car?
screen, covers the wall. Right-wing are the only people with
Here
access.
he comes, they're saying.
Here he comes. All right. Wait, where is it?
I'm gonna come.
There we go. One more time.
I'm gonna come.
And let's throw.
China.
Let's get one of those in there. Just maybe.
CWD says
Perfect.
it's happening.
It's happening. Here we go.
Yep.
Trump comes out and just slaps Zelensky in the face. Putin said you thought my wife was ugly. You're making all his Steves look bad. No, he's. I'm just making fun. He's fine.
Right. He
Good,
might
good.
be right there.
Oh
He
wow.
might be right there.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna come.
Oh my god.
Obama.
Who's inside?
Non sequitur. Throwing him out
Waiting.
there.
China.
Why is it so funny?
Bing bing bong bong bing.
Calm down. I brought my
Thank you,
soundboard
Red
this time, and I'm gonna fucking use it.
Red Wolf thinks Ukraine still has a part of Kursk. Is that true? I don't even know. Thank
Only
you,
one
Red
of them
Wolf, for your
live,
support.
but he's doing a cooking stream in a maid outfit. I should
Maybe I'll
do
look that up later.
Show some cheek.
Right now, focused on this.
You know, if I do show some ass cheek, I probably should I shave first or just leave it? You guys like it nice and hairy, so I'll just leave it hairy. Showing some cheek in my little maid outfit. Then I don't take donations. I'm just literally getting off to it. Yeah. That's how you win the streaming game, folks. Show your hairy ass.
But the White House, no White House video yet, just this.
Tucker Carlson ain't got shit on my booty.
Thank you, Jolly Lollipop, for your support. Big Dog Gaming, thank you, Big Dog Gaming.
Big Dog Gaming. God, it's cringe. Zelensky has no cards. Putin, my friend, I know him a lot. He's a good guy. We'll end this war in 24 hours.
There is a car there on the left. I think an SUV.
That's a good point, Estonian. I'm gonna
Waka
believe
Jawaka
that
thinks there's
uncritically.
no point to holding this meeting. It's all kabuki.
I'm gonna come.
That's probably right.
Ruth says, is he ever going to get out of the car?
Okay. He's been in the car for 45 seconds.
Heads up.
Heads up. Here we go.
Heads up right now.
Here we go.
Heads up.
Here we go.
President Trump. There's President
there he
Trump.
is.
There he
I'm
is.
Donald Trump
There he
reminding
is.
you to fuck yourself.
There is President Trump.
There he is.
Bitch, bitch,
Breaking
bitch,
news.
bitch, bitch.
Here comes Zelensky.
Bitch.
Oh, they're saying hi.
Oh wow, that's totally unexpected. Wow, and he's got his suit, his Zelensky suit on. Yeah, he makes a comment about the suit. You can see. Yeah,
There they are.
yeah. All right. Wow. It's amazing.
I'm gonna come.
Can you get serious about peace this time?
I do. I think he
I
is.
do.
I think they will. Gotta make a deal. Gotta get it done. Too many people died.
Yeah.
And I
And
think both presidents want to make a deal.
that's Zelensky's fault.
I agree with
He
you.
should have worn a tie. Yeah, I guess. Whatever.
You can too.
Depends. Depends. But I do believe that we have the makings of a deal that's good for Ukraine, good for everybody. And very important.
Literally,
There's nothing
Ukraine
more
gets
important.
nothing out of whatever deal he's cooked up.
We've settled 8 wars, and this is the most difficult one.
I've settled 8.
In the middle of the pack.
Right.
I've settled 8 wars. We're going to get it done. We're going to have a great meeting today.
God, I
This
hate it.
gentleman has
All right, I'll shut up.
worked very hard. And he's very brave, and his people are very brave. And what they've gone through, no nation, very rarely has a nation ever had it go through this. So we're going to have a very good meeting today, I think. And I'm
You
also
mean like
calling
yesterday?
President Putin back
11-hour
after the meeting.
drone attack on
And
civilians.
we'll continue a negotiation. Pretty complex.
I didn't hear about that.
Not that complex.
Can you meet the New Year's Day deadline?
I don't have deadlines. You know what my deadline is? Getting the war ended. We don't have deadlines. You agree with that? Well, it depends what the security agreement says. What a dumb question. I mean, nobody even knows what the security agreement is going to say. But there will
Security
be a
agreements, what a
security
dumb
agreement.
question.
There'll
It's
be a
literally
strong
the
agreement.
crux of
And
Zelensky's
the European
argument.
nations are very much involved in that.
What a
They're
dumb
very much
question.
involved in
I think he doesn't know what that means,
The
security
European
agreements.
nations have been really great. They're very much in line with this meeting and with getting a deal done. They're terrific people. I think you can say that. There's nobody bad. They all want to get it done, and they've been very supportive, I think.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bradley. Thank you for speaking. Thank you for your invitation. Yes, really, I agree with President. Our teams, they do what they can. And I think that during last month, they moved forward with negotiations. And
Trump is juiced up.
And thank you
He's
very much
running.
for Steve and Jared. And they work very well. And they work on different documents. I hope that all these documents can bring peace as quick as possible. So, and I agree with the President that Renier Bus, I said the President is in contact with them and maybe we'll have contact with them.
We can go up to the
Yeah,
membership.
today.
What made you want to come in person to meet the president today?
Sorry,
What made you want to come here to Mar-a-Lago to meet the president today?
what? Yeah, what?
Why today?
Why'd you
So
come here?
we have we spoke about
really like
our
the-
team.
I really
They
like the
worked on 20
amenities.
points plan. Then they worked on
Big fan of the hot tub,
prosperity,
zip
and
line.
security document. And 20 points plan is very important. We have to discuss and sequencing plan. Very important.
play
Our
golf.
teams talked about strategy, how to make step by step and to bring this closer. And we will discuss this strategy. We will speak about 20 points plan. There are there in 20 points plan, 90% by the way was done by our two teams. I think they made a great job, great work, and yes, we will discuss these points also.
And there are great economic benefits for Ukraine also, because there's a lot of rebuilding to do. There's a lot of wealth to be had, and they have great wealth. Potentially, they have great wealth. They want to get started, but there's a great economic benefit for Ukraine in what we're talking about.
President Trump, some are saying that the recent attacks in the past couple of days that Russia's staged against Ukraine shows that President Putin isn't serious about things. What is your reaction to that?
Now he's very serious. I think, I can say that I believe Ukraine has made some very strong attacks also. And I don't say that negatively. I think
We're gonna both sides
probably
of
have
the
to.
entire way.
I don't say that negatively. But I think,
I
he doesn't
think,
tell me that,
I
that
don't
there have
know.
been some explosions in various parts of Russia.
Fucking
It
clown.
looks to me like, I don't know, I don't think it came from the Congo.
Not a single
I don't
time
think
has
it
the
came
Ukrainian
from
military
the
intentionally
United
targeted
States of
civilians.
America.
Putin does it
Possibly
every
came from
single
Ukraine,
week.
But I haven't asked that question. Maybe I won't
this
bother
fucking
asking. They have,
Anus
they're fighting
flap.
a war, and we'll
I don't
see
know.
what happens. But I believe it's a war that we have two willing parties, we have two willing countries. They want to see it end. The people of Ukraine want it to end, and the people of Russia want it to end, and the two leaders want it to end.
Mr. President, on the economic benefits for Ukraine, Europe is holding some billions in frozen Russian assets. Do you believe that should go to Ukraine to help rebuild, or go back to Russia?
None of that's been determined, but it'll go. It's going to go very quickly. I think we're in final stages of talking, and we're going to see. Otherwise, it's going to go on for a long time. It'll either end, or it's going to go on for a long time, and millions of additional people are going to be killed. Millions. And nobody wants that.
By who? By who? People or soldiers? Putin's killing people. Ukraine's killing soldiers. He doesn't care.
And you say you don't have deadlines. So what are you expecting it to be?
I just think we can do. I think we can move very rapidly. I really feel that. We've spoken. I know you had dinner with Steve. Steve Witkoff and Jared have done a fantastic job. And everybody has. Marco has been incredible. The whole group has been, our group has been incredible. And Ukraine appreciates it, and Russia appreciates it. They both want to see it end, and we're going to get it ended. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We'll see you, I think, at the end, but I do think we'll call Europe also. We're going to speak to the European leaders. Thank you very much.
All right, so that was President Trump and Zelensky. Now I'm a little confused how this is gonna work, because he just said, "We'll see you at the end."
Did you hear that, reporter?
He said, "We'll see you at the end, and we're gonna call the
So you
European
guys follow
leaders."
Kate, you're going.
What a crock
All right,
of
so this
shit.
camera's going inside now. The camera's going inside. The camera's going inside. Oops, I got to get the clock off. Hold on a second. So, because President Trump said they were meeting in the dining room and the press was invited. But then right there, he said, "We'll see you later." So, I don't know if they're going to do a phone call with the European leaders and then they're going to have them on camera again, or if we're going to see the camera in 5 minutes. Also, the White House feed went live, but it never actually showed anything. So the White House is live on their social media, but they never showed anything. So I'm going to talk to you about what we just heard from President Trump and Zelensky, but I got to keep an eye on the broadcast. It's a little confusing what we're going to see and when. President Trump said that he didn't have a deadline. He seemed to suggest he thinks that they could make good progress.
He says this shit every
And,
single fucking time.
He wants the killing
Every
to stop
fucking time
and
he
the
says
deaths to
this
stop
shit.
in the war, which he said before. He said a lot of wealth to be had. Oh, he also said he'll call Putin back. At
I'm
the
gonna
end of the
I'm gonna
meeting.
build a hotel. People
Or
are gonna
after the
love it.
meeting.
Yeah, people in Ukraine are gonna love to go to the
Hold on a
Trump
second
hotel.
here.
You bet. We're gonna remove the Palestinians from Gaza. We're gonna put them in Ukraine.
Okay, hang on a
I'm
moment.
the deal maker of the century.
Let's take some of your comments here.
Oh, please.
I want to hear
God,
what you
no.
think about all of this.
God, no. Why?
What did you guys think? Super Donk says maybe three-way Zoom call.
Super donk.
At one point, there was a question like,
Right.
the question was something like,
Just trying to see if we can get any
some say
commentary
that
here.
Putin's
Yeah, let's see what
Russia's
MS Now
attacks-
is doing.
Like-
Wow. MS Now is worse than Agenda Free TV. 10 million subscribers, fucking dead air. Dead air over there. MS Now used to be MSNBC. Like, do you need help? MS Now, do you need help? Why did you keep the MS? That was supposed to be Microsoft NBC. The name came from a merger that happened 20 fucking years ago between Microsoft, when Microsoft was trying to be a media thing. It was literally like the .com bubble kind of merger.
This is Zelensky having to hold for a minute after.
Is there no one in the fucking building over there at MS Now to get in front of the camera and say some shit? I mean, goddamn, this is embarrassing. Trump's going to remove the broadcast license, and I'm not even going to be mad. Oh, no. Oh, no. No more MS Now. Whatever will I do? Just everyone's dead air. Fucking dead air over here. GB
And
News.
hold on. So we might
Commentary from
get
GB?
actually some video
No.
in a couple minutes.
Okay. Sky
Again,
News
the
commentary.
White House
Okay,
is
here we go.
strange. Their feed
Zelensky
went
has been
live and
pulled
they
to
never-
for this all-important
Right.
meeting. Will it be
Sky News is a right-wing outlet, but the UK is generally pro-Ukraine, even the right-wing outlets.
Ukraine's future is moulded, Europe's future is moulded? Yes, I think it will. And it is kind of odd that it's all these miles away in the sun of Florida with a president who is on, then off, then
Yeah,
on
no
again
shit.
with Vladimir
Losing patience?
Putin.
Yeah.
That is Donald Trump.
Understatement.
It is with him that this deal will be carved out. There's been much discussion, hasn't there, over the course of many months now, and certainly over the past few weeks, of this multi-point plan. It kind of mirrors the plan that Trump and his team put together for the Gaza ceasefire. At one point, the Ukraine plan was 26 points. Many people believed it had effectively been written by the Russians. That plan has now been changed. It's
Lawn
down to
King,
about
huh?
20 points, and much of it has been agreed.
How you doing?
But obviously, with all these things,
So you got a camouflage avatar and you're on D Live. There's about a 97% chance that you're a right-wing asshole. So why don't you just go ahead and drop the N-word so I can ban you, and then we can just move on with our lives, Mr. Lawn King? Gonna drop some Russian propaganda on us, huh? Gonna be like Zelensky's a puppet? Yeah. Go ahead, go for it. Drop a big steamer. Go for it, bud. D Live over here.
of the view that in order to bring this to an end,
Yeah,
Ukraine
he's
has
openly
to
talking
give
about
up
destroying
to 20%
NATO.
of its land
No,
in the east of the country. Well, why would they
China-
do that?
China and
Well,
Putin
so
over here
many
just like,
Ukrainians will
"This
say,
guy
what was the
fucking
point
rules."
of fighting for so long if we now
Hey,
just
John
have
Axel,
to hand
welcome
over
back. Thanks
land
for
to
the
the
support.
Ukrainians? These are
Appreciate
key issues that you can be sure will be
Happy New
discussed
Year.
at Mar-a-Lago behind me over the
Economic
course
collapse in
of
the new
next
year,
couple of
baby.
hours. And you can see the images here. That's the road,
Well, yeah,
incidentally.
those are that is a road.
That leads from Palm Beach
Cars
to
are
West Palm
driving on the
Beach,
road, guys.
which is where
Holy shit.
where Mar-a-Lago is, and the traffic has been heavy. The road
We
closed
love
at times
Daddy
as
Trump.
Secret Service moved
Is that
back and
unironic?
forth
You can't. Maybe
to
you can't
escort
see it.
President Zelensky.
I don't know if you can see it, but this guy has a sign that says "We love Daddy Trump." I think it's totally unironic. I think it's totally unfucking ironic. This guy. I don't know. He doesn't have a MAGA cap on. Maybe it's not unironic. Is he getting confronted by somebody? We love Daddy Trump.
Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee in Ukraine's parliament. Good to have you with us. I appreciate you sharing your time.
Loving it.
I assume you just saw the interaction
Get Justin
between
Timberlake, 'cause I'm
President
fucking
Zelensky
loving
and
it.
President Trump. What did you make of what
TDS
President Trump
in
had
the
to
wild.
say in those opening few
Forgot
moments?
his red hat.
Thank you for having me. First
It's
of all,
either
it
a
was
liberal who's being
predictable.
really
We don't see
funny
any
or a
tangible
right-winger that's
result,
just being a
and there will
right-winger.
be no result. We shouldn't pay much attention to what Putin says, because Putin continues to be bent on destruction of Ukraine.
Yes.
And his best kind of response, which he has already given to all peace proposals, peace plans by President Trump, is
Does
the
anyone
most
have any
recent
weed?
bombardment,
God damn it,
ruthless
I'm so
bombardment
sober.
of Kiev and other Ukrainian cities. Putin is using these negotiations
weed.
for only one
that was so
purpose,
good.
to avoid
I'd be smoking weed right now.
My apologies. Just 1 second.
Oh
We're
my
hearing from
God.
your leader and President Trump. Let's just take a listen. We will come back to you. I do promise.
This is how they're presenting it?
We have to make a bid.
Alex, thanks.
What the fuck?
Thank you, press.
Lead the way. Go
They're all
outside of the
sitting down to
porch.
have lunch?
Because we have the house closed.
Go back,
today.
German.
Hey, Margot.
What the fuck is this presentation? Did I just see
Just
Laura
at that inopportune moment, that camera freezes. It looks as though the
fuck?
cameras
Sit
are just
him down at a
leaving
dinner
that
table?
room where the two sides are sitting side by side. Alexander Mereshko, my apologies for interrupting you there. You were just talking about your analysis.
like a fucking Thanksgiving, like a family arguing over politics at Thanksgiving? Is this he's so bad at this. You know it was his idea.
which will prevent him from destroying
Macs.
Ukraine. His goal remains the same.
got
He
a
hasn't
chicken
abandoned
sandwich
his
here. I don't
ultimate
know if
goal
you're a
to
beef or chicken
subjugate and to
guy. They're
destroy
ice
Ukraine,
cold.
to
I ordered
erase
them
us
7
from
hours
the map
ago.
of the world. But he's using these negotiations
Pass the
in
blunt.
order to. First of all, he
Please.
is interested in provocation. That's
I'm
why
eating
he's
salad.
constantly raising
I
the
should be
issue of
smoking some
withdrawal
salad.
Ukrainian troops from Donbass. He understands that if
Pass the blunt,
Ukraine
please.
agrees to that, it will cause instability within the country. So it's a typical
fucking sober.
Putin's provocation against Ukraine. He failed to destroy us from outside. Now he's trying
How
to
dare you say
destroy us
that?
from within. By polarizing society, by destabilizing the country, by using all kinds of provocations. And unfortunately, right now, he's trying to use our American friends for his goal to destroy
maxing.
Ukraine.
God, I'm sober. God,
If
I'm
you
so
were
fucking
sat
sober.
opposite President Trump, if you were part of that
Sorry.
negotiation team that has just taken the seats at the table here,
Just
what would you?
I just didn't realize how much marijuana was getting me through these live streams. You know what I mean? It was really carrying me. I got to look at Pete Hegseth's fucking face, stone cold sober over here. All right.
Useless. There are only two things you can do to make
do it all the
Putin
time. Well,
to agree, for example,
some of us
to
are not as
unconditional
strong as you.
ceasefire. More military assistance to Ukraine and more sanctions against Russia and against Russian allies. Because the only thing you can do
Neuronics.
is to
Pass that
deprive
blunt, buddy.
Russia of its oil revenues, to stop Russian war machine. This is the
Like,
most realistic
subscribe, and
scenario.
pass the blunt.
All negotiations, peace plans, they are not going to work with Russia.
Stephen Miller's sitting there like a fucking.
If those peace plans
Grim
don't
Reaper.
work, then the only consequence that can happen, certainly in the short to medium term, is that the conflict continues. That
Yeah.
there continues
Look,
to be war.
we clearly know where this guy's coming from. Yeah, this guy's got okay. We're cutting in and out of the live stream. I just want the live stream here. Well, I guess Sky News is doing that as well.
Going to happen in a day or two.
All right.
Does Ukraine have the capacity? Do you have, and you talked about the fractures and splits within society,
Little
is
weed
there
before
still
World
the
War
resolve
III? Why
to
not?
continue fighting this war if you so have to?
Smoke
We
a
just
blunt
have
before
no
we go
choice.
over the line.
We're fighting for our lives, our families, and our homes.
Guy,
we just
he's
have no
blowing the
choice
whistle.
but to
Give it a
continue to
fucking
fight
break.
because we understand if we stop, we will end up in Russian concentration camps, and the whole Ukraine will turn into Bucha Irpin, where Russians will be killing Ukrainians, torturing people, raping. We just can't afford this to happen. That's
Look,
why
he
we
might-
keep
I
fighting.
don't know I don't know how hyperbolic that is, but there is. Putin has already. He just passed legislation to say that Ukrainians in the occupied territories, they don't get the rights over their homes, right? So he's literally stealing the homes from Ukraine, from the Ukrainians that are. Presumably, he's prioritizing the ones that are showing any resistance, right? But there's a very real possibility that there would be more Buchas if Ukrainian people resisted what was happening. But there's also a chance that if Zelensky completely capitulates, you know, morale would be destroyed and resistance to the Russian invasion would, you know, go kaputsky, and Putin wouldn't find it necessary to do more buchas, but maybe he'll just do a couple anyway, just because, you know, he's that kind of guy.
Importance for us. They're like fortresses which are defending other regions in Ukraine. Putin understands this. That's why he's trying to do it. He understands that it will take him years to occupy the rest of the territory of Donetsk Oblast, and it will take him millions of soldiers. And that's why he's trying to use, unfortunately, President Trump to reach this goal.
Alexander Marechko, really appreciate you joining us live from Kiev. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it. Thank you. Let's cross to Florida and West Palm Beach, shall we? Mark Stone, just want to talk about some of the faces that we just saw in that little excerpt of the two sides sitting.
Okay, we got the live video here. Let's see what this
Well, you cannot write honestly, or therefore you have to write a bad story.
Oh, we're berating the press.
Would you like something to eat at this time? Yes or no? You can speak. Yes, sir. Yes? Okay. Margot, take them outside, tell the chef, serve them. Little lunch, okay?
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
What the fuck?
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
What the fuck?
You want something to eat? Take him outside. Give him a Big Mac. Give him a "Make America Great Again" Trump 2028 hat.
That was that.
Jesus, he just can't help himself.
Huh?
Some say this lack
confusing.
of control is because of dementia. I don't know how true that is, but.
Anyways.
Yeah, anyways. Grandpa got mad.
You want something to eat, honey?
Yeah, I don't really know what
little
that
piggy.
was all about. Hold on. I'll take some comments in a second. So I still don't know. You know, President Trump did say when they were at the front door, he said, well, maybe we'll see you later, like after we talk to the European leaders.
Well, we're just sitting at a fucking table. Yeah, now we're throwing the press out. It's just.
Donald Trump is a just and viable peace. But for me, the most interesting character there is the guy nearest to us, General Dan Kane, who is, as I say, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Next to him, incidentally, Stephen Miller, who is Donald Trump's deputy chief of staff, whose remit is usually much more domestic. He is the man who has been kind of giving the rocket boosters to America's domestic policy when it comes to immigration. So interesting that he is at this meeting as well. I'm not quite sure why that would be. Gareth, one other point I just want to make, having listened to
he's there.
your
Stephen
previous
Miller's
guest,
there because
I think we got a hint
along with Russell
of what we might see
he's the one
happening
that's
over
actually
the coming
running the
months
country.
from that guest, because what he told you and what he displayed to you was a vigorous debate within Ukraine about what peace looks like, about what sort of peace Ukrainians want, and about how a lasting peace can be found. Now, what may come out of this meeting today is an offer by Putin to effectively put whatever is agreed at Mar-a-Lago to the Ukrainian people. So if an agreement is made at Mar-a-Lago today that actually, yes, it needs to be the case that Ukraine does give up a huge amount of land in the east of the country, well then what would happen potentially is that Zelensky would put that to a referendum to the Ukrainian people, which is why you will hear arguments like your previous guest gave you vigorously debated across Ukraine, because there are differing views about. There are those who are weary about the war, who believe that you just need to cut the war, stop it now, and there are those who believe that fighting on is the right thing to do. And so that debate potentially will rage in the weeks ahead. But crucially, for Ukraine to have that debate and to have that referendum would require a ceasefire, which of course requires Russia's buy-in. And that too will be part of the discussion today.
It's an interesting point, Mark. I've interviewed two Ukrainian MPs in the past 2 days, and they have both said, in effect, that they are grateful for the work that President Zelensky is doing on the international stage and meeting with the Russia, the American leaders speaking to the European leaders, keeping close contacts with Keir Starmer as well. But they both have pointed to the fracturing, the splitting, the tension, the challenges, the fatigue, one should imagine, as well, within Ukrainian society. And that surely will be a point that won't be lost on President Putin. But that won't be a point, one should imagine, that President Trump will have too many concerns about.
I guess the fear all along by Europeans who won't express this publicly, and I remember talking to Mark Rutte, the Secretary General
of
NATO, who was
3 or 4,
played a very particular hand when it comes to dealing with Putin. It's the daddy hand, I guess you could call it, where he has effectively been as sycophantic as he can be to Trump, calling him daddy, because he knows that kind of will help. Now, publicly, he will say everything that you've heard him say. Privately, he and the other European leaders are clearly very, very worried that what Trump is trying to achieve here is a peace, yes, but a short-term peace, and that longer term, the security of the European continent will be put at greater risk because of a badly stitched together peace that comes now, which is why they want the security guarantees from America to be put in place, to be written down, to be signed off, and to be formally agreed by Donald Trump. But you know, will he do that? Because more broadly, his world vision seems to be one of hemispheres of influence, and he's less worried, less bothered about the European hemisphere. He's far more worried about the Western hemisphere. And that is his sphere of influence, where he wants to focus his attention. So I guess that's the real worry, that Trump will go for a short-term fix.
It's just about him.
And that the
he
peace
just wants
longer
to say,
term
I did it,
will be very, very fragile with Putin able to fight another.
You can't call what's happening in Israel-Palestine a peace. They're bombing people in Gaza. They're literally taking chunks of the West Bank. It's not a fucking peace. Trump doesn't give a shit. Does not fucking care.
The challenges of pursuing this conflict. He says they've got to continue to fight for their lives, and he said, look, you know, we have to for Russia. They also have to sacrifice thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of lives to make any meaningful progress, as Alexander Mereshko made, with regards to these fortified towns.
Yeah, but I think for me, it resonates with the view when I was out there. We tend to look at this conflict as it started 4 years ago, and yeah, everybody just settled down and maybe it'll go away again. Having been out there, they do talk about this being at least 300 years that Russia's been trying to wipe out their country, their language, their culture and everything. They don't see this as something that started a few years ago. And the passion that they completely do not trust President Putin at all, full stop. And therefore, the idea of negotiating simply gives President Putin, in the Ukrainian view, an opportunity to lie, to deceive, and to play people long. And we saw that coming out loud and clear with that interview. Yet President Trump comes from a world in which it's all about negotiation, because you give a bit of ground and then you get to a deal. So there's a fundamental mismatch at the moment between what President Zelensky
is at
clearly
deals?
wants from this and what President Trump wants.
And with regards to that Ukrainian perspective, you could forgive them for thinking that. You know, only the day before, 200,000 or so Russian servicemen crossed the border in what was attempting to be a lightning strike and take out and decapitate the Ukrainian government. President Putin said he had no intention of invading. So you can understand where the Ukrainian perspective comes from, and you can probably understand, as Mark Stone alluded to there, the European frustration in sometimes maybe some members of the Trump administration taking the Kremlin at its word.
Yeah, I mean, I think the point Mark made about the Europeans, I think, is very valid. We were talking off air that some of my senior military colleagues are getting quite angry at the moment because they sense that the government isn't really taking the whole war seriously and the threat to European security. Because if the war isn't solved, and I'm one of those who thinks it's going to be very difficult for President Trump to stop the war unless he's prepared to use economic or military force
against
to
Russia.
Stop Putin, in other words, carrot and stick, and to date he's not shown any appetite for doing that. And therefore, it's likely that
Putin's
Trump just sees this as a European problem. It's on the European continent. You deal with it. But the problem is, as Mark says, we're not the United States of Europe over here. You know, we are a land body, but every country own language, own culture, own priorities.
Well,
and therefore, how do you build a coherent force?
Well, they did get together enough to send 90 billion, but once again, those are promises, right? They have a habit of promising big and then delivering little.
Overseas, not wars of national survival. We've got grave shortcomings in our own military capability, let alone how would we support Ukraine. So there's a degree of concern, verging on panic, I suspect, with some of the political leaders to see what President Trump does now. Do I think we're going to get a solution? No, but there's a grave worry that Trump actually pulls America further away from this. That would suit Putin because he's driven a wedge then between America and
not
Europe,
even the first
a
one,
wedge
simply,
into
Steve.
NATO. That would definitely embolden Putin, and that's a grave worry for European security.
Sean, good to have you with us. Stay there because I want to talk to you more at the top
It
of
is,
the
it
next
is a
hour.
danger
No
to
respite
European
for you. We're going to bring
security.
you
It
plenty.
is, because like the Ukrainian military is the largest military that is defending Europe. If Putin is able to, you know, defeat it one way or another, it does leave Europe wide open. Switzerland's on the fucking table. Poland's on the fucking table. Oh, that sounds crazy. That sounds crazy. That's the shit we were saying before the tanks rolled in. Who the fuck's this slick guy? I really should have. Okay. You need to stop thinking about marijuana. You need to stop thinking about marijuana. And this now, it just gives up. Okay. Yeah, okay. All right. Multi-million-dollar. Oh, we're back. Oh, no. Okay, we're not back. Wow. You know, if like literally just hire me for $20 an hour, MS Now, to, you know, oh no, you might say something that'll piss off a billionaire. What does it matter? You're crashing and burning. What does it matter? I love how Stephen Colbert, even in the final moments, is like not talking shit, you know, still being the company man. It's like you got completely screwed. You got completely screwed by this. It was a 7-minute live stream. 7-minute live stream from MS Now. What, you want me to buy a cable package? Look, you need somebody on the goddamn YouTube, MS Now, 24/7. I'll do 12 hours a day on MS Now. Oh, you might piss somebody off. Yeah, you might get some ratings. Really? Donald Trump versus Zelensky brings up a fucking clip from him in the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Okay. All righty. Wow. Musk Levitt awkward moment. Tries to avoid looking at Caroline Levitt. Oh, this is 9 months ago? Whatever. She's preggers now. Oh, hey, honey. Thank you, baby cakes. Ooh, teriyaki chicken. What we got here? Let's taste it. Mmm. It's really good. Thank you, baby. My beautiful wife giving me some teriyaki chicken. We're just waiting. We just got commercials. We're just waiting. I'm really enjoying this Vaporama's version of the Backrooms. Good stuff. I already ate the salad. Creator Vaporama's got a good vision of the back rooms. I like it. Focuses mainly on the pool rooms. Good stuff. MS Abandoned now. Yeah. I mean, really, like, obviously, I know I'm not the right fit. You know, obviously. But, like, it's kind of pathetic that they don't have somebody. It was a good salad. I like chicken Caesar salad, but you know, it's like you don't have some schmuck 24/7, somebody on the internet, on YouTube. Hey, MS Now on YouTube. You know, it's really just their own fucking fault at this point. All right, I know you don't give a shit. We'll try to do more news. Yeah, Bridget Bardot died. R.I.P. Man, she was a hottie. She was a total hottie, Bridget Bardot.
Good evening. You're watching Sky News at 7.
Pretty talented, too. Have you ever seen any of her films? Pretty good actress.
Greets President Zelensky at his Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida, saying they're in the final stages of talking about a peace deal for Ukraine. Detailed talks now taking place. President Trump says he thinks both the Ukrainian and Russian presidents do want to make a deal.
Treason, that's what's on the menu.
We have two willing parties. We have two willing countries. They want to see it end.
Two willing parties.
Wanted to end, and the people
Delusion.
of Russia
Delusion.
wanted to end, and the two leaders wanted to end.
Lies.
Also to come, tributes to the actress and campaigner Brigitte Bardot, who's died at the age of 91.
91, that's a good life.
A political row over the release of the British Egyptian activist Alaa Abd al-Fattah as the Prime Minister welcomes him back to the UK. And relatives of a man who died days after being punched outside a village pub paid tribute to a devoted family member.
That sucks. Was that the guy that was punched by the Australian dudes? Or was that a different guy?
Very good evening to you. We begin with the war in Ukraine, and crucial talks on ending the conflict are taking place right now in the United States. President Zelensky in Florida at President Trump's beach resort to iron out the details of a peace plan that could be presented to Russia. President Trump said he had a very good and productive call with Putin ahead of the meeting and said both sides do want to make a deal. But a short while ago, the Kremlin said that Ukraine needs to make decisions on the Donbass without delay. Well, President Trump and President Zelensky took questions from the press ahead of the meeting.
Come on, we're not
Let's
done
take a
with
listen
this,
to what they
really?
said a short while ago.
President, do you think Putin is serious about peace this time?
I do. I think he is. I think they both are.
He's changed nothing. I think he's serious this time.
Too many people dying, and
too many people dying.
Both presidents want to make it.
Because I give a shit about life.
They're going to brief you.
We need Putin again soon.
Depends. I do believe that we have the makings of a deal that's good for Ukraine, good for everybody. It's very important. There's nothing more important.
What did they get out of it?
We settled 8
Literally,
wars.
what did they get out of it?
This is the most difficult one. I thought it would be in the middle of the pack. This is the most difficult one, but we're going to get it done. We're going to have a great meeting today. This gentleman has worked very hard. He's very brave, and his people are very brave. I mean, what they've gone through, no nation, very rarely has a nation ever had to go through this. So we're going to have a very good meeting today, I think, and I'm also calling President Putin back after the meeting, and we'll continue the negotiations.
He was just asked that question. You going to talk to Putin? I don't know, maybe.
What should we expect of these deals? Deadline?
I don't have deadlines. You know what my deadline is? Getting the war
Famously said, going to get this fixed in 24 hours. He's a walking contradiction.
Well, it depends what the security agreement says. What a dumb question. Nobody even knows what the security guy.
It's not a dumb question, man. You're just a dumb person.
There will be a security agreement. It'll be a strong agreement. And the European nations are very much involved.
LBC doing a phone in. Could be interesting. Let's do some of that.
But the European nations have been really great. They're very much in line with this meeting and getting a deal done. They're terrific people. I think you can say that.
Zelensky, would you like to take some questions from Fox News?
They all want to get it done.
I'd rather die.
And they've been very supportive, I think.
CNBC, just looping.
Yes, really, I agree with President. Our teams, they can. And I think that during last month they moved forward.
11 months ago. What is up with YouTube's algorithm?
Thank you very much for your
U.S. Army Sergeant who danced with Melania Trump speaks out 11 months ago, Inside Edition. Trump-Zelensky meeting.
Bring peace as quick as possible. So, and I
algorithm is just messed up, dude.
Yes, and the president is
beginning. It's
very good.
Well, Zelensky doesn't want.
President Ukraine, we call him, and I've stopped a lot of wars, the biggest, and I'm going to stop this.
If I may, Mr. President, this is not war of Russia, United States. This is war of Russia, Ukraine. And we must be at the table. When Putin
I'm
was...
going to stop you there. He's a very nasty to Putin, isn't he? And Putin's a great guy, but listen to him. He's very nasty, and you should be thankful. You have to say thank you.
Well, I did say thank you. I thank American people.
But you didn't thank me, and you have to thank me.
I thank American people.
You don't dress nice, you don't have a tie, you dress like it's gym day, quite frankly, and it's rude. You look like a millennial going to Starbucks. You got no buttons. It's a little too comfortable. You have to say thank you. We have a thing in America called manners.
Yes, I said thank you.
Shut up, you're a nasty man. Shut up and use your manners.
I said thank you.
Shut up, you're rude, no manners. You have to say thank you. When I
It's barely satire. Barely exaggerated.
With Putin, I said thank you. I said it beautifully. I said thank you so much. I said I love you, and I shook his hand and I bowed and I licked his boot, and he said it's not shiny enough, and I said thank you, and I licked it again, and I made it so shiny. I really did.
Yes, but I am not bootlicker.
No, you're not the bootlicker. Too good to lick a boot, and that's why you're losing. Quite frankly, you don't have the cards.
I'm not playing cards, Mr. President. This is war.
You're not playing cards because you don't have the cards. Because I have the cards. I have them right here. Look. Pick a card, any card.
Mr. President,
That's a nice touch. I wonder where they got those. That's a nice touch.
Don't be rude. Pick a card. Now show them the card. And show me the card. It's the Queen of Hearts.
That's not how you play.
What? Was that your card?
But, Mr. President...
Was that your card or not?
Yes, it is card, but...
Then say thank you.
But it was not good trick.
You're rude. You're playing with another World War II. World War II too. Give that back to me, because it's a trump card. Without us, you don't have any cards, and you're rude, and war is no place for rudeness. You can't deal with a madman, so I'm going to go deal with Putin, because he's much easier to get along with, let me tell you.
I can't wait to get back home where it's not so, how you say, aggressive.
So that's the CBC comedy, 22 minutes. CBC is the Canadian Broadcasting Company. Okay, I'm gonna try to buy a little bit more time. Agenda free over here, buying time, because it's like, okay, like in like 20 minutes or 15 minutes, we're probably gonna get Trump back. So I'm just gonna buy more time. Let's listen to what callers on LBC have to say.
Well, Zelensky doesn't want peace, and the EU don't want.
Right. Zelensky and the EU don't want peace. It's Putin who wants peace. Wow, 5 fucking milliseconds in, and I wanna Roblox myself into oblivion.
Peace. Zelensky doesn't want peace because he's frightened of what will happen when peace does come.
What an extremely popular president is afraid of what would happen after he defends his country successfully from an invasion. Yeah, no. Famously, that always leads to disaster for the sitting president who successfully repels an invasion and occupation from a foreign government. Yeah, people hate that. I mean, what a fucking jackass. What a complete fucking jackass.
And the EU doesn't.
And you know he struts around too. This fucking asshole, whoever the fuck's on the phone here, struts around like he's an expert on the situation. You know, fucking GB News dick right up his Roblox.
Want it because EU leaders have invested far too much in supporting Ukraine during this.
Right. It's a sunken cost fallacy. Right. Yeah. No, they love this
war, and it will be seen as a military defeat. And if Zelensky does reject this deal or cause it to collapse, there's a chance that Trump won't just stop support for Ukraine. He'll stop intelligence sharing, which will cripple Ukraine. And you mentioned in your comments earlier Seversk, which fell in about a week. Seversk has been attacked by the Russians probably 13 or 14 times during this war. And the Ukrainians have handed them their hat each time. But that position collapsed. The Ukrainian army is on the verge of collapse. They have
the Ukrainian army is on the verge of collapse. It's not even remotely close to true. Do they have a personnel problem? Could they use more troops? Absolutely. Close to collapse. They got at least another year and a half, 2 years of fight left in them. Okay, we're talking at least another 2 million Russians dead before this collapse happens. This guy's like he's so wildly misinformed. I swear to God, spends all of his time. I can feel it. I can feel it. It's all on fucking Twitter. It's all on right-wing news sources because you have to exclusively go to those sources to have these opinions. It's ridiculous.
300,000 deserters at the moment. That's 4 times the size of the British Army. And this is all going to end in disaster.
What do you make of Mark Galeotti's, he's written a piece in the Sunday Times today, the most likely thing to end the Ukraine war, exhaustion. It's exhaustion on both sides, and it's not as if the Russian economy is doing particularly well either. It built their whole economy around the war, and apparently GDP has only been increasing by 1% in the last year. So they've also got their challenges too. You're right to point out that they're...
Yeah, he goes, yeah, exactly. Neuronics. We're not going to mention Pokrovsk, of course.
There's mass desertion going on the Ukrainian front line, which no one really wants to talk about, and also that thousands of young Ukrainians have fled to the West because they don't want to serve on the front line.
I've never witnessed so much blatant propaganda as I've seen from this. There are groups that map the battle maps from both sides and do comparisons. You do geolocations of where movement is happening that come from images of like flag raising or actual battles. And the image that we're provided in the West is so divorced from reality, it's shocking. If you listen to the Telegraph...
That's just not fucking true. That's just not fucking true. If anything, they're usually leaning in Russia's direction. You know, they're rather critical. You have to go deep into the YouTube, pro-Ukraine YouTube algorithm to find people that are like, it's all good, it's all great, we're doing super good. Even Dennis reporting from Ukraine, heavily critical on the numbers every time they're reporting on it.
Podcasts, you'd be wondering why we aren't currently sitting in Moscow sipping champagne.
No, it's just a lie. That's just a fucking lie.
So I take with a great deal of...
this fucking jackass just sitting there in fucking silence. I know that's what his job is right now, because that's, he's supposed to just let these people fucking talk. But, man...
hesitation that any problems the Russians will have with their economy will prevent them from continuing the war. Russia is bound and determined not to allow Ukraine to join NATO.
Yes.
If they join NATO, they're 350 kilometers away from Moscow.
It's their fault. So it's their fault that they want to join the military alliance that's protecting the country he currently sits in. Oh, doesn't a country have the ability to do that if they so wish? No. How dare they insult the great, mighty Putin by wanting to join a military alliance that would have prevented this in the first place? Out of line that they didn't respect Putin's wishes.
That's not going to happen.
But Simon, they've made this very clear. So if you go back to the start of this war, whether you take it at face value or not, right? I mean, the Russians have been very open. Putin's been very open. He does not want Ukraine to be in the Western sphere of influence. He does not want NATO, a so-called defensive inverted commas alliance, on his border.
Yeah, and I don't want to get old, and I don't want to have to sell my video games, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I mean? Like, why does Putin's wishes about what another country does, why is that relevant?
He doesn't want this, and he wants people definitely in the Donbass region to be part of Russia, so he wants land as well. None of these things are going to be achieved with this peace plan. So, I mean, on the basis of that, a basis for peace has to be entered into a negotiation where you don't get everything you want, but at least there's a recognition of why you started the war in the first place. I mean, this is completely and utterly tin-eared.
It is, but I mean, to be honest, I don't think Putin is interested in land. He's interested in the people that are on that land.
Come on, man. I mean, come on, dude. Come on, Simon. Putin isn't interested in land. You're just completely up his own ass. Completely. Hook, line, and sinker over here. Putin with a big smile. We got another one. Another sucker buying our propaganda. Putin doesn't want land, huh? He's sacrificed how many hundreds of thousands of men for just Pokrovsk?
Who are largely Russian speakers. Most of East Ukraine, a large percentage of the population, are effectively Russian or Russian speakers.
Oh, and here we go.
And,
I mean, it's literally all the propaganda, all the greatest hits. Most people in Ukraine want to be Russian. Yeah. Not a shred of evidence to show that. There's some polls before the war that showed some interest, especially in regions like Crimea. But after, any poll that's been taken after the fact has shown, no, of course we don't want to be part of this. After Donbass, just the greatest fucking hits.
That's where this conflict began. That's what led to the Minsk II agreement, which was, as Angela Merkel admitted, was just a project to buy time for Ukraine to rearm. I would say this, and I don't think I've apart from Colonel Douglas Macgregor, the former U.S. military colonel, I haven't anyone else say this, but it's the truth that neutral Ukraine is in our best interest as well, NATO and Europe's best interest, because then, any Russian attack would have to, travel across vast distances, which the Russian army is not equipped to do, if it was ever to pose a threat to the majority of NATO.
Ludicrous. It's like he's working for the fucking Kremlin. This Simon character from Basingstoke.
Yeah, I mean, this is Western hubris, though. Where the whole neutrality of Ukraine argument went out the window back in 2008, where this carrot was dangled of NATO membership to Ukraine. Simon, hold on the line for a second, will you? Just hold on, because I want to bring in Paul. I want to bring you back. Paul in Upminster. Good afternoon, Paul. What would you like to say?
Good afternoon, Ali. Happy New Year to you, sir.
Happy New Year to you as well. Go ahead. What would you like to say?
I served in the British Army, Ali. Now, does nobody getting this point? Who started this war?
Thank you.
Whose war is it? It's Putin's war.
Thank you.
Nobody else started the war. And would we give up London? Would we just hand London over to somebody and an invading force? Would Trump hand over Texas? He wouldn't. So why are we asking this man to give up land and the people of Ukraine who have fought gallantly?
Yeah, so we don't have to ask them to give up land, so the war can continue, and it will continue. Let me ask you, Paul, about the specifics of this proposal, as we understand it, that Zelensky.
This guy, is this guy cutting checks from Moscow? Who the fuck is this guy? The fuck is this? Who the hell is this? Ali Mirage? Man.
He's going to be discussing in Florida with Trump today for a demilitarized economic zone, which is policed by Ukrainians. I mean, given whether you agree with the war or not, and you clearly, I understand your point. It was a war that Russia started on this thing. I mean, this is a non-starter for a peace agreement, Paul, isn't it?
Of course it is.
So
Absolutely,
why is he doing it then? So
100%.
why is he playing Trump then? Why is he bothering getting on the plane?
Zelensky's playing Trump. Why does he bother getting on the plane? This guy might as well be speaking for Putin directly. I mean, this is fucking ridiculous. This is fucking ridiculous. He's offering up this as common sense. It's Russian propaganda with a fucking British accent.
Why is he wasting everyone's time?
Wasting everyone's time. Wasting everyone's time. Why? What? We're not going to do the rest of this fucking video, dude. This guy's a piece of fucking trash.
So he's humoring him. So he's humoring him.
Trump, whoa. Whether he's humoring or not, Trump could end this war tomorrow.
How?
Because Putin is petrified of America. He's petrified of America getting involved in the war properly.
They're not interested in getting involved, Paul.
No, of course they're not. No, of course not. NATO, without America, could finish off Russia within 4 days.
I don't know about 4 days, but United States putting boots on the ground, especially to relieve Ukrainian soldiers in the north and just guarding that northern border while Ukrainian troops fight and die on the actual front line in the east. NATO allowing airplanes, air support. Putin is absolutely terrified of that. Absolutely. And look at this guy over here. Oh, I don't know about that, guys.
I don't know. The Russian military is really tough, guys.
Their superiority, they have the weapons to do it.
Yeah, but not without America. They can't.
They can.
Well, why aren't they then?
Because they don't want to. Nobody wants a war, Ali.
The
Okay?
host can fuck
Nobody wants a war on their doorstep.
But then, Paul. But you see, this is highly irresponsible, isn't it? So European leaders.
It's irresponsible to push back against a dictator who's rejecting sovereignty, trying to rebuild some imaginary version of Russia that never actually existed. It's irresponsible to push back on that kind of madness. We're just going to let them completely absorb the Ukrainian military and then push into Poland? What would this fucking guy say? He'd still have a fucking job, wouldn't he? After saying all this bullshit, and then Russia pushes into another country, catches their breath, upgrades all their technology. Man.
Based on what you're saying, are entertaining Zelensky, going around with this 20-point plan, waving it in Trump's face, which is not a basis for a peace agreement.
Waving it in front of, I can't take it. I literally can't take it. The framing is so obviously biased, pro-Russia biased. Waving it, oh, how dare Zelensky entertain Trump's peace deal? This is all Trump, and it's Zelensky waving it around. This guy is unbelievable, dude. I can't believe the LBC. It's like him and Ferrari over here, just directly from the fucking Kremlin.
Because he wants to continue the war. Even your
because he wants to continue the war. Zelensky. This is Zelensky's. I mean, this is fucking criminal. He should be investigated for connections to fucking Russia. I swear, he should be investigated.
That it's not a basis for a peace agreement, and there shouldn't be a peace agreement. So why are they not just being open about the fact? But they're not also.
Why not just be? Oh, what is? You want Zelensky to get in front of the camera? Oh, I love war. I love killing people. That's his image of Zelensky. Complete bias.
Giving him air support and all the things he needs to win the war either. So what are the Europeans playing at, Paul?
What should happen is Trump and all the leaders should say to Putin, "Get the hell out of there now." And then it could have a referendum on the Donbass region, whether they wanted to be Russian or whether they wanted to be Ukraine.
Ukraine's never going to allow a referendum on that, are they?
Well,
I can't take it. I'm so fucking done with this guy. Bye. All right. I guess we're done with this. If someone wants to pay attention, see if Trump comes back with,
This simple reductionist claptrap that you are just spouting by texting me is nonsense, you see, because
you're parroting Kremlin propaganda 100%. 100%. This was 9 months ago. That's exactly what he's fucking doing. Fuck this guy. Fuck this piece of shit. He should be investigated to seeing if he's taking money from Russia. If he's not, he should be, because he's doing the job of the fucking Kremlin on UK's airwaves. It's embarrassing. His entire framing is that this is Zelensky's fault and that NATO pushed them into this. Ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous. It's just Ukraine has no agency. They don't, they're not a sovereign country. Most of the people, they're just an opinion, right? Most of the people there are pro-Russian anyway.
Because I just deal in the real world.
In the real world, huh? Zelensky waving around a peace plan like a slutty harlot.
I deal in the world where Sir Keir Starmer comes out and says Vladimir Putin is playing games by delaying a ceasefire deal. If you don't think that one of the prices or one of the elements of that ceasefire deal will be allowing Russia to keep that land de facto or de jure, whatever you want to call it, you are living in a different world, my friend. You can call that whatever you want. I call it appeasement. I just happen to be a realist living in the real world, not spouting nonsense where people lose.
So he's one of these both sides idiots. Right. No, man. The framing on that other clip was pretty fucking clear. Just because 9 months ago he says this. No. I mean, Zelensky waving a peace plan.
Their lives. Thank you, Paul. Peter in Wimbledon, good afternoon.
Ali, thank you very much for taking the call. You're not going to like what I'm going to say, but you're not living in the real world. You're just parroting Kremlin propaganda.
Oh, how?
Well, I'll tell you how. The previous caller just said the most stupidest thing I've ever heard on radio, that Georgia attacked Russia. What did you say? Well, thank you very much for the call. You could have checked, like any idiot who can have access to internet and data. He can actually say that Russia took part of Georgia and still keeps that part of Georgia on pretense there's something else.
Well, I don't know. Georgia definitely, she wore a slutty dress there, so I don't know.
So and you're talking about NATO expansion. The previous caller, Alan, trying to explain to you this basic thing is, Ukraine was the Kremlin is using this NATO expansion as excuse for arrogant, ignorant, and stupid people, because they believe that stuff, Finland just joined NATO. Sweden just joined NATO. And Putin's words were, we do not object to them joining NATO. Finland's got a longer border with Russia than Ukraine. Finland...
so no, if Russia were to invade Finland, would this guy come out and say, well, they shouldn't have joined NATO then? Yeah. I mean, it's an absolutely absurd argument.
Is nearer to St. Petersburg and Moscow, and nothing happens. What you have to understand, Ali, and the thing is, I'm listening to you every week, and you say the same thing over and over again. Well, you have to write it down to yourself and never repeat this again. Russia invaded Ukraine because Putin cannot claim the greater Russia while Ukraine exists as an independent country. Because he ties Kyiv as the capital of Ukraine to some anti-18th century Russia.
Certainly true.
And that's why he needs to prove this to the Russian people that he's restoring greater
Certainly
Russia.
True. Let me ask you this, Peter. You're from Ukraine, right? Originally.
I was born in Ukraine. I've got friends who died in this war.
Right. So you're biased. So you're biased. Like, you don't have a fucking bias, man. Like, you don't have a bias, bro. You're like, it's literally Russian propaganda that he's parroting.
Good.
Yes.
So let me ask you this. When the West was flirting with Ukrainians about joining NATO, why has it not happened yet?
What do you mean? There's so many conditions Ukraine have to comply with before you become a member of your European Union.
This fucking guy, you can't join NATO if you're engaged in a war. So, the Putin, starting the business in Georgia, then in the Donbass, and Crimea. Was it Crimea, then Georgia, then Donbass, or was it Donbass? Whatever the order was, that immediately means that they can't join NATO because they're now in a fucking border conflict. That's one of the big stipulations. I thought this guy was a fucking expert. He's over here, flirting. Is that how you would describe Finland? Flirting.
Well, it didn't take Finland long.
Those conditions were not...
It didn't take Finland long because they're not fucking in a war, you prick! You absolute penis!
Matt,
didn't take Finland long. Oh, so hang on a second, sorry. It didn't take Finland
long. This guy thinks he knows what the fuck he's talking about.
Finland was already lined up. Finland had
and Estonia?
Finland met all the criteria required to join NATO. Ukraine didn't. And it took time for Ukraine to join it. And the problem is, and Alan was saying to you, those countries who actually are now part of NATO wouldn't even existed if they were not part of NATO. And those countries, you're saying, I wouldn't want to live in Belarus, of course. But at the same time, I wouldn't accept Belarus to be part of the country. But what you don't understand, the Belarusian people are living under oppression. They're living under dictatorship. And if you were the country who is, United Kingdom is the bastion of democracy, and so was the United States. So we should encourage, we support those people who are fighting for their freedoms. But you are actually saying, we should give up because the dictator decided to invade another country.
So Peter, you've had... No, hold on.
Hold on. Stop making sense. Stop making me look like an actual phallic object. The guy looks like he's inserted up Putin's ass.
3 years have passed. Do you think that Ukraine is going to win the war?
Ukraine could have won the war, but I'll tell you the reason why it's not winning. I'll tell you why it's not winning.
Right, so it's impossible.
At the beginning of the war,
impossible.
What you have to people to realize,
if
Ukraine had fallen to the hands of Russia within 2 weeks as Putin has planned, this war would have been on your doorstep now. The problem is the bravery and courage of Ukrainian people.
I don't think it would have been on the doorstep at all. Sorry, I don't buy that. Sorry, by doorstep, what do you mean by doorstep?
In Europe, because what you're missing is that Putin clearly stated as one of his demands, not just the Ukraine being so without military intelligence, Ukraine being an restoration of the NATO borders to 1997. He said this to the Americans, to the rest of the world. I am coming, and Ukraine is just the first.
So Peter,
thing I'm going to take.
Peter, you would rather have your country. So if you want your countrymen to die in the pursuit of this war for total victory, then why is your message to Keir Starmer?
The framing the framing is consistently pro-Kremlin, pro-Russian. And he's trying to move the goalposts. He keeps trying. His bias against Europe is fucking clear.
To shut his mouth then and not go for a ceasefire? Because he's been very passionate about a ceasefire, isn't he?
The problem is that what should have happened, Ali, is what should have happened. I'll tell you what should happen now and what should have happened. From day one, Zelensky should not have been going around begging for stuff. He should be given stuff, because otherwise Zelensky could have said, look, guys, if you're not going to give me what I need to defeat
but he's
the
already
Russians...
done that, Peter. Peter, look, no, Peter,
Ali,
let's
Ali,
live in the real world, Peter. 3
Real
years,
world.
Peter.
And it's like you always see this from propagandists, right? When they frame stuff as common sense. That's just common sense, because you can't expect the regular Joe to be into this shit like we are. You know, the daily updates, the statistics, you know, the kill rate, 4-1, 5-1 Ukrainian dead versus Russian. Russia over here putzing around on fucking donkey carts and bicycles, you know, running out of gear. The only thing Russia has a lot of is dumb, drunken idiots that they throw at the front line. But if you frame it as common sense and you're speaking to an audience that isn't following every single thing, that you can get away with this framing.
We've had this. Let's live in the real world. You can come and be flustered all you want here. The reality.
Right. Okay. And now we're Darvoing the guy. He's flustered. Yeah, he's flustered because you're repeating nonsense. You fucking penis.
You've got what you've been given. It hasn't worked. You've
got what you've been given. It doesn't work. And just such a juvenile idea, you know, of what this conflict is. You know, Ukraine needs a sustained amount of arms and support, not a one-time infusion. Everyone's understood that. Only Putin propagandists frame it this way as, oh, well, we gave you some stuff and you weren't able to do it, so you better give up. He really shouldn't be on the UK airwaves. This is propaganda.
You haven't won. You haven't taken back all your territory, nor are you going to unless there's a massive seismic change, which I don't think is going to happen, because if there was, you wouldn't have President...
Yeah, it's not going to happen because of penises like you, dude. Serenity fucking now.
Macron and Keir Starmer calling for a ceasefire, would you?
Exactly, because we're missing Chechelian figure. What happened? Ukraine was promised.
There you go. Yeah. He's not going to let him finish his fucking thought. Yeah, man, fuck this guy. Absolutely fuck this guy. Fuck him. Fuck him. Okay? I'm not going to get any more derogatory, but wow. Just if you're not paying attention, you can make it sound like common sense. But it's not, if you're paying attention, it's utter dreck. The words that are coming out of this prick's mouth. And of course, he's the one on LBC that gets to frame it. He's the one that gets to talk about it. There's this other fucker named Tom, who is like a bootlicker for Keir Starmer. I hear him sometimes defending Ukraine. Yeah, I don't. You know, the whole thing about the Russian economy. It's like, you know, that we've been seeing that report. It's about to collapse for a while now. So, you know, I'm a little hesitant to go in on that one. There's no doubt that it's in trouble. But, you know, it's, you know, I don't know. The one thing that I am for certain of is that if Ukraine had the full support of the European Union and the United States and NATO, this would have been wrapped up a year ago, easily. But the lack of the UK coming in at the last minute here, the United States now throwing their support, leaves an opportunity open for Putin, where if he can just keep it blasting, right? If he could just keep it cranked to 10, or not even really 10, 8, because he hasn't even gone into, he's kind of done like a total war conversion, like a shadow total war conversion, but he hasn't even started the, you know, forced conscripting of citizens. He's still able, there's like 140 million people in Russia. So he keeps pulling these drunken idiots from the outskirts, these rapists, these thieves and criminals, and just any schmuck who can hold a fucking gun, even if he's injured. And you know, and like it's the opportunity that's created by penises like this guy, by Trump, by Germany, who's like, well, I don't know. Man, it's frustrating to go up against that, because there's no fucking way. And meanwhile, how many mentions on Penis McGee's fucking show about shit like this? That's a civilian apartment building that a Russian drone just flew into in Ukraine, intentionally targeted. Man. Everyone go to this asshole Kicks random stream, everybody. Make sure you do that. They all have the same picture too. There's like literally robots. Well, it's hard for like the calculus in Europe. If the United States was totally behind supporting Ukraine, we would see the rest of Europe going right along with it. But it does make it more of a gamble. And then you know, if United States lets off the gas, and then you see things like Russia, or I'm sorry, then you see things like the United States talking about lifting sanctions on Russia. You know, there's talk about supplying Russia with arms. So that does make it a harder calculus for people in the UK to get behind it. But ultimately, and this is what's so hard to convince people is, oh no, he won't. He'll just engage in a full-blown war of aggression against Ukraine and then stop. Because it's a liberation, right? Because that's ultimately the framing, right? This is a liberation of the Russian people in Ukraine who so desperately want to be butchered, to be forced to be taught a very specific, skewed version of Russian history, you know, for their children to be assimilated, you know, for their town names and whatnot to be changed and whatnot. There's just such a desire for that. Right, because that's the whole impetus here. It has nothing to do with the greater Russia. You have to believe all that to say, oh, he's going to stop in Ukraine. He's going to stop there. Little bit of information here. The you know, Zelensky waving around a peace deal like a harlot. Ukrainian military here was able to actually hold back Russian attacks for 45 days in a row, using a droid, a 50 cal machine gun, which is totally nuts. I mean, like the technology that's being implemented out there is really wild stuff. We're seeing drones now, shotguns attached to drones, and they're like, you know, taking out, instead of a kamikaze drone, it's like literally shotgunning drones out of the sky. And we're seeing stuff like this right out of Alien, if you know the famous scene from Alien. You know, yeah, that's a great scene. Is it drone? Alien drone versus warrior? No. It's Alien Sentry. No, Alien. Yeah, Sentry gun. That's like, it's almost literally right out.
What's going on? They're coming.
Alien
Where?
Here.
Target.
Almost literally.
Those ammo counters go.
Game over, man.
B guns down 50%.
But like for 45 days. For 45 days.
Man, it's a shooting gallery down there. 60 rounds left on B. 40.
You know, as an engineer main for Team Fortress 2, this hits really close to home.
20.
Watching your turret ammo counter go down, you're nowhere close to refilling it.
10. B guns drive, 20 on A.
Hell yeah, man. Makes me want to. Should we just steal Alien the movie and just watch the Alien?
Tell
sorry.
the chef to make us lunch. Poole was ushered out, and we are holding in the vans. So the press is waiting to go back inside.
So he kicked the press out.
Next to the president are Secretary Rubio, Secretary Hegseth.
Right. Cute. Good stuff. All right, look, we're just going to continue on with the news. Sorry if you're here exclusively for Ukraine. We're going to come back to it. I'm going to keep this open. I'm going to keep checking on it.
whenever Trump decides to berate Zelensky. It's actually a good thing that this negotiation is happening behind closed doors, and then we're going to get in front of the camera. But that didn't really prevent it last time. I think that's how it went down last time as well, where there was a probably a much more heated argument happening in the background. Lewis Cipher, despite those who profit from the war, people in my country are not like those in Russia. Thank you for everyone who supports my country in those difficult times. Peace be with you. Hey, Lewis. Yeah, look, it's not that I support Ukraine because Ukraine the greatest, right? It's to me, it's not about nationality. It's about sovereignty. Okay, the Ukrainian people made a decision. They put Zelensky in charge. They said enough of the Russian corruption, enough of the Russian puppet running our country. We want to make a break from this. Zelensky went forward with an agenda, with a new constitution, that said we want to join NATO, and that's when Putin started his fuckery. It's about sovereignty. That's why I defend Ukraine. And it's like, just like that commenter said against the living penis over there about, what if it happened? What if Mexico started invading Texas, right? China invades Florida, or some country takes London. We would all be like, this is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. But no, because of Ukraine's history of being a forced vassal of Russia, we have to accept, kind of similar to Palestine, right? Where it's like, well, there's an exception there. They don't really deserve sovereignty. They don't really deserve that. It's ludicrous and hypocritical. So for me, and that's why I say, glory to the Ukrainian democracy and not, Slava Ukraine, because it's like, I'm not a nationalist. I'm not supporting Ukraine because I like blue and yellow. I'm supporting Ukraine because I believe in sovereignty. I believe in democracy. I believe when people, collectively make a democratic decision, that some other nation doesn't get to come in and dictate that. But penises like what we saw on LBC, yeah. Can you believe the framing? Waving around a peace deal. Zelensky waving around a peace deal. Why doesn't he just come out and say it? Look, there's nothing wrong with blue and yellow, but I'm just trying to say is that I'm not in this because I'm like biased towards Ukraine. Before this even started, I doubt I could even find it on a map. All right? I'm an ignorant American, right? It's about sovereignty. It's about democracy. And if this was happening anywhere else, and in fact it is happening in Palestine, I'd be up in arms. It's absurd. It's absolutely absurd. But no, blue and yellow, it's a beautiful colors. And I love how it like represents, the big wide open fields that Russians are getting their asses kicked in every single day, and the blue open sky. I think it's a beautiful flag, but that's all besides the point. Because for me, it's about sovereignty. The Ukrainian people made a clear decision. It was a blowout for Zelensky, a Jewish man. Okay, so it has nothing to do with white supremacy or Nazism or anti-Russian, just Russia-phobia. Okay, when you look into the history of Ukraine and Russia, it makes perfect sense why the Ukrainian people would have enough of the Kremlin and their fucking puppets, their corrupt puppet running the Ukrainian government. A lot of people don't know this, but Russia will intentionally make the lives of the vassal states worse because Putin and the Russian government is utterly afraid of could you imagine, right? Big bad Russia, all of a sudden Ukraine economically starts doing better. The people in Ukraine happier than Russians. It makes the whole dictatorship look foolish. So Putin can't have it. And it's like that penis knows exactly what the hell's going on, and he's intentionally repeating Russian propaganda. And yeah, people from Poland know full well what it's like to be under the boot of Russia. They don't. It's not coming in and start feeding people and giving people jobs. Okay, they assimilate you like the fucking Borg.
force you to use their language, force your kids to learn a propagandized version of Russian history, force you to bend the knee to the Kremlin. You can't, all of a sudden, you can't say shit on social media. All of a sudden, you can't, express yourself in the streets, can't even hold up a blank sign without being kicked to fucking Siberia. It's a dictatorship. And those people spreading that Russian propaganda, they don't, there's so many things they have to ignore and not acknowledge to perpetuate their bullshit narrative that this is instigated by NATO. Ludicrous. And that person who was confronting Mr. Penis there had a great point, right? Nobody questioned Finland. And what was it, Switzerland as well? No one said, oh, great. Oh, okay. Well, here comes the invasion and it's going to be well deserved. How dare Finland join NATO? That fucking Penis didn't even know that you're not allowed to join NATO if you're engaged in a war. He didn't even know that. Sweden. I always get them mixed up. But he didn't even fucking know that you're not allowed to join NATO if you're engaged in a conflict. Which says everything, right? Oh, I'm so smart. I'm so confident in what I say. And he doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about. Well, how come they didn't join NATO then? How come they didn't do that? Maybe they were getting occupied in the Donbass, jackass. Maybe Putin rolled into Crimea during the Olympics and Obama said jack shit. Oh, that's bad. I don't like that. Okay, I'm going to stay silent on that one. Peace Prize President Obama staying silent against clear Russian aggression. Man, God, I would, I'd give up my left testicle for a fucking joint right now. Oh, it's so hard to stay sober with shit like that. Oh my God, I'd smoke 100 joints and then smoke 100 more. Oh, because the penis gets a microphone. Why? Because I don't know who's owning LBC, but someone's keeping Nick Ferrari employed. It's one thing to do the both sides thing and to and to say, well, okay, here's Russia's interest, here's Ukrainian interests, here's the controversies with Ukraine, with the corruption stuff, et cetera, et cetera. It's a whole other thing to intentionally ignore key facts, key bits of context, and then barrel forward as if what you're saying is common sense. That's propaganda. That's not journalism. Have a bite of your teriyaki. It's a good idea. All right, but we're going to get back to Ukraine here. We're going to keep monitoring it. We're going to get back to Ukraine because eventually we're going to see what I expect to be Zelensky versus Trump round 2. It's so funny. He fucking dick teased us. The entire media world was dick teased, and then he's like, okay, all right, go away. We're going to have a real discussion now. The anti-corruption people in Ukraine are mostly anti-Putin. I mean, is Zelensky perfect? No. But he has shown an interest in going after the corruption issue. And now there was that scandal a couple months ago where he went light on a buddy that was close to him during his election that still had some Russian ties. He's not going hard enough, in my opinion, Zelensky, on the remaining Russian elements. But he continues to do things democratically within the bounds of Ukrainian law. He doesn't act like a puppet or a dictator in the slightest. He's not fucking perfect. But as mentioned in the chat, this is one of the most moral conflicts we've ever seen in our lifetime. Good versus bad, right? It really doesn't get more clear. And it takes professional penises like the like LBC guy over there to muddy the waters and confuse people and frame propaganda as common sense. That's the only way this shit can even have any kind of legs to walk on. Yeah, and where did that culture of corruption come from? It came from Russia. It was totally perpetuated, supported, and installed by Russia, as we see in Belarus. And it's like, if you're not paying attention and you're just catching little glimpses of it, the penises can get away with spreading those kind of lies and framing it as common sense. Anyway, I've said it a million times. Okay. It's hard to move on because it's like, it's just so insulting to my intelligence, quite frankly. I don't mean to be talking big here. But like, I pay attention to this shit every single day. You know, I'm not streaming every day, but I promise you, every single day I'm watching the news. I'm keeping up with this stuff. And, you know, if you're doing that, you can see right through that nonsense. So let's just do headlines here. God, it's frustrating. It's so fucking frustrating because, like, I don't agree with the guy who's like, oh, we could have defeated them in 4 days. I don't know about that, but it would not be in this state of a perpetual, you know, back and forth, this stalemate. It wouldn't be like this if America threw in its support. And we were like, you should have been watching the stream like a year and a half, right? It's exactly what I was saying. We got to put boots on the ground. You know, Davey brought up a great strategy that I still agree with, right? We don't necessarily have to be, you know, Americans don't even necessarily have to die in there. You replace the Russians that are guarding the northern border. You replace the Ukrainians with Americans there just to hold that border while the Ukrainians go do it. Oh, escalation. I mean, come on with this. You know, and this is why I will curse his name to the day I fucking die, Joe Biden. Scared bitch Joe Biden. Absolutely terrified to stick his neck out. Well, what if they fire a nuke? Then we'll fucking glass their ass. Don't you know how this shit works? Oh, but I'm so scared. Okay. God, it's hard. It's hard to move on from this. It is. It's just I could do 9 fucking hours straight about that piece of shit spreading Ukrainian propaganda. Are we back? No? Okay. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that, you know, that matters, but it's, you know, who was in charge? At the end of the day, who's the commander in chief? Yeah, you got the entire Republican Party, you know, helping out Putin and trying to take advantage of the Russian propaganda that happened to be on their side, right? Yeah, that's a reality, but at the end of the day, who's the commander in chief? And are we trying to say that it would be bad for Joe Biden if he kicked Putin's ass, you know, and Ukraine is liberated and Crimea is liberated, or are we trying to say that would be somehow bad for Putin, or I'm sorry, bad for Biden? That, you know, he's the president that kicked Putin's ass and did it quickly, you know, reasserted the democratic alliance, the NATO and the European Union, you know, reasserted their power and showed Putin and China, who's interested in Taiwan, that we're not to be fucked around with, that we're not to be pushed around like a bunch of bifurcated pussies. That's somehow supposed to be bad for Biden's politics? I don't believe that. You know, and as we've seen with Donald Trump, it's, you know, this, you know, waiting for Congress and worrying about this. Like, none of that actually matters. When you want to help, the commander-in-chief could have helped. Now, the commander-in-chief, Biden, you know, would have been fighting against NATO to get involved. But he could have made that decision. He could have been a leader. Like, that was one of Biden's biggest failures, is a complete and total lack of leadership, a vacuum of leadership. Status quo Biden, autopilot Biden. So fucking afraid to stick his neck out. Anyway, here's Donald Trump talking about how he's going to clear the debt with Bitcoin. And what do we see right now? Just to give you an idea of the market right now, gold, silver, blasting, bonds, treasuries, diving, and Bitcoin kind of going down, not really going anywhere. So we're supposed to fix, and he talks about tariffs are going to fix the debt. Bitcoin going to, you know what this is doing? This is destroying our currency. this kind of talk. He's handing over the reserve currency to China, because what's looking like is that the dollar is going to be subverted by gold as the reserve currency, at least temporarily. And this man's going to be responsible for making America legitimately a third world country, because once we legitimately lose that reserve currency status, that's one of America. I mean, fuck the military. Okay. It's about the dollar. The dollar is the number one thing that cements America as the, number one superpower in the world. And if we lose that, I mean, it's all over. Yeah. I mean, gold is way up. Gold is up, what, 78%, or was that silver? I got something here to show you here. 1 second. Yeah. So here's gold up 70%. Let me show you here. So gold's up 70% over the year. And the reason why this is happening is because people are losing faith in the dollar. And it's, and we're going to see like what we saw earlier in the year, last year. We're going to see Japan, maybe China, maybe even the UK really being put in a rock and a hard place and having no choice but to dump their bonds, dump their treasuries. And this is the thing. This is the thing that will destroy America's, the soft power thing is embarrassing, but we could always get that back because we have the dollar. We could always get that back. The soft power that we're losing to China. We can get that back with trade deals and things like that. Sure, it would take time to reverse it. But if we lose the reserve currency, nothing less than another world war could get it back. And China has been working like crazy to make this happen. They understand where the real power in America resides. They've been working like crazy to make this happen. Now, preferably they would like the yuan or a basket of currencies with the yuan in it to replace the dollar, but they're happy to deal with gold and then, switch it, as long as it's not America. That's a massive, and let me tell you, the cards will start falling if this reality starts to be cemented in place, and we will see Taiwan getting invaded. Okay, because one of the big advantages that America has over other countries is that we can just quantitative ease our way out of a situation. We can just inflate the currency, right? No matter how devalued we make it, there's always more countries that want to invest in it. And if we lose that, we lose so much. It's really hard to even quantify how much we lose if that's what's happening. And then here's this jackass right here. We're going to fix everything with Bitcoin. We're going to fix it. It is a laughable fucking joke. If you know anything about Bitcoin, you should know that it's like 10 billionaires that own a good majority of Bitcoin, and they're really just waiting for an opportunity to dump it. It's not a replacement for the dollar. He talks about how it's so great because it's deregulated. Anyway, let's listen to what he's got to say.
Who knows? Maybe we'll pay off our $35 trillion, hand him a little crypto check, right? We'll hand him a little Bitcoin.
Fantasy.
And wipe out our $35 trillion.
But how do you want it?
$35 trillion in Bitcoin. It just doesn't. It's fantasy. Fantasy. It's like you're talking to a 12-year-old who watched a couple YouTube videos on currency and Bitcoin.
To be more prominent in America, how will that work?
Oh, it's going to work easily. It's already prominent. It's moving along.
Work easily.
It's very loosely regulated. That's one.
Every time this idiot says easily, okay, we should be very, very, very scared.
One of the reasons it's moving along, but it is a different form of a currency, and it's going to end up benefiting the country. But if we shut it down, like, Biden's trying to shut it down,
and he wasn't trying to shut it down. He was trying to moderately regulate it.
He doesn't have the intellect to shut it down. Can you imagine this guy's telling you to shut something down like that? He has no idea what the hell it is. But if
massive projection.
We don't embrace it.
I think this is an older video, by the way.
it's going to be embraced by other people. You know, it's a massive thing already.
Not true.
Did you read where it's bigger?
I'm pretty sure other countries are heavily regulating it and not allowing the risk to grow. You know, he's talking about how it's given us a massive advantage. It's a massive money sink.
Than any company in the world already. I mean, if you look at the market, it's bigger than many countries. It's a very big thing. If we're not going to be the leader, we have the people that are the leaders.
California's economy is bigger than most countries. That doesn't mean we should shift to a California-centric economy. It's like a juvenile. It's like a toddler's understanding of money.
I know some of them. They're very smart.
Yeah,
and
they're so
if we
smart.
don't embrace it,
Yeah.
other countries are going to embrace it. Other countries will anyway. But we can be the leader, and we might as well be the leader.
It's another investment vehicle. It's another thing to flip. It's another high risk, financial toy. It is absolutely something that shouldn't replace the fucking dollar. And look, if he really cared about America, this guy over here hawking gold, yeah, that's the right thing to do. He's doing a gold commercial. Yep. I don't know what I was going to say there, but whatever. You get my point. We're seeing, this headline came across. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman just publicly admitted that AI agents are becoming a problem. So we're seeing now, some pulling back. Hey, it's gonna change the world, and hey, maybe for the worse. Maybe everyone's gonna be fucked up. I might ruin the world, but we're gonna make a lot of money. And now we're pulling back because we're not. It seems like we're getting to that Moore's law kind of situation with AI. Like it's really, really good at certain things. AI, it's really great at giving you a summary of a long meeting. Hey, this guy talked about this guy talked about that. Oh, hey, let me whip up a PowerPoint presentation of all this data in here. But just a few weeks ago, someone asked OpenAI how many R's are in garlic, and it's like there's no R's in garlic. The company, Salesforce is now coming out publicly and saying it might have been a mistake to one-to-one replace employees with these AI agents. They're not ready to replace employees. They don't have the ability to learn. It's looking like this the only way for this. It's interesting, right? Because I saw someone say if the predictions are true, we all lose our jobs because AI is going to replace everybody with general intelligence. Or if the predictions are false, we all lose our jobs because it's going to tank the economy, because now the entire economy is upheld by 5 companies blowing each other, giving each other money. And eventually one of these companies is going to be the first domino that gets out of it. This is also Times of India, so, grain of salt here. What I'm trying to say is that, LLMs are going to be, they're not going away. But without general intelligence truly being discovered, LLMs are just going to be another part of the corporate workflow. And obviously you're going to need to know how to use them, but they're not going to replace human ingenuity anytime soon. Maybe ever. If LLMs stay, even if they improve and improve and improve, they might never truly replace one-to-one, Sally from HR or Steve from IT. And that's what's being sold. And that's what these guys are trying to say. We can fire everybody and just you could be the only human is the CEO running the company. Ironically, what LLMs are best at is the kind of shit that these Sam Altmans do. These executives. That's the best use case for an LLM. Don't replace the workforce, replace the fucking bosses. Because really, what does a boss do? Takes in the data, makes a decision about what direction we should go in, that has the least amount of risk and the most amount of reward. That's the perfect kind of shit that LLMs are capable of doing. Taking in a gob of data, right? All these different angles, and then spitting out something that resembles, right? The best direction looks like it might be this. So it'd be kind of funny to see co-ops and other kind of employee-run organizations, get rid of their CEOs with LLMs. Lamumu's the current fad. That's clever. So the fascistic, it's like you don't even, like, I want to avoid saying Orwell because it's like a cracked version of Orwell, Cracked magazine. You know what I mean? It's like incompetent Big Brother. It's like if Big Brother was a narcissistic pill junkie. This is what he'd be doing, It has none of the competence of the Nazi Party, and that says something because they were wildly incompetent. But it's like it's almost insulting to the fucking Nazis to say this is like Big Brother 2.0, fascism 2.0, because it's so sloppy, it's so ham-fisted. But this is perfectly in line. And what am I talking about? Well, now the Trump administration is saying, to Head Start organizations, which are supposed to be the federal, I believe it's a federal program to help schools and organizations with disabled people, with early learning programs, things like that. Well, now they're trying to say if you don't stop using words like women and diversity. If you don't stop using those words, we're going to cut off funding. And it's like even the Nazis weren't like, we're going to, no more women don't exist. It's like, it's just, you shake your head, man. You just shake your head. So here's MS Now, abandon MS Now. With a report on this, because it really is black. You can't say black. It really is it's just embarrassing. It's because you're basically saying only white Christian MAGA exists, and you're trying to do it in the most ham-fisted way. Like, what are you going to do? Sue these organizations, and you're going to cut off funding because someone in an email said black people exist?
According to a new court filing, the Trump administration sent pre-K programs a 6-page list of words that they are forbidden from using when describing themselves, or else they will lose public funding. Among the hundreds of apparently dangerous banned words, race, accessible, disability, Gulf of Mexico, minority, trauma, tribal, belong.
Trauma. If there's just more and more evidence piling up that the Republican Party, the Republican conservative movement, is pro-rape. They want to be able to rape children and men and women, and they want to literally say, oh, it's, you shouldn't have been wearing that diaper. That toddler shouldn't have been wearing that diaper. The trauma doesn't exist. You got to just buck up. If you didn't want to be raped, then you shouldn't have been watching Miss Rachel.
And women.
We see in Head Start in particular where the banned words include some of Head Start's core constituencies like tribal, Native American, Black, Latinx, disabilities. And it's trying to erase these communities from the program, even though they're some of the very families that Congress designed the program for. I mean, how can you teach kids with disabilities if you can't acknowledge?
PewDiePie did a video on self-hosted AI models. He made a console that votes on the best response to a prompt. I hate that son of a bitch so much.
Knowledge that kids with disabilities exist. It sounds nonsensical because it is, but that's why I think it's important to consider the larger agenda of these DEI bans, not just within Head Start, but all across the federal government.
Right. So that was a video by ACLU on tick tick, taki tick, ticky tacky. We're gonna buy ticky tacky. This guy, he's just looking at a picture of Mar-a-Lago. I love it. He'll do this for hours. He'll do this. Remember when he did this with a hurricane? Like 3 hours.
just watching a hurricane camera waiting for another, but you know what? I love them for it. Someone's got to do it. So yeah, I meant to have this queued up with the other Ukraine stuff, but we've heard it. We've heard this already. Yeah, there's female eunuchs right there from. That's from the Apple commercial that was parroting 1984, I believe. So long American exceptionalism. For the first time, investors are talking about U.S. risk. Like, it's really happening. The economic situation, like Trump might do irreversible damage. And it's hard for Americans to fathom. Most Americans don't even know, because most Americans, they don't really live in other countries. They don't really know what the dollar does for you. And let me tell you, living in Canada, coming from America, living in Canada, losing that, no longer earning the dollar, no longer spending the dollar, your whole economic situation changes. Okay? And it is going to be riots in the streets. Okay? It is going to be bank runs and food lines and mass unemployment and millions of companies going out of business. It's going to be way, way worse than Brexit could ever have been. People just really have no fucking idea. And I love this picture right here. Disgusting, money-hungry, avarice-filled right-winger, right? Feeling the Trump bump. Trump 2024. That one was from Financial Times. I won't embarrass myself. If you want the article, I'll give it to you. So GOP is a mess. MAGA insider exposes internal tensions in Trump base as Dems will win the next 2 cycles. Yeah, if democracy exists. When's the last time you've heard of a fascist dictatorship getting voted out of power? Didn't happen in South Korea. Didn't happen in Syria. What did it take? It didn't happen in Brazil, right? Well, maybe actually it might have happened in Brazil. But this idea that we're going to vote ourselves out of this fascist dictatorship, oh, well, once Trump is gone, then yeah, I know. J.D. Vance is going to go balls to the wall. He is not going to stop. Oh, well, he's not popular. Does that matter? There he is. Does that actually matter? That he's not is Xi Jinping popular? Is Putin popular? Now, Bolsonaro wasn't very popular. He had his sycophants. He had his cult of personality, obviously. And the legal institutions that existed in Brazil, he wasn't able to destroy all of them in time. But Trump is he's basically done. He's basically done. Supreme Court, there's only a couple things the Supreme Court disagrees with him. They basically have said, Donald Trump, you're a dictator. The Congress, the Republican Congress, has said, ceded all power. The marshals, the Justice Department, police are all MAGA. The military has been MAGAfied. Anybody that had any kind of conscience was fired. That's the number one outside of making sure that Putin is allowed to propagandize in America, right? That was Pete Hegseth's number one priority when he was put in charge of the War Department. And of course, we have Dominion voting machines owned by a right-wing right-wing extremist who is absolutely, what do you think? They're just going to sit on this? Oh, I guess we could have stole the election, but I just have a conscience. I'm not going to do it. It's a joke. It's a joke. The only way a legitimate election is going to happen is if people get in the fucking streets. And then these fools see that there's going to be massive ramifications, maybe not for Trump, but for everyone beneath him. And if they think, we already saw this. We already saw them attempt it with the fake elector scandal that Donald Trump let everyone off on. Literally forging documents. And like doing it in a really sloppy way. Have you seen these forged elector scandal documents? See if I can bring them up.
like doing a really, really fucking sloppy job of it, like a Word document, right? Because there's like these, yeah. So here we go. Back when it was
Now,
MSNBC.
I picked these 5 states.
So, you know, you have the legitimate documents, right? And then you have the ones that were just like typed up by an intern. And they're like, oh, Donald Trump president. Okay, this is the one. We all sign it. So they've literally already shown the ability to do this when there was supposedly the maximum amount of consequences available to them. So now that there's a reduced amount of consequences, we're supposed to believe that they're going to let the election go through. We are the consequence. We have to get out there. It's our only goddamn choice.
To show you what the real electoral vote ascertainment documents look like. I picked these 5. Because thanks to the watchdog group American Oversight,
yeah, no,
we now know.
That's a great point. And, you know, I had way more faith in the military. And the silence that they're showing, nobody's retiring. We're seeing these troops marching around Washington, D.C., picking up trash, happily becoming tools of a fascist dictatorship. Silence. Now, it hasn't gotten real yet, to be fair, and maybe this institution is just placating this toddler instead of, you know, making it all serious. They're like, well, he's an unserious person, so we're not going to treat it seriously. But they're getting right up to the goddamn brim. They're getting right up to the edge there of being tools for a fascist dictatorship. And Pete Hegseth has shown he's eager to use the troops against American civilians. And we don't think that's what's going to happen. They're going to put U.S. troops at the polling places. U.S. troop, you know, we're looking at an assault against mail-in ballots, talking about cutting off the vote at 12 o'clock, talking about cutting off, you know, if you got the post date, if the post date was before the election. No, we can't have that. Those votes are those voters are disenfranchised. If you put your mail-in ballot in the mail before the election and it's post dated before the election, but the election happens and they slow down the mail and they don't get to open it at a certain time. Oh, it doesn't count for you. Every trick in the book. People are going to get out in the streets at that point, and who's going to be there to greet them? The U.S. fucking military.
That in all 5 of these states, Republicans also prepared forged fake documents that were sent to the government, proclaiming that actually these other electors were the real electors from these states. And they were casting the state's electoral college votes not for Biden, but for Trump. Just watch this. Tell me if you notice something as I show you these. So this is the documents from Georgia.
Look at that.
In Georgia, that's the real electoral vote document on the left.
On the left.
That's the forgery that was created by...
Look at that. Look at this shit. Look at this shit, dude. Typed up by a fucking intern. College student could have whipped this together. Oh, that's a legitimate one. Right out of North Korea. Right out of fucking China.
Republicans on the right. Now let's do Nevada. In Nevada, that's the real...
I mean, look at this. Yeah, well, yeah, Donald Trump won. Yeah, well, okay. You done with that? I got my 16-year-old nephew to whip it up on something called Microsoft Word. It's some kind of program. He's hacking the matrix.
The one on the left, and that's the fake one on the right. Here also is Wisconsin, where we reported on their forgery last month. That's the real one on the left and the fake one on the right. Here's Michigan, where we reported their forgery last night. It's the real one on the left and the forgery on the right. And lastly, here's Arizona, the real electoral vote document on the left and the fake one on the right. Wasn't one state.
No. So they've already shown an appetite when supposedly, because this is before these institutions have been subverted. So now that these institutions have been Project 2025 and these institutions have been subverted, why wouldn't they try it again? When a pardon is all but guaranteed from daddy dictator Trump. It's just like, it's really driving me bananas because we have so many people sleeping, waiting for the election, and they're not going to take it seriously until the midterms are stolen. And there's a very real chance that that's too late. Oh yeah, Rachel Maddow will get out in front of oh, this is stolen. It was clearly stolen. It's clearly stolen. Oh, conspiracy. Oh, we won. We can't wait for the election. We can't wait for the election. We have to get out there right fucking now. So that these subordinates see he's still doing it. I love this guy. We have to show that there's consequences to these, because they're going to try. They're going to try. People don't even know how serious it is. So apparently, and this is okay. So on to the next story here. State Department in free fall. Laugh along with me, right? Walls are closing in. But State Department in free fall as staffers fear getting punished for warning Trump is breaking the law. So these people are literally doing their job, and they're trying to say, this is against the law, this is against the law, and now they're self-censoring and just, not reporting this stuff. Yeah, no, SCOTUS, the only thing SCOTUS isn't in the bag for is the economic stuff. Everything else they're totally cool with, including stealing the election. But yeah, so this institution here, the State Department, is now self-censoring itself for fear of being magged, right, by Donald Trump. If they actually do their job and warn the Trump administration that what you're doing is blatantly illegal. And of course, the message from the Trump administration is just do illegal shit, just do what we say. The rule of law no longer exists. It's the rule of Trump. Don't you know that? Get with the program. If not, we're going to ruin your career. Maybe we'll, sue you for $1 million. National, how deeply embedded the income inequality is. Yeah, I mean, a good portion of the reason why we see, so many enthusiastic ICE agents is because, and like they're black and brown ICE agents, is because you get $100,000 a year. You get a $50,000 fucking sign up, and that's like life-changing money. But this is a pattern that's been repeated in a ton of fascist dictatorships. Even in Tropico, the video game, you can implement a police state, but if you don't pay the people that are doing the police state well, then you have problems. But if you want a happy and aggressive police state, you just give them more money than you would a doctor. And then all of a sudden you got a bunch of eager idiots who are willing to get spit in the face every single day, to be hated by their friends and family. Yeah, but it's, well, I got mine. I'm getting my bag, as they say in South Park. Yeah, simply bribe for survival. The system is so fucked. Yeah. I'll just give you a little bit of this. Current and former lawyers at the U.S. Department State's Office of the Legal Advisor are expressing unprecedented hesitation to provide candid legal guidance, fearing professional repercussions if their advice conflicts with the Trump administration's aggressive foreign policy agenda. This is intentional. Project 2025 is aware of this. Trump is aware of this. They know they're committing illegal acts, and just like any dictatorship, it's like, well, we just change the rules. We just make it legal, and if we haven't made it legal, we soon will. So get with the program. Multiple former Department of State Office of the Legal Advisor employees described a culture of self-censorship and staff exodus, raising alarms about the erosion of the independent legal counsel and shaping international actions. And where's the whistleblowers? Just like with the military. Where the hell are the whistleblowers? Where are the people? They're quietly retiring. You fucking cowards. You anti-American fucking cowards. How come you're not retiring, then getting in front of a camera and saying you wouldn't believe? I mean, there's a couple, right? Oh, you wouldn't believe the shit that they're asking me to do. Blatant illegality. They're not just quietly quitting or just self-censoring. This is how fascists win. This is the weakness of a democratic institution, right? And this is why when Barack Obama and other democratic neoliberals went after whistleblowers instead of praising whistleblowers, this is the repercussions of that, because they're like, no one's going to have our back. I'm going to be fucking Edward Snowden. And yes, I'm aware of the connections with him in Russia. But you know what I'm talking about. There's no, it's lose-lose if you're a whistleblower. There's no protections. There wasn't protections for whistleblowers during Democratic presidencies. Why would there be ones now during a fascist dictatorship? So if we don't praise, we don't, elevate whistleblowers, why would people whistleblow? The concerns detailed at a Saturday HuffPost report based on interviews with several ex-officials center on a severe and unusual fear of being punished for doing their jobs. Lawyers reportedly worry that flagging potential violations of domestic and international law could result in being sidelined, demoted, or pushed out entirely. And there's no benefit to speaking the truth. You lose your career. You get, you get turned into those women, those two poor black women who dared speak up against the election fraud, right? You got Rudolph Giuliani saying you're passing around USB drives like crack vials, death threats every single day from toothless fucking morons who just praise Trump no matter what. You get no protection. And you never have, right? Barack Obama was gonna, do everything he didn't help Chelsea Manning. He didn't help Snowden. The revelations fit broader patterns in Trump's second term, rapid staff turnover, loyalty tests for appointees, and public clashes with career officials perceived as disloyal. Similar concerns have surfaced at the Justice Department over Epstein file handling and at Defense over military policy. They know what they're doing. And it was like literally outlined in Project 2025. It was literally outlined in that fucking rancid ass document. By the way, I think they're up to 50% of the goals of Project 2025 completed. Last time I checked, it was like right below 50%. A relatively small office of career experts, the staff loses, and caution could have lasting effects, depleting institutional knowledge at a time of global volatility. It's really happening, folks. I'm sorry for the TYT video. Man, they are blowing Tucker Carlson hard over there at TYT. It's a joke. It is a joke. Got Cenk Uygur talking about how he likes and is going to miss Marjorie Taylor Greene. Not a single mention of Marjorie Taylor Greene calling immigrants monsters 2 weeks ago. Got Anna Kasparian saying she likes Tucker Carlson. Not a single mention of Tucker Carlson's support of the Great Replacement Theory or his open and proud support of Russian propaganda. Like we thought the penis from LBC was bad. Tucker Carlson takes it to a whole other level. Not a fucking peep on TYT. And I won't stop saying it until I see the fucking mea culpa from these people at TYT, Anna Kasparian and Cenk Uygur. You got Jordan over here, the fella, the B team fella that like cues up Cenk Uygur sometimes, finally coming out and confronting Cenk Uygur about Tucker Carlson. They get into a shouting match. And look, props to Cenk Uygur for not firing him. I haven't seen him on air recently, but that's probably because of the holiday break. But it's really bad at TYT. Watch this. Watch this. Every time I go to the TYT channel, it's more Tucker Carlson glazing. Not a single mention of the fact that he is a proud Russian propaganda. I mean, it's so bad. It's so bad. And you're not going to hear this on TYT. It's so bad. Tucker Carlson was interviewed by, was it Piers Morgan or something? Literally trying to make the argument that the United States, or what was it? That Hitler wouldn't have proceeded with the invasion of several other countries had some other countries not, basically trying to say, trying to make the anti-NATO argument, but for World War II in defense of Russia, trying to say that World War II wouldn't have been as bad had we not resisted Hitler. Like, well, we don't know. We don't know if Hitler would have invaded further if we just appeased him. I think it was with Piers Morgan. Not a fucking peep.
Let's see what we got. I'm just looking for the Tucker Carlson stuff. Well, this is probably related to Tucker Carlson, this Ben Shapiro thing. All right. Okay. Yeah, it's so confusing to watch them though. Because they make some great points, you know? But home of the progressives? No, man. You got to talk about Tucker Carlson. You got to talk about the truth about Tucker Carlson. Oh, we're cancel culture. We're against cancel culture. Anyway, at least I don't see the Tucker Carlson thumbnails. But just 2 or 3 weeks ago, Anna Kasparian saying, "I like Tucker Carlson." Yeah, so Jordan, okay, 5 days ago, Jordan was doing a video with Cenk Uygur. So, I mean, props to Cenk Uygur, because, I mean, you don't see that too often. You know, a subordinate, someone lower, you know, arguing with the main host of the network and keeping their job. Yeah, the Ben Shapiro shit is like defending Tucker Carlson's pushback against Ben Shapiro. White men getting shunned. Okay. Right. A lot of Epstein stuff. Here's the last Tucker thumbnail. Yeah, I mean, and Tucker Carlson defends Muslims. No mention whatsoever that Tucker Carlson, out of the blue, all of a sudden loves the people in Gaza. No mention of the shit that he pulled during the Iraq-Afghanistan war, the incredible anti-Muslim racism, and no mention of why did he come to this epiphany all of a sudden, Tucker Carlson, about the people of Gaza. Why? Because it benefits Russia to push back against push back against Israel, right? There's a battle in the right wing right now. You either support Israel or not. And there's no mention of that. We're just taking it at face value. Is this the one where they get into a fight? This might be the one where they actually get into a fight. Let's see here. Let's see here. Yeah, no, this is the one where they get into a fucking big fight. Let's see if I can get the clip. Yeah. Because it's pretty informative. No, not Jordan Kepler. I don't know the guy's last name. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you got lost. Yeah. It got pretty fucking intense. It did. And it really was a long time coming. It really was a long time coming here. One of my predictions, one of my like feelings is that we don't see J.R. Jackson anymore. He's got his own thing now within the TYT network. And I think it was I think it was J.R. Jackson who was really pushing back against Cenk on a lot of this stuff. And he, instead of firing him, he kind of gave him his own thing. I mean, unfortunately, JR, you know, the views aren't great, but he does a great job covering this stuff. But yeah, let me show you some of this.
You've been freaking amazing on this issue. You've been one of the best people in the country on this issue, and I love you for it. Okay, but I'm not asking you to be naive and go, oh, I just trust Trump on everything now. I'm asking you to be political and strategic and your normal, incredibly smart self.
Right. So we're just being strategic. Siding with obvious, overt propagandists is just being strategic. I mean, because like I remember this guy talking about how the both sides thing, you know, how like Kamala is losing, like everyone reaching across the aisle is a failed strategy, but now it's not, and we're supposed to ignore the funding coming from certain right-wing elements going over to TYT. You know, now we're pushing the reach across the aisle. We got to work with Marjorie Taylor Greene and work with the Tucker Carlsons. And I've said this before, I'll say it again. Tucker Carlson laughs at Cenk Uygur behind the scenes. I know it. I know exactly the kind of guy Tucker Carlson is. He thinks he doesn't consider this bridging the divide. He considers this capitulation. He considers it a victory.
when characters like Cenk Uygur are like, oh, we should hear him out. We should hear him out.
And go when the right wing comes to our side.
See what I'm saying? It's like they're not coming to our side. They're manipulating us. It's not a victory. It's a capitulation. The only thing they understand is defeat. He's not talking from the perspective of we need to defeat the right wing. He's talking about we need to work with these people. And they don't want to work with us. They want to destroy us.
Going to their side. When they come to our side, whether it's Tucker Carlson or goddamn it, Joe Rogan, when they're all coming.
Right? We got Joe Rogan talking about how Nick Fuentes could be the next president. Him and Shane Gillis yucking it up. They don't want to work with us, Cenk. They want to defeat us.
To our side, don't tell them, I don't want you. You're an anti-Semite. You're a white nationalist. I don't want you.
Tucker Carlson is a great replacement white nationalist. And we're not allowed to say that? It's not strategic? You know, it's like he's not talking about defeating them. And that's a major strategic blunder on his part. And we're supposed to ignore the funding that's coming from these right-wing sources as well. That, you know, and like we're seeing, you know, him make this pivot, because it is a pivot away from what was like we need to defeat these people. These are fascistic elements, and now he doesn't even use the word fascist. It's a victory for the right, and they don't consider it bridging the divide. They consider it a defeat of what was once a prominent progressive network.
And I don't believe you. Take yes for an answer. For God's sake, for the Palestinians' sake, Jordan. You've been amazing on this. Please take yes for an answer.
I'm not a big fan of the Vanguard guys. I think they're a bunch of fucking, I don't know, drama queens. But at the same time, you know, we got to have guys like the Vanguard, but it's not for me.
To me. But let's take a look at this clip from last night on the Young Turks. Give it an old walkthrough. Let's review it.
Do you see that encouraging him to do the right thing, especially encouraging the right wing?
It's like there's like no analysis of, so he's saying the right things, but we're supposed to ignore the motivations behind what he's saying. Tucker Carlson, one of the you know most prominent nihilists in American politics. This guy who will fucking shift on a dime depending on where the money's coming from. There it is, you know it. And Cenk Uygur's like, we just turn your brain off, reach across the aisle, take a win where you can get it. Wow, we're not defeating these people then, huh? We're stuck with them forever, and it's a kind of capitulation.
To push him to do the right thing might be the right strategy.
No, it's absolutely not the right strategy.
It isn't.
I don't have faith in them doing that. Like you just laid out, all of the opposition to this plane is rooted in Islamophobia. Much of it, to be fair. Why would they suddenly take a different tact here? I think what we have seen, especially from the right on foreign policy, going back to the Gulf days, if you want to be accurate. But
sorry, the volume's totally bananas here. My bad. 1 second.
Largely from the war on terror on, it is a jingoistic foreign policy, and that's going to extend to Palestinians as well. So I just am not holding my breath. I mean, sure, I guess I'll encourage you, do the right thing, but like, I feel like it's falling on deaf ears.
But Jordan, how can you say it's falling on deaf ears? Joe Rogan's talking about it. Like, I'm not just talking about Candace.
And also, guys, to kind of steel man Jordan's point really quickly, when reporters went up to Josh Hawley and asked him, hey, do you oppose this? Because he kind of like hinted at being opposed to Donald Trump taking this jet. And they were like, hey, should Donald Trump not have taken this jet? And he's like, why would we take this jet from people who are funding ISIS, who are killing our boys overseas? And that was his response. He was right. And he wouldn't even say that Donald Trump shouldn't take it. He was like, if I'm Donald Trump, I'm overwhelmed by the fact that everybody wants to be our friend again because, you know, Joe Biden was such a national disgrace and he's out of here. But, you know, I think you play your cards close to the chest and say thanks, but no thanks. Yep. Those people sound like our allies, Gavin.
So is Tucker Carlson and the far right. Rogan, Theo Vaughn, endlessly.
Like Tucker Carlson is a straight up anti-Semite. The reason he's taking that position is because he's an anti-Semite. He is a white nationalist.
Like, that's why Jordan, I'm being serious. Hold on.
Who cares? Who cares? We're not trying to defeat the anti-Semites. Now we're trying to work with them. Didn't we learn this lesson? It's like Sartre, the famous quote from Sartre about anti-Semitism, about anti-Semites, right? We're just going to ignore that. It's who cares? I understand Cenk is very passionate on the Gaza issue, but it's not working. It's not working. Tucker doesn't support Gaza and the Palestinians because he cares about Arab people. It's a strategic decision because there's a power, struggle happening within the Republican Party, and there's influence from Russia as well to divide and conquer the current ruling party in America. And China and Russia see, supporting, Palestine as an opportunity to help weaken the United States and the UK. And Cenk is not stupid. He has to know these things. He has to know these things. So that makes me then go, it's what's the motivation here? Is it the ching? Is it because I think Cenk was, there was some money issues and some right-wing elements came in, bailed him out. And he wants to keep his network. He wants to keep TYT where it is. And I think he's capitulated.
If he's an anti-Semite and that's our speculation.
It's not speculation. It really, really isn't. He literally just a few weeks ago did that TPUSA speech, repeating Great Replacement talking points. He did, on his goofy his own little show where he's in some wooden cabin in the woods somewhere, repeating anti-Semitic tropes. It's not an assumption. It's a stone cold fact, man. Softball interview with Nick Fuentes. They tried to say it wasn't because Tucker Carlson spit out some word salad about him being a Christian. I mean, god damn. I don't think Cenk Uygur is this stupid. It's a strategic thing.
Okay, that's terrible. And I'm going to deal with that later. But are you trying to discourage him from
I'm not trying to discourage him. I'm not saying.
I like how Cenk's offended at the accusation that Tucker's an anti-Semite.
He is.
Right. But I mean, he doesn't deny it though. He just says, who cares? He actually doesn't deny it. And it's it's
fucking
yeah,
gross.
I actually would tell Tucker Carlson and anyone who's anti-Semitic to shut the fuck up about Palestine because it gives the whole movement a bad name and it gives a lot of ammo to Zionist pieces of shit and to defenders of Israel who just want to smear the whole Palestinian movement as anti-Semitic.
No, exactly. And it's going to, when the eventual 180 that we're going to see from Tucker Carlson is going to be all the more embarrassing for our movement if we follow along with Cenk Uygur's strategy.
Yeah, no, I don't want to hear from people like Tucker Carlson or fucking Nick Fuentes. I don't really care if Nick Fuentes happens to have the right opinion on Israel because it's coming from a deeply bigoted and disgusting place. And no, I don't want to be associated with that in any way. I don't want to achieve liberation by spreading more bigotry and by further.
It's not going to give us liberation. Cenk Uygur's well, it might lead to peace in the Middle East. It's not going to do that. It's a strategic decision. Tucker Carlson will be one of the first in line to be buying property in the Gaza Strip.
Pressing a whole other section of people, that's crazy. We just reacted the other day to a clip of Jillian Michaels and Russell Brand and Dave Rubin talking about Dave Rubin going to speak at an event at a country club that Tucker Carlson hangs out in and Tucker Carlson's neighborhood. And he said that it was so racist and so white and that all of the black people were servants and all of the white people were the rich people. And it was just this kind of simulation of what it would have been 100 years ago for all of these fuckers if they'd been railroad barons or plantation owners or anything like that. You know what I mean? And it was so racist and so obvious that Dave Rubin was damn, I'm uncomfortable in here. Ha 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 ha, joke is funny, guys. But I don't, that is the guy that we're talking about right here. It shouldn't even be up for discussion. It shouldn't even be up for debate. We shouldn't even be continuing the conversation or pausing it at all. Yeah.
Now that's a little weak, right? Guilt by association. You know, we're taking Dave Rubin's opinion, you know, a little too seriously, right? So that, but it's a small factoid that buttresses the big factoid that Tucker Carlson is like a slimy chameleon, and has been his entire career. But now all of a sudden, because he's a broken clock and he's saying he's strategically making this decision to support Palestine for now and just take the win, it shows a intentional naivete from Cenk Uygur. And I'll put money on it that eventually we will see a mea culpa from Cenk Uygur, who's so passionate about this strategy, but we will see a mea culpa from him if he wants to continue to consider himself a progressive. Welcome back, Seneca, by the way.
He is a white nationalist evangelical Christian, period.
Saying he's going to be an effective messenger to persuade Trump.
Of course he is. Who would be an effective messenger?
How?
A Democrat? That doesn't make any sense, Jordan.
Not.
No, the effective message is defeating your enemies. That's the effective message.
Of course, Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene are much more likely to persuade Donald Trump than we are.
Marjorie Taylor Greene is more likely to persuade Donald Trump. He hates her fucking guts because she had the audacity to say a few true things. So that's the strategy we're going for. It's so lopsided. This actually gets a lot better too. Jordan literally, yells at him.
Most obvious thing in the world?
No, I'm not saying any of us are going to. He's going to listen to the most powerful in the world. He's going to listen to the military-industrial complex. That is who will reign supreme here. And if Israel wants weapons and they want to continue that cash flow, they're going to have more influence than podcaster Tucker Carlson. It boils down to money. The only reason he's saying that is because he is a white nationalist. You look at his comments on people in the Middle East going back to the 2000s. He sees them as subhuman.
He does.
There are many comments that he made on that shock jock show.
Who cares?
Jordan, let me. No. I'm really mad about
this.
Hold on.
I want to lift him up. There are plenty.
No. Stop with that nonsense, Jordan. Hold on. Listen.
How is it nonsense?
Okay, here's why. Because the people who are saying that, yes, including you're being intensely selfish. Let me explain. So Tucker Carlson said we shouldn't go into Iraq after he originally was in favor of it. But after the war
this is some insane gaslighting
started, he said, we shouldn't be there. And I don't want to deal with these monkeys. Now he's talking about Muslims. That's my people, okay? So am I in favor of that? No, absolutely not. So I could choose to do one of two things. If we were back in that time, I could either encourage the Tucker Carlson wing of the party to get out of Iraq, which would have saved hundreds of thousands of lives. Or I could say, I am morally pure. And he was Islamophobic. I banish him and I cancel.
How about voting George Bush out of office? That would have been a fucking step. And then who gives a shit what Tucker Carlson has
we got to
say?
Defeat these people.
Yeah, like what are you, God? Like you get to decide what the outcome of things are? Like
we got to
whether
defeat these people.
The posture you fucking take on
not
racist white people is not going to change a
take
goddamn
a victory
thing.
Where we can.
Other than the fact that it softens their reputation for no fucking reason. You're just doing that for free. For no reason.
It's not like a kissing of Trump's ass per se, but it's just like it's either intentional or just a whiff, but it's like a completely wrong strategic assessment of how to deal with these anti-Semitic great replacement nihilists like Tucker Carlson. It's just it's a whiff. It's a total whiff. They only understand power. They will only understand being defeated. This idea that they're going to take, Cenk was nice to us and certain elements of the left, didn't try to cancel us. So let's consider their wishes when we're in power. That's not the case, man. If Donald Trump nukes TYT from high orbit and uses his influence on Google and YouTube to destroy the TYT network, Tucker Carlson isn't even gonna do a single fucking thing about it. He's not gonna get in front of the camera and say this is
This is a dark day for journalism, et cetera, et cetera. Maybe he won't gloat, but he's not going to come to the defense of Cenk Uygur and TYT and progressive elements.
Again, it's not going to change anything. You don't control the levers of power or anything even remotely close to that.
Cancel him. And it's better that I cancel him because of my feelings than we save
cancel.
hundreds of thousands of lives in Iraq.
Cancel. So calling anti-Semitics and those who repeat the Great Replacement nonsense, calling them out, pointing out the context of who they were before this moment is canceling them.
That's
What are you, the general of the army? What are you, the fucking general of the army? I don't think you sitting down for a beer with Tucker Carlson back in like 2005 or 2004 or what. I don't think that would have saved any Iraqis. Like, can you believe this, Zach? He really wants us to believe that. Oh, but if we were, back in the Iraq war, I wouldn't debate Tucker. I'd get a beer with him and convince him that Muslims are normal people. They're not monkeys. The only way to do that is by prove it to them. It's like, no, that's actually not true. It's not incumbent on like people of color to go sit down with racist fucking white people and Klansmen to change their mind and prove, oh, see, I'm not so bad. I'm not no monkey. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like Cenk's warped version of the 9/11 fantasy of Mark Wahlberg about if only I'd been on the plane. It's like, guys, trust me. If they just had me, if they'd only booked.
See, I mean, these Vanguard guys are kind of missing it as well.
To me on Crossfire, I wouldn't be surprised if deep down Cenk tried to get booked on Crossfire in like 2002 and they didn't have him on there and he still.
See, this is where they lose me, and we're gonna skip their massive diatribe right in the middle here and get to the part where Jordan starts screaming.
Day thinks that if he just had 15 minutes in the same room as Tucker Carlson, he would have made him anti-war then. He would have made him anti-war then. If they would have just let me on Crossfire, then we wouldn't have even.
And it drives me crazy because I've been a TYT watcher for quite some time, and I remember this guy railing and railing and railing against the Democratic strategy of reaching across the aisle, and that's what this is. This is this is his version of reaching across the aisle. Except we're not even dealing with like GOP idiots like Mitch McConnell. We're talking about real toxic, anti-human, nihilistic freaks. And and that's where we're supposed to take our victories where we can with these people that want our complete annihilation.
Harry would have been elected in a landslide. The people would have known the truth. Like,
right.
Yeah, okay. I don't know what his intentions are, and I don't give a goddamn what his intentions are.
You don't care what his intentions are. You don't care what Tucker Carlson's intention. You don't care that he's spreading Russian propaganda, that he hates America. That doesn't matter.
You've got to get the right wing. I'm not saying that it's going to be easy, Jordan. I'm not saying I'm not naive. It's not like I don't know. I've been railing against the power of the Israeli lobby and the military-industrial complex. But if we just go, oh, no, I don't want any allies. I don't want allies.
There's lots of allies on the left. We need to be talking about unifying the left. We need to be finding more people on the left that want to push back on this. It's like I understand that Tucker Carlson gets a lot of views sometimes, but that, a lot of those views are artificially inflated. And it's like he's treating it like Tucker Carlson's the only game in town. And like, no, it's not just Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson. You know what I mean?
From the people who are in charge now.
Oh my God.
How could you not see that?
I remember like 2 years ago.
All right, so we're gonna skip
when it came to the Marjorie Taylor or something, who's trying to whatever the fuck, right? Like, it's crazy.
Yeah,
we got Jay from Jay and Silent Bob over here.
Shut your mouth and know your role, you jabroni.
Maniacal and intensely selfish.
Because they're not our allies. When have they ever shown to be an ally?
Right now,
right now, because they're a broken clock.
She voted for the fucking bill. I'm sorry to steal Jordan.
No, they're not. They haven't done anything.
Jordan, what the hell do you want him to do? Marjorie Taylor Greene says, I don't want to give any more money.
Because he says one thing, you're like, oh, let's listen to him. He hasn't done anything.
And on that note, there's more of this. It's clearly getting crazier and crazier, so I'm not going to talk for very long. But
God, this dumb motherfucker finally saw the light of day. I guess we'll all do a golf clap for you, but yeah, I hear you.
Jordan, I'm not saying go vote for Trump. I'm not saying go support Trump. I'm saying push Trump to do the right thing.
The guy
but you say no. You say no. You say no. You're letting the Palestinians die because of your selfishness.
We're letting the Palestinians die because we're being selfish. Because we're not giving Tucker Carlson a break on his entire career of being an anti-Semite bigot. Because he's strategically taking a position in this moment of politics right now. We're helping, you know. It's like, goddamn, man, like you really don't get it. It's really kind of mind blowing that he doesn't get it. How much he follows this. Yeah, exactly. Simply Steve. And he's like lamenting Marjorie Taylor Greene leaving, even though she's like 99% voting for Trump. But this one issue, she's mildly pushing back on. The moment she gets some, you know, the moment Donald Trump doesn't have her back, she's bailing, but bailing with her salary.
It drives me crazy.
Jake, I have an award for running a ceasefire website that millions of people around the world have used. You're calling me selfish?
Yes, I am. Jordan, you've done...
because I don't inherently believe one thing that Trump said on camera.
No, it's not about believing, Jordan. It's not about believing. So, first of all, Jordan...
All right, shout out to Jordan. He stood up for himself there, but where was this kind of heat when Francesca got kicked off of the show for having beef and battles with Cenk? I don't know. I feel like Cenk gives Jordan the most...
Well, no, look, Francesca did the wrong thing. If you don't know who Francesca is, she's great. She runs a show called The Bituation Room. It's fucking sweet. It's a good show. But her mistake, and I disagreed with this move, was going on other shows and talking shit about Cenk Uygur. Right? Like it, you know, that's a bridge too far when that's your employer. And I'm not saying like, you know, you deserve immunity, but she should have kept that within TYT. But she went to other streams and started talking shit about Cenk Uygur. And that's fine to do if you're not working there, but yeah, I know. Yeah, please. Yeah, every time I see one of these messages, it's like a dagger to the heart. It's like a dagger to the heart. Oh, hey, we saw that your view count is really low on Tick. But yeah, make sure you check out Francesca. She's actually really great. But her big mistake was talking shit when she should have kept that within, you know, talk shit about to Cenk Uygur on TYT's airwaves. Keep that within TYT. Once you've been fired, go crazy. Welcome back, you're tubing. But I thought that was a little, that wasn't classy. That was kind of, you know, bitchy. You know, I'm sorry. But I found that to be a little petty from Francesca. You know, she's employed at TYT, and then she's, while employed at TYT, going to other places and talking smack. And I'm not saying like you're not allowed to have an opinion about your employer while you're being employed. I'm just trying to say, you know, if you're on the inside, you should take that opportunity to, you know, keep that criticism going on the inside, and only until you've been fired, then start spilling those kind of, you know, start talking shit about Cenk in that way.
Way out of anybody, and I'm glad he's using it right here.
Man, I got to boost that Kick account. All the real streamers. I know exactly. All the pop. I mean, it's like, you're trying to tell me 10,000 people watching somebody pull in digital slots? I just refuse to believe it, man. This shit's botted up.
I guess, but geez, this is getting heated.
Yeah. Also, fuck Cenk for, you know, instead of just being able to argue his point, he has to try to imply that the dead children and the dead people in Palestine are Jordan's fault. Like, you're killing Palestinian people. Like, what the fuck? That's so low. Obviously.
Oh shit! I'm offline on Kick right now. Was I kicked on Kick? Dude, I might have been kicked on Kick. They kicked me off Kick, bro. Hold on, let me see this. Let me see my Restream account. No, okay, I'm back. Okay, no, I'm back. Oh, that sucks. No, I'm offline again. What is happening here? Unable to connect. Dude, I was kicked off Kick. Oh, no. Oh, no. What am I going to do? Guys, it's over. It's over, guys. It's over, folks. My Kick career has just ended. Unable to connect. Let me see. Let me see if I can turn it off and turn it back on again. Oh shit. They're like, this guy's talking about anti-Semitism, but not in a good way. Oh, welcome back, Lenny. It looks like I just got kicked off Kick. No, am I back? So it's weird. I hit refresh. I'm back for a minute, and then I go offline. So maybe it's not. Maybe I wasn't kicked off Kick. Maybe it's a problem with Restream. There's some kind of issue with Restream. Yeah, unable to connect. I don't think I was kicked off Kick. That is disappointing. New career as a slots puller. Yeah, I should. This guy isn't pulling slots. I don't see any boobs. I don't see a casino. What is he doing? Talking about how anti-Semitism is bad? Get this guy off my platform. Says Trainwrecks. He's not both sidesing anti-Semitism. He's woke. I'm getting kicked and re-kicked. I think there's some kind of problem there because if you like being like removed from a stream, like you can't just refresh it and fix it. So I think there's some kind of anti-semiconductor I think there's some kind of technical issue, which is just damn a shame. I mean, that's like a badge of honor getting kicked off Kick. You know what I mean? Like you got to run somebody over with a car to get kicked off Kick.
Not obviously Jordan wants the suffering to end as soon as possible. Obviously, all of his strategies are, within that context of trying to end the suffering and the genocide as soon as possible. To imply that there's somehow blood on his hands because he's against these monsters and these fascists, that's disgusting, bro.
That was peak projection from Cenk, and yeah, just absolutely fucking
whatever.
Immoral, wrong, and gross to bring up. And again, just to kind of circle back, this is a man who got fucking embarrassed because somebody called him got pissed off because somebody called him brain broken. You know what I mean? This is the level of hysteria. This is the level of mudslinging he's prepared to do, but he can dish it only. He can never fucking take it.
Yup.
You have been freaking amazing on this issue. You've been one of the...
Yeah, it's some kind of technical issue, just to let you know. It does appear to be working, but I think there's some kind of issue with Restream and Kick right now, or maybe just Kick in general, the website, but but there's another person there offering to bot my account. Oh man, that's a shame. That's a shame. I was hoping I could be the one political guy who gets booted. Asmon Gold's doing great. 8,000 fucking viewers.
Best people in the country on this issue, and I love you for it. Okay, but I'm not asking you to be naive and go, oh, I just trust Trump on everything now. I'm asking you to be political.
And that's such a dishonest framing of what Jordan's position is, right? And Cenk Uygur does this quite a bit. If you want to see like his gaslighting and projection in full display, watch the interview that he did with Kyle Kulinski and Crystal Ball a couple months ago. Like it was constant putting words in their mouth like, oh, this is your position. How dare you take this position and that position? And they were time and time again, like, that's not my position. It's a total dishonest framing of our position. So he reframes the person that he's speaking to, reframes their position, and then goes off on a tirade against it. It's classic Cenk Uygur. It's one of the only ways he knows how to fucking argue.
As strategic and your normal, incredibly smart self.
That's what he's doing, dumbass.
And go, when the right wing comes to our side, we're not going to their side. When they come to our side, whether it's Tucker Carlson or God damn it.
Yeah, something weird's going on with Restream. That's what's going on here, guys.
Joe Rogan, when they're all coming to our side.
No, they're
don't
not.
Tell them I don't want you.
They're all coming to our side. It's totally dishonest. Yeah. Okay. It looks like I'm back on Kick. Oh no, I'm offline again. Yay! I'm offline. I don't even know what to support anymore.
Damn, you're a white nationalist. I don't want you, and I don't believe
Enough
you.
Kick commentary.
Take yes for an answer. For God's sake, for the Palestinians' sake, Jordan, you've been amazing on this. Please take yes for an answer.
God, yeah. Ludicrous.
When he does something.
Yeah.
No, we gotta push.
See, and that's the reasonable thing to say, right?
Yeah.
That's exactly what you just
Put
said.
Up or shut up. Put up or shut up, because words are cheap. Talk is cheap, and Cenk Uygur used to have those positions, but he You know, I don't. It's I think for his own reasons, and you know, I'm a broken record here at this point. But we'll finish this up.
By the time he decides to do it or not do it, it's too late. If you just sit back and go, "Oh, I'm not going to help the right who wants to stop the funding to Israel, the right who..."
They don't. Cenk Uygur, come on, he really believes this. Wow. I mean, what do you say to that? No wonder he's like, they don't. No, they don't. Adelson just was standing next to Trump and was like, "I'll give you another $250 million if you run for president again."
Wants to stop this ceasefire, etc. I don't believe them. They're all racist.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, as a sitting congresswoman, constantly bashed Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, and even AOC for saying that they hated Israel because they supported BDS, you know, and opposed the anti-BDS resolutions that went through Congress a few years back. Okay, she from her congressional.
Okay, so here we got the most replayed. I don't know why that other part. Well, the other part was when it got the most spicy, but this is the most replayed moment.
Account as a congresswoman tweeted that she was.
No, Jordan's great. J.R. Jackson's great. Anna Kasparian's out to fucking lunch. There's a lot of stuff I agree with her on, but her saying I'm a fan of Tucker, I like Tucker Carlson. Holy shit.
The most pro-Israel congresswoman. She was playing a role in Donald Trump's elaborate con to convince people he was anti-war, and that was it. Okay, she was never going to follow through with any of it, and you were useful idiot for her as she unveiled that plot.
Yeah, useful. It's hard. It's really hard for me to say that though, because it's like Cenk Uygur is plugged in. The guy's as political as the rest of us. You know, it seems more than just missing it. But I guess, we can all be lunkheads. We can all just miss it. I'm sure there's some things that I'm diehard. I feel like I'm totally correct on, and I'm whiffing it. You know what I mean? It's and that's why you got to get other people. And once again, credit to Cenk Uygur for keeping this guy on his payroll. You know what I mean? That does take a certain amount of character, strength of character.
Don't believe it. I'm not going to help them. Okay. Oh, oops. They didn't have enough power because they had no allies on our side. They had no allies anywhere else. And so we gave up. We sat on our hands, and we were losers, and we were pessimistic, and we gave up on the Palestinian people.
We're not giving up on the Palestinians by calling anti-Semites out and for asking for some of these people to like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's in a position of power, to put up or shut up and actually follow through on her rhetoric. That's not failing the Palestinian people at all.
Gave up on them because calling Tucker Carlson an anti-Semite was more important to us than saving Palestinian lives. That's my opinion. I can't stand it. I think you're dead wrong on it. I love you. You've been wonderful on this issue. But no, when the other side comes to us on a super important issue,
See, that's where he's missing it. They're not coming to us. It's a strategic decision. They have their own motivations. It's not them coming to Jesus. It's not them, oh, dead kids. I don't like dead kids, especially if they're brown. That's not it. That's just a total misreading of the situation here, and it's like maybe he is a true believer. Maybe he's just a lunkhead on this. And look, the videos and images from Gaza are traumatizing. And everyone is is affected by that kind of stuff in their own way. So maybe this is his desperation to see some kind of resolution to end the suffering in Gaza. Maybe that's where this is coming from. Like, we'll just take anything, even from the nihilistic anti-Semites that are making these political positions, right? Maybe that's where it's coming from, because it's coming from a place of real trauma and real pain. I don't know.
Are on the line. I don't care about what their past is.
Their past. Are you kidding? I mean, come on, man. Especially Tucker.
It's Cheney.
All right, so there you go. There's the Vanguard guy. So anyway, that was literally the 20-minute setup to watching this video on TYT about how ICE is now shooting American citizens. They're kidnapping American citizens. They're shooting American citizens. It is important, though, to point this out with TYT, right? Because it's like, he's out to lunch on this one, and like, is it trauma? Is it business? Is where's the truth? Like, we may never know. Maybe we'll know in 20 years when it comes to Cenk Uygur. But You know, we gotta make. Oh, it's Anna Kasparian as well. Okay, let's just watch the beginning part, and then we'll just move on to something else. I really can't stand Anna Kasparian at this moment. Oh, I'm canceling her. Yeah, okay, whatever.
ICE officers have shot yet another American citizen. And when I say another, I do mean another. This time, the shooting happened in Ontario, California, and the Department of Homeland Security is putting the blame on the very American citizen that got shot. So this is a case that needs to play out in court so we can get more details and know exactly what happened. I want to be clear that we don't know all the details, and the claims made by DHS might be proven, but I will also warn you that a lot of the claims that have come from ICE and DHS ended up being complete and utter BS. According to
and I have an example that I'm going to queue up next of ICE literally manufacturing a warrant. You know, literally just, you know, on their little computer there at ICE headquarters, typing out a document and printing it out on their printer, and then presenting it to a citizen as a legitimate warrant from a judge, and getting rejected right there, and then turning around and be like, yeah, you got us. Yeah, it's not real.
His attorney, he meaning Jimenez, was telling them, excuse me, can you guys please, you know, please wrap this up? And immediately the masked agent pulls out a gun and exchanges some words. The agent was also shaking his pepper spray. His lawyer says that's when Jimenez began to maneuver his vehicle to get around and was shot in his back shoulder.
So we're seeing ICE do the same thing that cops do, you know, hyperbolic about vehicles. Like if an ICE or cop agent, you know, a cop or an ICE agent is within like 2 feet of a civilian moving their car, you're trying to run me down, you're trying to kill me, bop 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 bop. You're allowed to mag dump on the driver. And this is, I think, the second incident, I think, is what Anna was saying. Like this isn't even the first time we've seen it happen, but they're using the same warrior cop justification to shoot drivers, right? Who are, you know, like in some cases, I've seen cops mag dump people who are like clearly steering away from the officer, and then the officer puts in the police report, you know, that this person was trying to use their car as a deadly weapon, and they're literally waiting for any opportunity whatsoever to use deadly force against civilians. That's what it is.
Through the back passenger window.
Trigger happy.
He's in fear and he's trying to get out of the situation. He had to reverse to get away. Now, as you can see from the shattered window in this image, the shooting clearly happened, right? And it was captured by Fox 11 News, so I want to give them credit for that. This is a screenshot from one of their local news reports. Jimenez then allegedly called 911 and went to the hospital, where he was later arrested and detained. So the good news is he survived the gunshot. Bad news is
yeah, and the follow-up arrest is to further dirty his image, right? Because he's a bad guy. Yeah, so they shot him in the back. He wasn't using his car to go after them. They shoot him in the back, and then they follow up with the arrest because that further smears his image.
He has been arrested and detained. Although, you know, DHS has their own side of the story. We'll see how this plays out.
Right. Okay. Let's both sides it, Anna, please. I'd hate for you to cancel the DHS. So anyway, another one, and another one, and another one. So you want to see something great? Here's ICE agents, like I said, manufacturing. Yeah, film at 11. So here's ICE agents literally manufacturing a warrant, and the civilian knowing their rights. I don't know if it's a man or a woman here, but they know their fucking rights. And like, that's not a real warrant, because you know, brave people on social media have been saying, oh, here's the template that ICE is using. That, you know, I think Zoran Mamdani even did a video about, here's what your rights are. This is what a fake warrant looks like. ICE has been presenting these fake warrants. So this person caught that, called them out, and when you know it, they went away. Because if it was a legitimate warrant, they wouldn't be leaving. They'd be calling for backup and be like, no, this is all legitimate, court ordered, we can do this. Kick down the fence, kick down the gate, kick down the door. But they leave. And why do they leave? Because they know it's not real. And just overt, blatant, illegal activity from, you know, the MAGA fucking SS, basically.
Yeah.
Hey, can you have right, so the mass, and literally a cop right there should have arrested these ICE agents right there. So the cop just assisting, standing there, assisting with this illegal warrant presentation. The cop should have said, "Can I see that warrant? Who's the judge that signed this?" She should have confirmed the warrant and then arrested these criminals. They don't. They don't. Happily allowing themselves to be turned into tools for fascism. And we've known this about cops for some time, leftists, right? I'm sure Cenk Uygur would criticize this, right? Oh, you can't blanket, no, we can. Don't use ACAB. Now, I disagree with the defund the police rhetoric. I think that's counterproductive. The slogan should have been reform the police. But leftists have known this for quite some time, that the police have been waiting for an opportunity to be turned into a bludgeon for a fascist dictatorship. And here we see it in plain day. Because this person was called up by ICE. Meet us here. Get over here. We're gonna issue a warrant. So they get there, and then they have to walk away because the warrant isn't legitimate. She should be arresting these people, these ICE agents, right then and there. If you or I manufactured a warrant and went to someone's house, called up the police, meet me there. I'm gonna issue a warrant, right? You're serving a fucking you're one of those professional servers, right, for a lawsuit or something, right? And the cop discovers that you've manufactured these documents. What happens to you when you're busted on that? You're going straight to fucking jail. ICE agents, it's just another day. I could be doing my job, but you called me over here, and it turns out your documentation's fake. Oh, well, you'll get them next time. By the way, this person's a brown person. By the way, some kind of ethnicity. It's really something else. We've been saying this about cops for some time, and it's still amazing to see it happen in real time. To see these police officers being willfully being turned into this weapon of fascism.
Can your rights packet has information for you about a judicial warrant versus an attorney.
Yeah, how does it make a difference?
An attorney. The arrest warrant doesn't have to be by the judge, and it has to have the address.
Right. So she's like, "Hey, this isn't legit. Where's the judge? Where's this isn't filled out correctly. This isn't even the right documentation."
Where you're trying to arrest someone.
Yeah, so, right here. You saw him go inside the house.
But it's not on.
So I'm going inside the house.
And it does not list your mask to stop. So you cannot arrest this person here. This is not an arrest warrant. You're arresting him on my property. And it's not signed by a judge. So
it's not signed by a judge. That's where the cop should step in and say, "Let me see the documentation." Oh, hey, you guys, this is a fraudulent document.
And can we talk to Jerry? You should keep pictures of it for you.
Yeah, you have a right to remain silent too, and not. She already explained to you all. It's very clear. You don't have a judicial warrant.
Cop just standing there.
Get your Gestapo out of here!
Cop just standing there. Names and badge numbers. Give me your names and badge numbers. No, we're Trump's secret police. We get to abuse people without any accountability. No transparency. That's how it works now.
Nazi fuckers, they know exactly what they're doing. That's why they're covering their faces. Shame!
Exactly.
Shame! Shame!
They got little fake badges. Little generic badges with no personal. The cop has to wear a badge with a number on it, right? They're issued, when you become a cop, you get a badge, your own badge with a number. These guys get a fucking decal that they bought off Amazon.
Shame! 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 Shame!
And then they leave with their tail beneath their legs. Yeah, bro, we'll get it. We'll get her at the grocery store. We'll wait for her to leave her property, and then we'll kidnap her illegally.
Okay, the paper is back to you, so now you have to go. Okay?
And then they leave. No. The cop. Oh, okay. Taking orders from ICE. Taking orders from ICE. Oh, okay. Yeah. So yeah, our fraudulent document was rejected because this person knows their rights. So we'll kidnap them later. We'll kidnap them when they're dropping their kids off at school. Oh, okay. That's legal now. Okay, no problem. That's the state of America right there. You don't have the rights that you think you have, and all this stuff is going to be null and voided. Stephen Miller's working on it. Donald Trump's going to sign the executive order. Right. Soon it'll be ICE agents are allowed to do whatever they want, whenever they want, to whomever they want, at any time. No documentation. Show me your passport. Show me your real ID. Doesn't matter. Get arrested anyway. It's really. Is this guy still? Wow, he's still looking at Mar-a-Lago. I've covered 3.5 hours of news while this guy has stared at the Mar-a-Lago beach. Is something going to happen though? He's got a thing up. So he's going to say something sometime. Fucking dead air. How many viewers?
Howie says, I doubt Putin would stop. It would make him look weak with Russia.
Where's the viewer count?
That's what Howie says.
Oh, 10,000 viewers, dog.
I got video. Breaking news. Breaking news. Oh my gosh. It's incredible.
He's dying.
Hold on, I got the video for you. Give me a moment.
So is this how I do it? Is this how I become a success? I literally just buy time for 3.5 hours.
Oh my gosh. Look, it's the video. Incredible.
Okay.
Crazy.
All
Wow.
right.
Press conference coming up. Look, we got podiums.
Okay. All right.
We got podiums. Now what I want to do is I just want to get ready with this. I'll put this back, but let me just get ready with the White House. So I'll go back to the other shot, but let me just get this White House one ready.
Not World War III with all American non-whites.
Look at this. Oh my gosh. Wow.
That's the plan. That's the plan. You have it's just like in Russia, right? Where if you dissent against the state, and understand, dissent in America is supposed to be one of the most patriotic things. One of the the founding fathers cemented it into the founding documents of our country. But in Russia, in China, if you criticize the government on even small things, right? Small little policy things, has to be coached in. Well, Putin is correct, but the advisors around Putin are making the wrong decision about this, and the people around Putin are making the wrong decision. I mean, Putin would never make a mistake, right? It's the only way you can even moderately criticize the government, because if not, you're considered anti-Russian. You're considered. They often say that you're an agent of a foreign government, and that's exactly what Trump wants. He wants the ability to just point a finger at an individual. You're a troublemaker. You're anti-government, and bye-bye. Bye-bye. There go your rights. You never really had rights. It's really just the government just kind of letting you be. But no, you went too far. And then they do like a little kangaroo court case, right, where they put you in the aquarium, and then they have a corrupted judge who says you're a bad person, and they don't you don't get an honest trial, and then everyone stays quiet and silent while your ass gets dragged to Siberia or disappeared. That's exactly what Donald Trump wants. That's what Stephen Miller wants, and it is antithetical to America. It's one of the core things that's supposed to make us unique and special, and quite frankly has made us strong, has made the American people strong. And of course, but it goes against dictatorial power, so that's got to go. heard Zelensky wants to buy Mar-a-Lago. Yeah. Make a deal. Make a deal. How much you want for it? Yeah. He's Himmler. He really is Himmler. And how well did that work out for for Hitler, by the way? Himmler. Wasn't Himmler in the final months of the war trying to negotiate with America, or was he the true believer? Which one was the one that was trying to negotiate surrender for Germany when it was all collapsing? Was Himmler the one that
Leslie Springstead
killed
says,
his kids?
hopefully they will
It was
use
Hess.
language
Oh, it was
that
Hess.
won't
Okay.
confuse us or leave us hanging.
Yeah, Himmler was a true believer. He's the one that killed his kids and committed suicide. He fed poison to his children and then his wife, and they killed themselves. Right? It was all about the mass. Yeah, so he is Himmler. Yeah, because Stephen Miller is definitely a true believer. Like looking at that footage of him on the school bus, you know, as a young kid, talking about how torture is an expression of human rights. Most of the key players and manuals on it. Zelensky's not a Zionist. Zelensky is staying quiet on Palestine because he has to negotiate with Donald Trump, and he doesn't really need any more heat from Donald Trump right now. He's got to placate Donald Trump. That's why he's staying silent. He doesn't support Israel. He's staying silent on Israel. I do agree that he could be speaking out more, but there's a strategic reason. I'm not convinced that he's a Zionist that supports Israel just because he's making a strategic decision. If he is a supporter, he certainly is not a very enthusiastic supporter. But I think his silence and capitulation to the Gaza-Israel conflict has everything to do with the fact that America and the UK want Israel to destroy Palestine. Yeah, it's to keep America on his side. It's not, you know.
Sound check.
That, to be fair though, that is just my opinion. But I'm not convinced with this argument that because he's Jewish, he supports the Zionist government in Israel. It really does seem strategic more than anything, in my opinion.
Test.
Oh, here we go.
But they only tested one mic.
Okay, Steve, calm down.
They just did a sound check.
Yeah, thank you, Steve, for that recap.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
Memnon, for your support. Again.
You know.
Thank you so much to The Bird Abides. Hey, The Bird Abides.
I also think Israel gave Ukraine some weapons. Is that true? If I remember correctly, Israel did give Ukraine some weapons. Black guy at work said I can't slur him anymore. This is basically... You know, we used to be a country.
Constitutional issue if they cede land. I'm not an expert on the Ukrainian
Fragwitz, welcome back. Flippy, Fishy Fed.
That's what The Bird Abides thinks.
Off-road
Thank you,
columnist,
The Bird
welcome back.
Abides, for your support.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody, for none of your donations. Appreciate it. No, you know, the most valuable thing you can give me is the view. Straight up, seriously, and I do appreciate that. So big props to everybody that's been here for 3.5 hours listening to me flip my fucking shit at some penis cosplayer on LBC and Cenk Uygur acting like a useful idiot. I guess there's really no other way to put it. Female Eunuchs was here minute 1, so was Strategy member. New merch is coming. We will be doing that. Yes, I understand. On October 7th. Yes, no, I get it. But once again, it's not boisterous support over and over and over again. It's strategic. This is my opinion. And you know, coming out on October 7th with a generic statement about how we need to support Israel doesn't exactly make me think that he's a loud and proud Zionist. Okay, like I said, I think it's strategic.
I think that'll be my picture. Yep. That's why Jonathan is like moved away. He's like, had a premonition.
Okay.
Hey, thanks to Anok123 for being a member.
Kick the bucket. Hey, you never know. This might be the moment that you know, Trump gets all, his eyes get all wide, then he leans forward and falls over the podium. This might be the moment, folks. You never know.
So this Ukrainian news outlet.
Yeah, colonist. He really is. He really is. He did that for 3.5 hours. He looked at an image of Mar-a-Lago, waiting for this. He's gonna live forever. Evil never dies.
That's what we want.
He does a Willy Wonka. He does a Willy Wonka. He pretends to do it, and then he does a front flip, and he's like, "Ha ha! I'm not going anywhere, bitches." That's what he's gonna do.
Bitch.
There's a fucking Willy Wonka on us. Uh-huh. Silence. We're gonna stick with this one. Let me get this. Just to show you.
Well, that's also, this is live. That's gonna take. Well, it's gonna take me a long time.
Look. I've seen. I am not denying that Zelensky, like I said, he could be a stronger advocate for peace in the Middle East, for Palestinian sovereignty, and I agree that he has been. That's one of my criticisms of him. I do agree, but I disagree that he's a strong Zionist. That he's doing this because he's a Zionist, because he supports Zionism. I'm not so convinced. You know, Lindsey Graham is a Zionist who supports Zionism, right? Joe Biden is a Zionist who supports Zionism. You know, you can't. The guy won't shut the fuck up, right? Like I said before, I do think, you know, his tacit support, his quiet support of Israel has more to do with the fact that he has to very carefully balance all this stuff to keep Donald Trump happy. Because we know we would be hearing it. He hates Israel. He hates it. It'd be just another thing to use against Zelensky to justify removing of support. In the sky, half the country will celebrate. More than half, dude. Half the fucking planet will. So yeah, this is Zoran Mamdani's video on knowing your rights, and this is where he shows the fake warrant that ICE has been presenting, as we just saw, not signed by a judge, doesn't have the right information, and cops just quietly sitting there letting ICE blatantly break the law. Happy to, oh, okay, yeah, we'll work with you. Oh yeah. Just call me up next time you're gonna kidnap her from her daycare. No problem. Did I do a good job?
Last weekend, ICE attempted to raid Canal Street and detain our immigrant neighbors. As mayor, I'll protect the rights of every single New Yorker, and that includes the more than 3 million immigrants who call this city their home. But we can all stand up to ICE if you know your rights. If you encounter ICE, these are the things that every New Yorker should know. First, ICE cannot enter into private spaces like your home, school, or a private area of your workplace without a judicial warrant signed by a judge. That looks like this.
So this is great, right? He shows us the difference between a legitimate warrant and the fake ones that ICE is presenting. That's a legitimate warrant.
If ICE does not have a judicial warrant signed by a judge, you have the right to say, I do not consent to entry, and the right to keep your door closed.
Right.
Sometimes,
and as we see, they, for now, they respect that.
ICE will show you.
Israel is filled with people from all over the world, from different countries. That's kind of the scary thing about Zionism, is that it really has very little to do with actual Judaism and has everything to do with your support of a Zionist state dominating the Middle East. You know, so if you support Israel taking Palestine, taking Lebanon, taking Syria by force, you're in, baby. Come on in. Yeah, there's like prominent people in the Israeli government from New York, from the UK. They're from all over the place.
Paperwork that looks like this.
Yeah. So this is probably what they were showing her, and this is why the cops should have arrested those guys.
And tell you that they have the right to arrest you. That is false. ICE is legally allowed to lie to you, but you have the right to remain
legally allowed to lie to you. Are they though? I mean, are they though? Like, and where's JB Pritzker and his police force questioning? And it's like, I can't wait for this guy to be mayor, because we might see America's first instance of a police force, a state police force, challenging ICE, arresting ICE people for blatantly breaking the law.
silent. If you're being detained, you may always ask, "Am I free to go?" repeatedly until they answer you. You are legally allowed to film ICE as long as you do not interfere with an arrest.
For now, the Justice Department literally just came out with a statement that says, boy, that sure does sound like domestic terrorism to me, when you, as an American, film ICE operations, right? They want to put a stop to that right away.
It is important to remain calm during any interaction with ICE or law enforcement. Do not impede their investigation, resist arrest, or run. One last thing. New Yorkers have a constitutional right to protest. And when I'm mayor, we will protect that right. New York will always welcome immigrants. And I will fight each and every day to protect, support, and celebrate our immigrant brothers and sisters.
Because JB Pritzker doesn't have the fucking nutsack. And neither does the mayor from LA. Neither does the mayor from, is it Chicago, I think? They don't have the fucking nutsack to tell their police, because they're the mayor. They have the ability to tell their police, you need to enforce the law. They don't have the fucking nutsack. They get in front of the microphone on CNN and MS Now, and they talk real big. But at the end of the day, they let their police department follow the whims of a fascist dictator instead of the law. God damn, he's so good. Man, the man is going to turn me into a stone cold homosexual. I swear to God. I'm so attracted to him. He's so fucking sexy. Okay? All right? I'd take a bullet for this man right now. He better not disappoint me. He better not fucking disappoint me. I'm going to write the sternest of worded letters if he disappoints me. You'll see. Yeah, that's a good point. Hakeem Jeffries challenging. We saw the neoliberal establishment come out and make a totally meaningless statement about how we're against socialism. Socialism bad. This guy is great. Where can I get this job, dude? Where can I get this fucking job? Could you imagine? Bro, where do I get this fucking job? Yeah, I agree with that, Mr. Gargler. I totally agree with that. This guy's great. Chris Norland, he does a great job. Is Keir Starmer corrupting the Labor Party? Corrupting? I think that this is the Labor Party that they wanted.
Briefly explain to our viewers why you think Keir Starmer is a fraud.
This is a politician. I called this shit during the election when he took out taxing the rich from the manifesto and dodged questions about it. The few questions, the 1 week that he started receiving questions about removing taxing the rich from the manifesto. And then week 1, he's talking about raising people's taxes after running a whole campaign on how we don't need to raise taxes on the middle and lower class because we're going to raise taxes on the rich. One fucking term Keir, man. I called that shit. I'm not even a UK political streamer, right? And I saw that shit from a mile away, making all kinds of comparisons. I was like, man, this guy is giving me big time Barack Obama vibes. I'm going to pat myself on the back on this one because I called this motherfucker out.
Who has adopted explicit political strategy of misdirection and dishonesty.
You break down the ways that you were targeted for your efforts to investigate some of these people.
There's an attempt to discover some angle or some dirt that could be used against me to discredit my reporting. The anti-Semitic.
Mertz isn't a Nazi. The AFD are the Nazis. Mertz is a neoliberal who, and neoliberals enable fascism. They are not themselves inherently fascist. But they do enable fascism with their weakness, with their political miscalculations. But let's reel it in a little bit, okay? Because Mertz in Germany is not a fascist. He's up against fascist elements that he should be taking seriously by pivoting to the left, but he's not.
anti-Semitism crisis was used by a political faction.
Yeah, flippy fishy. That's a great point.
Almost impossible to have a robust criticism of Israel in the Labour Party.
What comes after Starmer?
The Labour Party is in a death spiral because all they need to do is to copy.
And they need to replace Keir. They need to do what because like at the the Tories replaced Boris Johnson, and they got some good mileage out of what's his nuts there. Oh, it's his name's not coming to mind. I just saw him recently talking about how great it is gonna be to deregulate Bitcoin and deregulate AI. But yeah, Sunak, thank you, Rishi Sunak, thank you for paying attention, female eunuchs. But yeah, no, so they got some mileage out of Rishi Sunak after replacing, the Tory party, got some extra. I think they were able to win that re-election after the disaster of Liz Truss there. And, but the Labor Party, they just, barreling ahead. People, we just got to tweak the message. We just got to tweak it just a little bit. People don't know how much they love us. They just don't know how cool we are. It worked out really great for Justin Trudeau as well, right?
Far right, and this is going to be anathema to Labour Party supporters.
When Keir Starmer became the leader of the UK's Labour Party, he claimed to be, bizarrely, the heir of Jeremy Corbyn. He pledged to abolish the House of Lords, eliminate university tuition fees, and nationalise water and energy. But over a year into his premiership, Starmer has proudly and loudly abandoned much of that left-wing platform in favour of turning the party to the right, a move that has landed him deeply underwater in the polls and made him one of the most unpopular prime ministers in British history. So, who is Sir Keir Starmer, and what does he really stand for? And how much power and influence does his top advisor, Morgan McSweeney, really have? The new book is seeking to answer that question while also uncovering how a faction of pro-Israel, corporate-aligned centrists took over a left-leaning Labour Party. The book is called The Fraud, Keir Starmer, Morgan McSweeney and the Crisis of British Democracy. It's available now. And joining me today is the book's author, Paul Holden. Paul, thanks so much for coming on Mehdi Unfiltered.
Thank you so much for having me.
Let's start with the title you chose for this book, The Fraud. I understand that you lay out this conspiracy. What is basically a conspiracy?
Gargler, you bring up some good points, but I'm going to stand firm. Merz is not a Nazi. AFD are the fucking Nazis. But like every neoliberal establishment, they enable fascism with their political strategy, which is, opens the door, opens up this power. Because like, what is happening right now in England? As it was said in the chat, nobody's a better reform campaigner than Keir Starmer. Opening the door wide open for bigoted, racist, anti-Semitic elements to take power, but by doggedly doubling down on their neoliberal strategy to, run further to the right. And there is a lot of fascist adjacent shit from neoliberals, as we've seen with Keir Starmer right now, talking about digital ID, the way he treats Palestine Action. Can't hold up a sign that says I support Palestine Action without getting pulled away like it's Russia. It's fascist adjacent, fascistic, right? But to say that he's fascist is, it's just not accurate. Okay, it just isn't.
Not a conspiracy, but a conspiracy to take over the party. It involves a large cast of characters. The book is wide-reaching. Just briefly explain to our viewers why you think Keir Starmer is a fraud, and tell us about some of the people who are involved in that fraud of his.
Sure. I mean, I use the word very explicitly to refer to the fact that this is a politician who has adopted, alongside his political allies, a explicit political strategy of misdirection and dishonesty in
openly, strategically using progressive language to get into power, knowing full well that they were going to not go in that direction. It's fraud. That's a good word.
To win political power. And he did that over a period of time, first to become Labour leader in April 2020, when he ran, as you said, on a prospectus of being effectively a rat.
What? NATO has fascist origins? the military alliance that was formed after the defeat of fascism with the, you know, intentionally trying to stop Russian expansionism has fascist origins? You're gonna have to give me some backup on that one. I mean, I need some more information on that one.
And then did the exact opposite, and that is an explicitly adopted strategy, which was effectively come up for him by his advisor at the time, who was the chief of strategy on his Labour leadership campaign, a man by the name of Morgan McSweeney, who is now the chief of staff to Keir Starmer and who is now sort of widely recognized as the most powerful unelected person in British politics.
So this guy that he's talking about, I've heard a lot of folks say, especially No Justice MTG, talk about how this dude is Morgan McSweeney is basically Keir Starmer's puppet master.
Huge amount of power over the direction, the tone, the policies of the Labour government. And what the book does is
the dude just sits there in silence
in 2017.
How do I get this
the reason
job?
The book starts there effectively is because at that point the Labour Party was led by Jeremy Corbyn, who's sort of the UK equivalent of Bernie Sanders. And in 2017, the UK had an election, and most political commentators expected that Jeremy Corbyn's Labour Party would be absolutely annihilated in that election, but actually did way better than expected. But for people like Morgan McSweeney, who absolutely hate the left wing of the Labour Party, despise it entirely, but also who would find their careers threatened by the success of Corbynism, this was an emergency and had to be dealt with. And it's at that point that they launched this 2.5-year-long campaign to do two things, really, and go into depth about it. But effectively, one was to secretly undermine the ability of the Labour Party to win at the next general election in 2019.
Okay. Thank you,
and
Flippy.
In that moment of the Labour Party's loss,
because like up until the invasion, I was definitely criticizing NATO for being way too aggressive, and as I was like, look, you could just offer up one missile to Russia. Just be like, okay, we'll remove one missile from the Polish border, right? We'll open up those communications. There was one of the few things that I agreed with Hillary Clinton on when she did that stupid little reset button. She gave Putin a reset button. Does anyone remember that nonsense? It's like, yeah, let's de-escalate. Let's give Putin an opportunity to let's open up those negotiations and let's because like what's one missile? We're not talking about completely disarming the border. But let's just remove one and say, hey, this is our opening gambit. We want peace. We don't want to aggravate. Because like at that time, pre-invasion of Ukraine, Germany was on the side of Russia. We had Finland and Sweden rejecting NATO, saying we don't want to escalate, right? So there was an opportunity there to show some goodwill, but it was pretty clear. It's obviously now that it was never really about NATO. It's about this greater Russia project, and stopping the spread of NATO because it gets in the way of the Putin government's territorial desires, right?
Use that opportunity to select a leader of their choosing, Keir Starmer, who would primarily be brought in to change the party from the inside to make sure you could never have
liberal totalitarianism is coming. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. All these right-wing elements destroying democracy, attacking democracy, and it's liberal totalitarianism. That's the problem. Fuck you.
Have another moment where a left-wing leader like Jeremy Corbyn was elected again.
In the preface of the book, Paul, you break down the ways that you were targeted for your efforts to investigate some of these.
I mean, if you're talking about, like I said before, Keir Starmer with the Real ID stuff and the anti-Palestine stuff, yeah, that's not liberalism though. It's neoliberalism, which is adjacent to conservatism, enablers of fascism. No, they're not the biggest butchers, but I would say they're the biggest hypocrites, the United States, when it comes to their operations. But it's more complicated than that.
It's more complicated than that, because even while we were doing Vietnam, you know, we'd go in and like, you know, right from Apocalypse Now, right? We'd butcher them, and then we'd take a bunch of civilians to a hospital. And what does Russia do? They throw, you know, a mother and a child down a well. You know, they shoot people, civilians on bicycles. They're not taking anybody to the hospital. So it's a mixed bag with the United States. But I will say, America is I don't think they're one of the, well, they do perpetuate terrorism. There's no doubt about it. But other countries are perpetuating more terrorism. But I will say that America is one of the biggest hypocrites that you can get.
These people behaving in this way. How exactly were you targeted? And do you think it shows that your discoveries posed a real threat to those involved?
Okay, so we get it with Keir Starmer here. I'm just make sure we support Zateo, by the way. Absolutely support Zateo. I mean, there's no denying, though, that the U.S., the CIA, is, you know, not the friend of democracy across the world. But even the way that we handled Iraq and Afghanistan, you know, it's like we should have gone, if we wanted to steal the oil, if we wanted to legitimately take over that government, you have to do something like what Israel is doing to Palestine, right? You got to wipe out hundreds of thousands, millions of people. And the United States, they don't do that with their military, at least so far, right? We'll see what happens in Venezuela here. Oh, here we go.
Excellent phone call with President Putin that lasted for over 2 hours. We discussed a lot of points. And
opens up with Putin. Love it.
Sir, maybe very close. The president and I just spoke to the European leaders. They were President Emmanuel Macron of France, President Alexander Stubb of the Republic.
And you can bet that they were like, look at the freeze frame. You can bet that they were like, we got to support Ukraine. We have to support Ukraine. We're not going to give up on that. We just gave them $90 billion. We're not backing down. There's no way they capitulated on that.
Of Finland, President Karol Nawrocki of the Republic of Poland.
He's going to butcher these fucking
Prime
names.
Minister Jonas Gahr Store of the Kingdom of Norway.
Right.
Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni of the Italian Republic. Prime Minister Keir Starmer of the United Kingdom of Britain and Northern Ireland. Chancellor Friedrich Merz, the Federal Republic of Germany. Secretary General Mark Rutte, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO. President Ursula von der Leyen of the European Commission. We spoke to all of those great leaders. They're all great leaders. And we had a great talk with them after we were completed. We thought it was appropriate to speak with them.
Okay.
And our meeting was excellent. We covered, somebody would say 95%. I don't know what percent, but we have made a lot of progress.
Looks like we might have a successful
war,
Zelensky
which is
over
really
here.
Certainly the most deadly war since World War II, probably the biggest war since World War II. And I want to thank Steve Witkoff, who's here, and I'd like to thank Jared, who's here someplace. Thank you, Jared. Thank you, Steve. What a great job
Jared
you've done.
Kushner.
Jared
Wants
Kushner,
to build a
Steve
hotel
Witkoff.
in Gaza.
And Marco Rubio is here. Thank you, Marco.
Fuck you, Rubio.
And Pete Hegseth is here. Those two people are doing an unbelievable job. And the four people on this one are doing, I don't think anybody could do it. And we'll see if it gets done, but it's very close, certainly. Nobody would
I'm so close.
even have a chance of getting it to where it is right now.
I'm
Nobody
right
would
on
have
the
thought
edge.
that was possible. So I just want to say we've done very well. We've had discussions on just about
nothing?
every subject.
So we got nothing.
And
That's
that
the
includes
best
with
we can
President
expect.
Putin before. And we went into great detail, and we likewise went into great detail today. And it was an honor to have you at Mar-a-Lago and have lunch. I hope you
Good
enjoyed
sign.
the food. Your people
Thank
enjoyed
you
the
so
food, I can tell you that. You're big, strong people.
food-
Your
the
general
food.
over there looks
The
like Central
food.
Casting. I want to also, by the way, speaking of generals, we have a great general, General Raisin Kane, who is here someplace. Thank you, General. Thank you very much. He's great. So
So
Mr.
great.
President, maybe you want to say a few words?
So this is great.
Then we'll speak over the next couple of weeks. We'll
This
speak
is great.
probably quite
Nothing-
a bit, but we'll
nothing
speak
came of
tomorrow.
it.
Thank you very much.
No hard decision.
Appreciate
Thank you.
it.
Thank
Great
you so
news.
much, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you for everything. Dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank President Trump for a great meeting at this
Didn't
amazing
even say
place
thank you.
in his home in Mar-a-Lago. And we had a really great discussions on all the topics.
Just
we
fall
appreciate
over.
the
Come
progress
on,
that
Trump.
was made by American and Ukrainian teams in these recent weeks. Special thanks to Steve
I
Witkoff
didn't
and
hear
Jared
that.
Kushner, and thank you.
He didn't say thank you.
For their engagement and full commitment, and also to our team, and first of all to Rustem Umerov and General Gnatov.
Didn't even
and to
say
all
thank
our
you.
teams. And we discussed all the aspects of the peace framework, which includes, and we have a great achievements, 20-point peace plan, 90% agreed, and
Smart.
U.S.-Ukraine security guarantees,
Smart.
100% agreed. U.S.-Europe-Ukraine security guarantees, almost agreed. Military dimension, 100% agreed. Prosperity plan being finalized, and we also discussed the sequencing of the following actions. And we agree that security guarantees is a key milestone
Security
in achieving
guarantee, that's a
lasting
stupid
peace,
question.
and our
I don't
teams
even know
will
what that
continue
means.
working
That's a stupid
on
question.
all aspects. We also had a joint productive call with European leaders, like President Trump said already, and a lot of leaders, including NATO and the EU. And we agreed that our teams will meet in upcoming weeks to finalize all discussed matters. And we agreed with President Trump that he will host us, and maybe in Washington, European leaders and Ukrainian delegation, yes, in January. And Ukraine
longer
is
that
ready for
Putin-
peace. And
The longer that Putin continues to, no compromises, you're going to give me everything. And Zelensky is like, let's make a deal, baby. Let's make a deal. Yeah, I'll give up some, I won't give up. Because he says, I'm not going to officially declare it as Russian territory. I'm going to declare it as occupied land, but I will agree to not attack these areas, right? So the longer he does that, it's an attack against Putin diplomatically, right? Because Putin shows himself to be inflexible. He, in Trump's eyes, you would hope he would see Putin as the obstacle to his ninth grand peace deal, right? So that's why Zelensky is doing this.
once again, would like to thank President Trump for a warm welcome and substantial discussion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Any questions, please?
Oh, yeah, baby. This is great. Zelensky's strategies. This is the best that we can expect.
Ukraine security guarantees. What number are we at right now?
Well, I think look, you
I
can
don't
say
know.
95%, but
95,
I don't like
2
to say
weeks,
percentages. I
2
just
weeks,
think we're doing
95,
very
I
well.
don't know,
We're
the
very-
greatest ever.
We could be very close. There are one or two very thorny issues, very tough issues, but I think we're doing very well. We made a lot of progress today, but really we've made it over the last month. This is not a one-day process deal. This is very complicated stuff, but I think when the president says 95, I think, could be close to 95%. Yeah, please,
weeks.
behind you.
Yeah, 2 weeks. About 2
You
weeks
agreed
away.
on the so-called free trade zone on Donbass. How to separate to separate the sites? How to make the
Ludicrous. But this is
separation
the kind of
line?
shit
Who
that
will
Trump
be
cares about.
responsible?
The word
for
agreed
that?
is too strong. I would say not
Many.
agreed, but we're getting closer
Yeah,
to
no,
an
Putin's
agreement
not
on
going to
that.
agree to
And
any of
that's a big
that.
issue, certainly. That's one of
I'll
the
do
big
it
issues.
after
and,
I take over
I
Ukraine.
think
I'll do
we're
a deal
closer
with
than
you.
we were probably.
It sounds like
It's
Trump, by the way.
unresolved, but it's getting a lot closer. That's
Yeah, 2
a
weeks.
very tough issue.
It's 2 weeks.
But one that I think will get resolved. Yeah, please.
This guy waited 3.5 hours for this.
Even after you spoke with President Putin, can you assure us that you have received written or any formal response from them?
Well, what was the issue? You have to tell me. What did they say?
They are telling that Ukraine has to give up Donbass. Just very recent statement coming out.
Well, that's what they've been asking for, and there's a dispute about that. So they're going to have to iron that out. It's an issue they have to iron out. But I think it's moving in the right direction.
The solution or peace agreement that you try to achieve.
If something doesn't happen, you mean if something doesn't happen? Yeah, go ahead.
May I ask?
No, go ahead. You want to finish your
Will there
question?
be
Quiet,
any
piggy.
step that the United States be prepared?
Well,
to
we'll
take?
see. Look, we'll see. But I don't want to talk about that because I think we're getting pretty close. Yes, please.
May I ask the president what
Please.
About territorial question, Mr. President. What is your take on Donbas status? Are you prepared to see it as a free economic or demilitarized zone?
No, we spoke about 20 points plan, and I'm happy that really our teams very close to results. And I agree with President Trump that our teams work not one day and not one week.
As long as Putin stays with his maximalist demands, Zelensky can pretend like he's okay with giving up land and stuff. He can pretend to entertain the idea of elections, and it's like and it's amazing to me that Putin, he's very Trumpian in this way, absolutely refusing to pivot and change. Because if he was smart, he would take some concessions, and that would give Donald Trump enough to push back. But this is Zelensky playing Trump, playing the whole thing as well as possible. This is because like a lesser man would be like, fuck Putin. He's maximalist. You can't trust him. We're not giving up anything until, you know what I mean? But he's not. He's playing this game. He's like, oh, we're open to it. Yeah, okay.
In 1 month, beginning from Geneva, then 2 meetings in Miami, then we had Berlin, and now we have Mar-a-Lago. So this is a very difficult question. You know our position. So it's, we have to respect our law and our people. We respect the territory which we control. And of course, our attitude is very clear. That's why President Trump said this is a very tough question. And of course, we have with Russians different positions.
Exactly, Fragwitz, yeah.
No, when we speak about referendum, we spoke that it's one of the key. We can have referendum on any kind of points of this plan. I said that we can use referendum like for the plan.
He knows damn well a referendum, how is he going to get votes from people in the occupied territories, right? Putin would arrest Ukrainians in the occupied territories who voted. You know what I mean? So he knows damn well it's ludicrous. And a lesser man would be like, oh, that's totally ludicrous. He's playing Trump. He knows Trump's a fucking idiot. He knows that Trump isn't aware how ludicrous the idea of a democratic referendum is while you're being invaded. Trump isn't aware of that, and he's playing Trump against Putin on that. It's brilliant shit.
Or we cannot use referendum. It's one of the key. We can use, this possibility of parliament to vote according to the law or to have referendum. Doesn't matter. This referendum, if the plan will be very difficult for our society, very difficult. Of course, our society has to choose and has to vote because it's their land, the land not of one person, it's the land of our nation for a lot of generations.
They'll probably have to get their plan approved by Parliament or by referendum of the people.
He's got Trump on his side. He's got Trump making the argument for, this is good stuff. This is good fucking stuff. This motherfucker is good, dude. Zelensky is good. I couldn't handle it. I just couldn't handle it, man. I would not have the temperament for this.
You would think that I know they had a poll that it's 91% in favor of ending this war, so they want to end it.
What poll? What poll are we talking about?
Like everybody wants. Russia wants it ended. Everybody wants it ended.
Oh, yeah, they want it ended. Yeah, no doubt about it.
I want it ended because I don't want to see so many people dying. We're losing, massive numbers of people. The biggest by far since World War II. So we want to see it ended, absolutely.
President Trump, you said at the top that you plan to speak again tomorrow.
U.S. and Russia, we're all on the same page.
I might. It depends on what happens tomorrow. If there's an additional something to add, otherwise there's no reason to. We're in the process. Jared and Steve are working very hard to get.
What was the question?
Speak again tomorrow. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
President Trump, you said at the top that you plan to speak again tomorrow. Is that correct?
Oh, okay. Is Trump and Zelensky going to speak again tomorrow? No. Well, in 2 weeks.
I might. It depends on what happens tomorrow. If there's an additional something to add, otherwise there's no reason to. We're in the process. Jared and Steve are working very hard to get something done. And if there's something that comes up, I'd speak. But otherwise, I don't think there's any reason to.
In your mind, sir, what are the thorniest issues still unresolved after the?
Well, I think the land you're talking about. Some of that land has been taken.
He's still not going to call out Putin. It's obvious it's Putin.
Maybe up for grabs, but it may be taken over the next period of a number of months. And are you better off making a deal now? Look, let me tell you, they have been very brave. They fought very hard and continue to fight very hard and do tremendous damage. But Russia would like to see it end, and Ukraine would like to see it. And I think
dictators love peace. They would prefer to take over your country without resistance. It's just that simple.
It's time to end. And a lot of very brave people, a lot of people that are dead right now, unfortunately.
Yeah, a lot of fucking Russians
I've said,
are dead.
and nobody's disputed it, that if the election weren't rigged and stolen, 2020, you wouldn't have had this war. It would have never happened. And it didn't happen for 4 years. Never was even thought to happen. And I spoke with President Putin. I got along with him very well, despite the Russia hoax, which was a total hoax. He used to say, what is going on over there? But it was a total hoax, as he knew and as I knew. But I spoke to him, and we'd talk about Ukraine. I've said it before. It was the apple of his eye, but he wasn't going to do anything about it. He didn't do anything about it until I was gone, and then a lot of really bad statements were made by people, by a lot of people, I guess, but by a certain president that we had who was a disaster. Yes.
He just can't help himself.
Ukraine, if you can get to an agreement. And I know
I'd have
you
no
said
problem
earlier,
with doing it. You know, I have no problem with doing it. Don't anticipate it. Would like to get the deal done and not necessarily have to go. I've offered to go and speak to their parliament. And, you know, if that would help, I don't know if that would help. I think it would probably help, but I don't even know if that's...
You're welcome.
I don't... yeah, no, I know.
Always.
So I'm not sure that it would be really necessary, but...
Smart, once again. Yeah, you come on by anytime to speak to Ukrainian parliament. Come on by anytime. Boy, Putin would love that.
Would help save 25,000 lives a month or whatever it may be. I would certainly be willing to do that. Yeah, please. No, behind you.
This piggy over here.
Where are you from?
From Ukraine.
Good, I had a feeling.
Public broadcaster.
Good.
And how about Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant? Have you discussed this question?
On what?
Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant.
Yeah, we discussed that at length today. As you know, it's in pretty good shape. It can start up immediately, almost immediately. And it's one of the things I discussed with President Putin. And they were talking about the nuclear plant. That's probably the biggest in the world, just about the biggest anywhere in the world. Can you believe that? And President Putin's actually working with Ukraine on getting it open. He's been very good in that sense. He wants to see that open. And he hasn't hit it with missiles, hasn't hit it with anything. It's a big danger to do that for everybody. But they're working together to try and get it. It can open very quickly.
Like
it's in
Bill
pretty
Clinton's
good shape.
dick.
And the people there have been there for years. The people there running it. You know, they have 5,000 people in that plant. Can you believe it? I learned that today. 5,000
Can you
people.
believe
It's
it?
the biggest plant of its kind in the world. And they're working together to get it open. They could maybe get it open quickly. That's a big step when he's not bombing that plant. It's a big step.
in the readout from Moscow, they talked about the creation of some working groups that would be set. Can you tell us about what those working groups would entail? And also, if you wouldn't mind, what is the message that you will give to Putin when you speak to him after your meeting?
So the working group is going to be composed of Steve Witkoff.
Steve from Agenda Free News? Oh, Steve Witkoff.
Jared Kushner, General Raisin Kane, Marco Rubio, and a few other people that we're going to be
Jared Kushner
putting onto
all
it. I
the
think
experts.
Pete Hegseth should be in that working group. He knows the territory very well. He's been fantastic at what he's doing. And they may add one or two people. And likewise, Ukraine's going to have some very good people that were at lunch today that enjoyed
they enjoyed their
lunch.
food.
A lot.
No,
More than
they love
thought,
food.
right? But do you want to say who may be on your working group?
Yeah, we
Jared
now,
Kushner.
as I said, that we work with Steve and Jared. We worked.
He
and
did.
work
He said
our
it.
Rustem Umerov and also
Yeah.
Deputy
Oh
Minister.
no. Oh no. Zelensky definitely. When he thinks of geopolitics and negotiating and diplomacy, Jared Kushner's top three. You bet. Totally genuine. Totally genuine stuff. He's not placating Trump at all.
Gislitz and also General Ignatov, and they will continue work in this
Brilliant.
group.
He's playing Trump like a fucking
Of
fiddle.
course, if we will go further, and I hope that really we will have decisions in January, as I said, about all these documents, 6 documents, and of course, we will continue work on this, so they know what to do. Yes.
And that working group, by the way, importantly, will also then be working with Russia. Okay? Because to work with ourselves doesn't really solve much of a problem. So they'll be working with Russia. Yeah, please.
President, you said this morning you weren't a deadline guy. How long do you think it'll take to get this last little bit, as you say, finished? What are we talking about?
So if it went really well, you know, maybe a few weeks. And if it went poorly longer, and if it went really poorly, it's not going to happen.
Anybody unironically using Omega lol? That's a big red flag. I knew I was going to be hitting the flush button on that piece of shit. As soon as I saw that Omega lol, you busting out Omega lol. This shit isn't 2012 anymore. What, you got some Pepe frogs for me? Crusty ass motherfuckers.
That would be a shame. There's that chance also. You know, it's possible it doesn't happen. But, you know, in a few weeks we will know one way or the other, I think. But
a couple weeks.
But if it went really well, but it could also go poorly. I mean, you know, we could have something where one item that you're not thinking about is a big item breaks it up. Look, it's been a very difficult negotiation, very detailed.
Shit. Omega lol.
Funny, I settled 8 wars. Some were going on for 35 years. And we got them settled in a couple of days. Some of them.
I did it.
One was going on for 37 years. I settled it in 1 day.
He did. I did 1 day.
This
it's
is
still
a very
ongoing,
complex
but
one.
it's good now. We're good now.
No, I think we'll get it done. I don't want to say when, but I think we're going to get it done. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. President, you in the past have suggested a trilateral meeting between both Presidents Putin and Zelensky. Is
Right.
that something that is also on the docket?
I see that happening, sure, at the right time. I saw a very interesting President Putin today. I mean, he wants to see it happen. He wants to see it. He told me very strongly. I believe him.
I love peace.
Don't forget, we went through the Russia hoax together. And he'd call me, I'd call him, I'd say, can you believe the stuff that they're making up? And it turned out we were right. They made it all up.
Turned up.
And despite that,
actually,
we didn't get into wars, and we didn't get
You know, ironically, I was criticizing Hillary Clinton, but no, the more the longer things go on, the more we realize there was definitely some connections between, you know, all the, I was criticizing Rachel Maddow. I was like, oh, slow down on the Russia shit. But no, the more we find out, no, there was absolutely collusion. Absolutely.
into problems, but we weren't able to trade very much or any of that, which was a shame because, you know, a lot of success could have been had by trading with Russia. They have great land, great minerals and other things, and we have things that they want very badly.
They have oil.
But the Russia hoax,
has
which was
to give up.
a terrible made-up fictional thing
Totally
by
made up fake
Crooked
news.
Hillary and by Adam Shifty Schiff and bad people, sick people. They made it up. It was all a made-up hoax.
No,
but it kept
some
us
truth
really
to it.
from dealing with Russia. Kept Russia dealing, you know, from dealing with us. So, but despite that,
Putin and
we
I,
get
we were in
along.
the trenches.
And
He's such a nice guy.
I don't know. I think we're going to get there. I know him very well. I think we're going to get there.
Discuss any time, location, meeting place?
Yeah, we're discussing a lot of things. No, look. I was on the phone with them for almost, I guess, 2.5 hours. They're just telling me now. It's a long time. We discussed a lot of things. We didn't talk about the weather. We weren't talking about what a beautiful day it is in Palm Beach, Florida.
China?
Yes.
Trump, President Zelensky mentioned maybe a meeting with European leaders back in Washington. Would that be in the next few weeks?
Well, in Washington or someplace, yeah. These leaders that I just read, these are great people. You know, they've spent a lot of money on helping Ukraine. And look, they're doing it for themselves also, meaning their country, because Ukraine's a very important country.
Gee, why would they feel threatened about a Russian invasion into Ukraine? Well, why would they? Someone give Jared Kushner a call so we can straighten this out.
For them in particular. For us, it's very important. To me, it's the lives. You know,
President
we're
PewDiePie.
thousands and thousands of miles. We're protected by a thing called the Atlantic Ocean.
What does PewDiePie have to say about
and lots
this?
of other places, to be honest. And they're not. You know, they're right there. but we're working together with them as
He's
we
so
should
bad
be.
at this.
But I'm doing it the same.
He's such a he's so played. He's such a little punk ass bitch, just getting pulled around by the nose, and he's got his own little personal. Oh, we were in the trenches together. Russia hoax and Shifty Shift, Adam Shifty Shift. It's just pathetic. I mean, he really is just a walking, talking parody of global diplomacy. It's really something else, man. History is going to remember this man as a bumbling, stumbling buffoon when it came to geopolitics.
Save lives. You know, we're not spending any money. Biden gave $350 billion away. And the president was nice enough to give us a contract to take out rare earth and things. So we'll see how that all works out. We have a contract, but we appreciated that. He was,
because look, we can never expect him to give more money to Ukraine, to give more support to Ukraine. But what we don't want is him actively working with Russia against Ukraine, right? Having Elon Musk cut off Starlink completely, sanctioning and defunding NATO and other European allies for supporting Ukraine. That's the best that we're going to get from this. We're not going to get a weapons deal. As you can see, he's still him and Putin still BFFs. He doesn't want to let that go, even though he's being played like a sucker by Vladimir Putin. The best that we can expect, the best that we can hope for, is him not actively supporting Russia, and we're not there yet. So that's a victory.
very good. But we'll see how that works out. But if you think about it, we're going to have. I really believe we're probably, Mr. President, by far closer than ever before.
2 weeks.
With both parties.
Oh, yeah.
We had some times when he was close and President Putin wasn't. Then we'd have President Putin was close and he wasn't. You saw that in the White House. But
what a joke.
But I think they both want to see it happen.
In your conversation with...
You were saying that you've said multiple times that you want to stop the killing, and nearly 100 American citizens died in Ukraine on the battlefield. What's your message to their families whose loved ones died fighting for you?
Well, look, I mean, the message is so obvious. It's what a shame. They died in a foreign country.
They died defending democracy, liberty,
some are celebrated
sovereignty.
people. They're very celebrated. But so sad that a thing like that would happen. Yes, ma'am.
Moves right along. Moves right the fuck along. Doesn't give a flying fuck.
Obviously, security is a major issue for the Ukrainians.
Right.
Did you offer any promises, any assurances today?
Well, I did. We want to work with Europe, and Europe is going to take over a big part of it, as you can imagine. You know, they're right there. But we're going to help Europe 100%. Like they'd help us. Yes, ma'am. You going to say?
Yeah, we're going to help Europe. Oh, by the way, we're announcing lifting sanctions on Russia. Here you go, Europe. There you go. We're going to defund NATO. There you go. Is that helping?
Yeah, I was just going to ask, when your conversation...
Who are you with?
Andrea Shala with Reuters.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
That's what I
so
thought,
in
Piggy.
your conversation with President Putin, did you discuss what responsibility Russia will have for any kind of reconstruction of Ukraine post an agreement?
I did. They're going to be helping. Russia's going to be helping. Russia wants to see Ukraine succeed.
They're happy to rebuild the areas that they've conquered. They're happy to rebuild it with crappier, unregulated building, using shittier materials and without any safety concerns. They're happy to slap up some Soviet era brutalist cement fucking monoliths and cram a bunch of fucking poor Ukrainians into. They're happy to do that after they've taken it over, changed all the signs to Russian, changed all the schools to force a Russian curriculum. Happy to do it.
It sounds a little strange, but I was explaining to the president, President Putin was very generous in his feeling toward Ukraine succeeding, including supplying energy, electricity, and other things at very low prices. So a lot of good things came out of that call today. But they were in the works for 2 weeks with Steve and with Jared and Marco and everybody.
What a fool.
Did Russia agree, or did Putin agree to a ceasefire to allow a referendum to take
Not
place?
a ceasefire, and that's one of the points that
So how
we're
the fuck
working
is a
on right now.
referendum
No,
gonna
not a
happen?
ceasefire. He feels that, look, they're fighting and to stop, and then if they have to start again, which is a possibility, he doesn't want to be in that position. I understand that position,
Oh, he does.
The president feels strongly about that or something. But I think we're finding ways that we can get around that. But I understand President Putin from that standpoint. You know, you have to understand the other side. And, you know, I'm on the side of peace. I'm on the side of stopping the war. So,
It's
but I think that's
it's not peace.
That's a problem that's going to get solved. Yeah.
Would people who live outside of Ukrainians who fled during the war be allowed to participate in the referendum?
What do you mean, people where live?
The people that left.
refugees
So
who
the
fled
people,
to
we have,
Poland and Germany.
if we speak about the people who are abroad, who are not on the territory of Ukraine, you mean that in Poland, in Germany, we have millions of people. Yeah, they have a referendum in the same of elections, in the same way how people come and vote. They have rights for this, and of course they have to come.
And he knows damn well that none of this is realistic. It's totally ridiculous. But honestly, if he were to do it, he'd likely win. You know, do you, like, they put up the question to these people, do you want, you know, should Ukraine keep its sovereignty or should it capitulate to Russia? He would likely win that referendum, right? Or a referendum on himself, right? Like, you know, he's off. He's like, if Putin were to retreat right now, I'll step down as president. He knows all these things are totally ridiculous, but once again, it's him playing Trump, placating Trump, allowing him to think that he's a deal maker.
That's why if we will come to referendum, yes, if we will come to such decision,
it's an attrition game.
Infrastructure for this,
you know,
and it's not
if he
simple.
can keep this going,
that's why we
there's a
spoke
chance
about
that
it.
Russia
in one day, very
can't
quickly.
keep it going.
It's difficult because we need infrastructure. When you have millions of people, you have to build it in Europe, mostly in Europe for today.
President Trump, I know you sound an optimistic note here, but what happens in a few weeks if things sputter? What are you prepared to do?
They keep fighting, and they keep dying.
I'm going to help Russia. He's my buddy.
But if things don't happen, they keep fighting.
I'm going to help him out.
And they keep dying. And we don't want that to happen. He doesn't want it to happen. President Putin doesn't want it to happen either. Okay.
God.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Great.
What
Thank
a
you.
fucking farce.
All right, so that was.
What a farce.
Was it a good lunch?
Was that a good lunch? Did you have a good lunch, Piggy? Yeah? You like the Mar-a-Lago food?
What a farce. Just farce. There's no other way to put it. What a fucking farce.
You like the food, Piggy? I got the best chefs. They're from you know, H-1B visas. I pay them $6 an hour.
And animal rights campaigner Brigitte Bardot
Wow,
has died.
Sky News not even covering this. Where the fuck is the coverage on Sky News? Anybody? Okay, they did cover this. So let's hear what they have to say. I'm curious. That's right. I was pausing a little bit. Sorry. Man, my God, history will not be kind to Donald Trump. I mean, just a clown.
The White House is a very special place.
It's very special.
The president, they're still
That's why I'm
interacting
building a
with the
ballroom twice the
journalists
size of it.
present, I guess reflecting the cordial tone of both of that news conference and apparently of that meeting. President Trump is saying that they'd made a lot of progress.
In 2 weeks.
Security guarantees and territorial issues, the key ones. Donald Trump said territorial issues still not resolved, but things will be resolved. And then when it comes to the security guarantees, a key issue, according to President Zelensky, Zelensky said it was 100% agreed. Trump said around 95, also saying we shouldn't talk in percentages. Let's cross to Mark Stone, who joins me now from West Palm Beach in Florida, where Mar-a-Lago is and where that meeting is taking place. What did you make of...
Did you really need to go to Mar-a-Lago? Is this entirely necessary for you to be here? You could literally be sitting in your living room. What is the point of going to the fucking beach 10 miles outside of Mar-a-Lago to make these statements? What is the fucking point? It's just a waste of money.
Of that news conference, Mark?
Well, I mean, actually quite hard to decipher what's really going on because on the face of it, there hasn't been any progress today. I mean, they talked about...
But that is the best news that we can get. What I was dreading was him coming out and saying, okay, we've made the decision. Zelensky doesn't agree, but we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna support
Russia. We're going to cut off whatever military support that we're giving to to Ukraine. We're going to cut that all off. Right? That is the worst case scenario, and that is not what happened. The best we can get is basically just another 2 weeks, and Zelensky knows that.
Great progress. Trump certainly did. Zelensky perhaps a little less, but they don't appear to have shifted or moved the dial on any of the two, I should say, key issues. One, security guarantees, the American security guarantees that it's willing to offer Ukraine in the event of the war ending, guarantees that would last years, decades. And the other is territory. What precisely have they discussed today which has shifted the position on either of those two issues? Well, I guess the most detail we got was actually from Zelensky. Although he did far less talking, he did list, quite interestingly, the percentage success that he thought different issues were at. And he said, we discussed all aspects of the peace framework. That's the 20-point plan that, remember, the Ukrainians and the Europeans have been discussing in coordination with the Americans, but the Russians have not had any part of. And of that 20-point plan, he said it is 90% agreed. He then said the US-Ukraine peace guarantees are 100% agreed. The US-Europe-Ukraine security guarantees are almost agreed. Now, I think that's a reference probably to European or NATO forces on the ground in Ukraine. I think the Americans have got a problem with that because they know that the Russians have got a problem with that. So we need clarity on that, and we don't have it at the moment. So, right. I mean, it's, as I say, hard to read. My sense, and my immediate sort of response to what we've just listened to, is that actually both sides clearly want to present today as not being a waste of time. They certainly haven't gone backwards. That's in itself positive. But I don't think there has been any material shift in position. Have a look now at my story of the day, which has been a remarkable day in and of itself, given that we are down in the sun in Florida and Zelensky flew in for an important meeting with Trump.
It must all feel a very long way from his war back home. President Zelensky in Florida for a meeting at Mar-a-Lago. The Floridian sun, Palm Beach, peak holiday time, and the faux palatial backdrop. All of it so incongruous, and yet a moment for sure. Another one where Ukraine's future, its destiny, could be molded. And so read the faces if you can. Trump's harder than Zelensky's maybe, because he has shifted back and forth so much. And now, just off the phone with Putin.
President, do you think Putin is serious about peace this time?
I do. I think he is. I think they both are.
What was your message? How close are we to a message to Mr. Putin?
Got to make a deal. Got to get it done.
Got to make a deal.
And I think both presidents want to make a deal.
The two key focuses here are America's position on security.
You want to see how Putin wants to make a deal? Here's him signing a law that allows him to seize housing from Ukrainians in occupied territory. That's how much he wants to make a fucking deal. This is where Putin stands. He wants to take all of Ukraine without a fucking doubt. This was what, 5 days ago. 5 days ago. Here's Putin signing, making it legal. So sick and tired of people talking about, oh, well, it's legal to do this and it's legal to do that. Everything a fucking fascist does is legal. Pull your head out of your fucking ass. Come to terms with what's fucking happening here. Because it's not about legality, it's about morality.
Security guarantees and Ukraine's position on territory. On the first, Trump appeared positive.
Nobody even knows what the security agreement is going to say, but there will be a security agreement. It'll be a strong agreement. And the European nations are very much involved in that. They'll be very much involved in protection, etc.
On the second, the issue of territory, just how much Ukraine is willing to give up, well, Zelensky would not be drawn.
Mr. President, are you willing to make territorial concessions?
We will speak about 20 points plan. There are in 20 points plan, 90%, by the way, was done by our two teams. I think they made a great job, great work, and yes, we will discuss these points also.
In the room, there were no public words, but a look around the table is telling. Trump's top team, including his top general, here to talk security guarantees, maybe. And Secretary of State Marco Rubio, too, more skeptical of Putin than anyone on Trump's team. On the other side of the world, in a different world, the conflict continues. The latest Russian bombardment in Ukraine. This certainly suggests Putin has no interest in ending the war, despite what Trump says. On brand, he was in fatigues for his latest appearance and holding the line on his demands.
We see that, unfortunately, the leaders of the Kyiv regime are not rushing to resolve this conflict by peaceful means. If Kyiv authorities are not willing to end the matter peacefully, we will achieve all the goals we have in the special military operation by military means.
Back at Mar-a-Lago, the talks went on into the afternoon. It is not clear how much was discussed, how much was agreed, and how long any agreement will stick. So there we are. Look, Barbara, a couple of other observations. First of all, watching that news conference that just happened in Mar-a-Lago, I was fascinated by Zelensky's face. As I said, Trump did most of the talking. And at times, look, I mean, this is my reading of it, but at times I thought Zelensky looked exasperated. Trump was making jokes about the food, the lunch. Did they enjoy it? Trump said that Zelensky's central casting generals looked like they enjoyed it. He was kind of making light of what for Zelensky is such a serious, such a pivotal moment. And I thought he looked pretty exasperated at times, but he knows because of what happened back in February. He can't say anything and doesn't want to say anything because he knows he needs the American president on side through all of this. There was, interestingly, due to be a news conference separately by Zelensky that we were invited to that was taking place at a hotel down the road from here. That was on, then it was off, then it was on, then it was off again. The reason for that is because the Ukrainian side, they've been guided by Trump's team about what might happen in there. They don't necessarily know which way anything is going to go, including the choreography of the day. And so the separate news conference was cancelled because at the last minute, Trump said that he was going to have a news conference alongside Zelensky. I imagine they didn't know that questions were going to be taken as well. That's a moment of jeopardy for the Ukrainian side. But to sum up, look, I don't think we're any further forward right now than we were yesterday, but nor are we any further back. And I guess in such a difficult conflict, that's a win of sorts as well.
Mark Stone with the latest on that meeting in Palm Beach and Florida.
All right. Okay. So there you go. This is the best we can get. This is literally the best news we can expect. Trump making a fucking fool of himself, being a grinning, useful idiot for Putin. He'll never let go of this. Putin had my back during the Russia hoax. It was me versus it was me and Putin versus Shifty Schiff, right? So he'll never let it go. The best we can expect, the best we can hope for, like I said, is him not actively cutting off the because there's some logistic stuff. I think there's some, Russia or Ukraine is working with the U.S. military with satellites and stuff like that. So there's some logistical things that they're helping with, but we can never expect this idiot unless Putin gets out there and starts calling Donald Trump a dummy directly, right? As long as Putin gets on the phone and says we're still bros, remember like the old times. Donald Trump is going to continue to have his back. And then, of course, he's surrounded by these pro-Russian elements like Marco Rubio, like Jared Kushner, who are just like, dump Ukraine, let Ukrainians get bowled over. But it's interesting, though, because he is smart enough to realize that Ukraine will continue to fight and will likely, be as successful as they are right now, with or without America's help. It'll make it more difficult. The losses will increase, but the fight will continue. And if he drops support, and then this war continues, and he starts actively helping Russia, and then something were to happen, and Russia were to, like the economy or something were to, the people actually rise up, laugh along with me, right? But if something were to happen that would actually affect this and Russia were to start to dramatically lose, because it's really hedging on it's a war of attrition here. It would obviously make the United States look incredibly foolish, right? Because they picked the wrong side. And Trump ultimately loves a winner. He wants to be a winner on this. And if he were to follow Jared Kushner's advice, dump Ukraine, pick Russia, start supporting Russia, he's smart enough at least to realize that could make him look pretty fucking foolish, right? So that's really the best we can get out of this. Sorry I didn't spend 3.5 hours looking at a looping image of Mar-a-Lago. That's my bad on that one. I was looking through the Discord here. I was able to pull up. We're going to do a couple more videos, and I'm going to say goodbye. But here's that video I was telling you about, this new technology of the Ukrainians now putting shotguns on drones to shoot out drones out of the sky, and of course attack Russians directly with the drone-mounted shotties. Pretty amazing stuff. So let's go ahead and watch this video.
So this is a Ukrainian shotgun-wielding drone dropping Russian UAVs over the battlefield. Finally, it's here, and it's terrifying. There's one.
Man.
Wait till
and that's pretty wild. He brings this up, that because it's like it's not just slapping a shotgun to a drone, because you have recoil and other things to consider. So this is actually pretty amazing that when we see the shotgun fire, we don't see the drone, whoa, 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 like lose balance, like it's steady. And that is an advancement in drone technology.
See what happens when they shoot down all the drones.
Seneca Athena, if there is any demographic that would have the strength and moral clarity to do something like that, it would be the women of Russia. But as long as Putin continues to pull from these border, these countries that have been conquered centuries ago, and they're incredibly impoverished, right? We're talking about areas that don't have working plumbing, et cetera, et cetera. As long as he continues to pull these poor fools, these poor, ignorant, drunken fools from these rural areas, we probably won't see enough groundswell, from women or from anyone else to really see, any kind of actual resistance against Putin, right? There's still a lot of people in Russia that are like, whatever, we're winning, it's ours, we're going to take it. It doesn't really affect me. As we saw in the chat here from that Z-bot, we replaced McDonald's and it's all good and we're doing great and we're on the cusp of victory, right? There's still a lot of Russians that are repeating that, and there's still, most importantly, a lot of Russians that are too afraid to say anything one way or the other. Greetings from Germany.
They'll have ammo remaining. In for a surprise. So this is actually really challenging to pull off. Not just the actual shot here. You see how hard it is for the drone operator to line it up and actually shoot down the drone. But the mechanics of getting a shotgun.
Russia joining NATO? What? What? The Russian government would rather be nuked than to join NATO. Why are you wasting my chat's time with such a stupid fucking question?
Attached, or any weapon system attached to a drone to where it can fire mid-air and not spiral out of control. Both Russia, Ukraine, and the United States, for what it's worth, have been tinkering around with this for quite a while, but it's not something you can just easily strap on to the drone. It does require a pretty experienced pilot to not just operate the drone, but effectively shoot down drones and keep it afloat. There we go. All the drones are down.
Right. Okay. So now he's going to get to footage, and I'm pretty sure Twitch doesn't want me to show this, but then he shows the shotgun shooting a Russian on the ground. It doesn't appear to kill him, but it's hard to tell if it injures him or misses him. So I'm going to avoid showing this. If you want to see the video yourself, it's right here. Good stuff. Hope to see more from Ukraine here. Yeah. It feels like Trump is a megaphone for Putin. Yeah. I mean, anybody that's earnestly saying Putin wants peace doesn't understand the situation. It just doesn't. They just don't understand the situation. The only thing that Putin is going to respond to is power. That's the only thing that's going to stop him. And if he is able to pull this off, he is not stopping at Ukraine. He's not stopped. He's going to catch his breath. It's going to be a couple years of peace and quiet, and Donald Trump will be dead in the grave thinking I solved another one. But he's going to build up his military, put those troops right on the border, set up his missiles, set up his artillery right on the border, probably Poland, I would say Poland's the next one, and he's gonna take Poland back, right? Because it's the greater Russian delusion that Putin has, and he himself sees the Grim Reaper coming, and he wants to be Alexander the Great 2.0. So there's the link right there if you want to watch the rest of this video of a Russian getting shotgunned from a drone. Real quick, let me just make sure I don't have any more Ukraine-related stuff to show you. ICE stuff. No. Let me show you this picture. We were talking about Laura Loomer earlier. This is what I was talking about. And look, I don't want to make fun of people that get into a really bad car accident. Like I said, you've probably seen if you're a freak like me, you've seen photos of people. Like there's this one photo that's been going around Reddit for the last couple months. Some guy put a shotgun below his chin, blew his fucking face apart. I mean, it's like his jaw, his fucking mouth is up here, his nose is gone, and then surgeons were able to reconstruct his face, and it still doesn't look normal-ish, but it looks more normal than what it was, which it looked like he created a new anus on his face, right? So I'm not making fun of those people who, they go through an accident or a suicide attempt or something like that, and then they get surgical reconstruction to get a somewhat human face back. This woman did this to herself. Okay, and if you don't know what I'm talking about, here's Laura Loomer. Before and after. Okay, this is what she used to look like. Okay, this is what she used to look like. Give me the website. International Plus. What are we doing here? Okay, we all get old. We all get old, right? But this is what she used to look like, and this is what she looks like now. It's mental illness. It's mental fucking illness. I mean, I'm not gonna judge a woman's appearance. I try not to. I'm a sexist, right? Because I'm a straight male, right? I got a dick. Okay, it's hard to keep my opinions to myself. Okay, goodbye. Bye bye. They make it so easy, folks. They make it so fucking easy. Bye bye. Don't waste my chat's time. Okay, the people in my chat are real motherfuckers. They're regulators. Okay, don't waste my fucking chat's time with a bunch of nonsense. Get the fuck out of here. So I just want to make that clear. I'm not trying to be sexist, and I'm not trying to make fun of people that go through horrific, events and then have to have surgical reconstruction of their face. This woman did this to herself, and it's like a horror movie. It's like a horror movie, bro. We know. Well, I gotta repeat it. I gotta repeat it. Okay. One of these days, I might be successful enough to be clip chimped, right, and taken out of context. Boy, what an honor that would be to have a group of people so obsessed with me that they hate watch me and they can't wait to clip chimp me. But I mean, this is mental illness. That's fine, Nitro. Yeah, we're basically done with Ukraine, so we can catch you next time. This is mental fucking illness, okay? And she's not the only one, right? This Mar-a-Lago MAGA face thing is quite a phenomenon. These people are doing this to themselves, and it's kind of interesting, right? Because it reflects the twisted person within on the outside, right? They're making their outside look like how they feel on the inside. It's really something else. It's really something else. This fucking idiot, Laura Loomer, has arrived. Are you warning us? Are you warning us? Hey, thank you, Nitro. Thank you for everybody that's following. For some reason, I don't get the follow alerts. I'm going to try to fix that coming up next year so that, something cool happens when you follow me. So thank you for the follows, for everybody that's followed and I never acknowledged. Thank you very much for that, and thank you for the views. I mean, it's really something else, man. It's really fucking... And she's like, she didn't stop at this. This wasn't enough. She looks like, Five Nights at Freddy's over here. And she's like, no, I want more. I want more. Look at her lips. Look at the uneven eyes, the cheeks.
she looks like Master Shake after surgery. Let me show you here. Yeah, Master Shake plastic surgery. So there's this great episode where he goes to a foreign country of some sort. He goes to like Colombia or something, and he gets fake boobs with a saline pump. The nose is made out of coconuts, and it's not even enough. Like, he keeps going back, and he keeps like making it worse because Meatwad keeps like goading him on. It just gets worse and worse and worse. Let me see if I can find a photo. Yeah. So it turns it. So this is the end result. Like, he just can't help himself. Okay, come on. Give me the fucking image. What is this? I mean, what the fuck is this? Just give me the image. Here, open image in new tab. There we go. It just gets worse. It gets to the point where he puts a second face on his face. Meatwad says that his ass is concave. he put a unicorn horn with a fucking headlight. He's got like neon lights like a car. Oh shit. I mean, it's like literally Master Shake syndrome over here. I mean, it doesn't even fit her body anymore. Her head is like smaller because she's had so much shit taken away from it. All right, so there you go. That's all I wanted to say on this, is that she's got Master Shake syndrome over here. She went to Tijuana to go get some cheap surgery, and yeah, it's really not working out. And you can't reverse this. You can't go back. You can't go back, man. A part of me she could have stopped right here. Okay, she could have stopped right here, and like, it's still distracting, but it's like, okay. All right, she could have stopped right, but she just can't stop. I mean, look at this fucking photo, bro. What the fuck is going? Like, it's mental illness. She looks like Mrs. Potato Head with the lip filler and the cheeks and the fucking eyes and the whole fucking thing. What the fuck? All right, yeah. The funniest joke from that episode was that Meatwad was like, Shake is like, I'm going to call up Jordache and we're going to do some Gene ads, because he's got the perfect ass now. And Meatwad's like, no, you can call up a horror movie. You could be the monster in a horror movie. I'm butchering the joke, but like, she could have stopped right here. She could have stopped right here, and that would have been enough. People still would have made fun of her, but holy shit. I mean, like, the lips are twice the size as they used to. This is what a human lip looks like. This is, filler. And she's like, more. I want more. Mrs. Potato Head face, dude. Okay. All right. Okay. You get the point. God damn it. Whoa. I mean, maybe it's just a bad photo, but whoa. Okay, so we got some ice stuff I wanted to show you here. Just some more great ice-related clips, because they just keep coming. People standing up against ice. You love to see it. I know I love to see it. This is my favorite one of the last month. You got to try to keep your body up with your own mouth. No, I agree, Zio Duke. I agree. Lawn King. You never responded to my accusation that you're 95% likely to be a right winger. I guess that's not true if you've stuck around this long. Are you one of the 5 people on DLive that actually isn't a racist right winger? Could that be Mr. Lawn King? But this is great. Watch this video. This is really something. They just start getting pelted. Sorry, the volume. They just start getting pelted with fucking snowballs. Yes. Oh, God. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. One more time. Turn on the volume. I can't go full screen because this is a piece of shit website. Hey, no problem, Nitro Lack. Thanks again for the follow. We'll see you next time. Welcome to the News Underground. Love it. Welcome to New York, motherfuckers. Welcome to New York, bitch. Yeah, watch, and one of them's just gonna mag dump. You know, one of them's just gonna pull out the little toy that they got. They just can't wait to pull the trigger on, and they're just gonna mag dump. They're just gonna rake a crowd of innocent people. Well, they're not innocent. You can't throw a snowball, be considered anything. You know, we'll hear the right wing come out in defense of it. Asmongold, I heard him yesterday talking about how it should be totally cool for law enforcement to run people over with their vehicles. He said that many times, doubles down on it. He'd love to hear the sound of a woman, you know, of a child getting crunched underneath a rental van, you know, by ICE. He thinks it's really great. If you didn't want it to happen, you shouldn't have been out there, right? He totally thinks, you know, ICE and law enforcement should be able to summarily murder somebody with their vehicle. You know, and he comes out, he's kind of a mixed bag. Sometimes he comes out, he's, you know, criticizing Trump, but we all know where he's really coming from. I guess Cenk Uygur would say I should meet him halfway and, you know, not try to cancel him because he has sometimes, because he was criticizing the plaques, you know, underneath the Presidential Hall of Fame, right? But then, you know, in the same stream, he'll be like, yeah, I think law enforcement should be able to murder people without any accountability. Well, yeah, I think mixed bag is generous. I think that's appropriate. That's appropriate. But there's things that the Trump administration does that's even too ridiculous, even for crusty cockroach Asmongold to back up. We have another one here from New York. This is what New Yorkers are. This is how they're treating ICE agents as they try to intimidate with their big beer bellies and their fucking just bought off Amazon. What do they call it? What do they call these? The apparatus that they wear, the fucking holds the plates, right? They're not even. It's not even. Look at this. Look at this. It's 3 sizes too fucking small on this beefcake over here. This guy's 3 sheets to the fucking wind. But this is how New York is treating these guys. So it's like, oh, okay, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do some operations. They were totally surrounded. Totally fucking surrounded. With their fucking Kanye West shades and the fucking masks. You know, I mean, you know, we're gonna start getting people, you know, they're gonna continue to claw more and more, you know, accountability away, and they're going to start using violence, more aggressive violence against people. And, you know, look, man, I'm not going to sit here and justify violence, but, you know, I don't control every human being on planet Earth. People will start pushing back. Okay. And it's not going to be pretty, man, because like they're going to treat, they want that. That's what Donald Trump wants. That's what that little bitch who runs this whole operation wants. He wants people to shoot at them. He wants people to grab at their masks because they just can't wait. The guy walks around with a laser scope on his little AR-15, holding it like he's a big boy, like he's holding his dick. Just can't fucking wait to rake a crowd of woke liberals and smoke them and then get a congratulations from Donald Trump. They can't fucking wait. But look at this, regular ass folks, 90-pound Asian women, you know, probably working in one of these high rises in the office, coming out, stopping what they're doing, coming out, getting their phone out and confront. I mean, how often do you see that? You know, I've never in my life seen any kind of spontaneous public reaction like I have with these fucking clowns. You know, you got a 100-pound, you know, woman calling these fat asses bitches. Show your face. Look at that. That's New York right there. That's fucking New York right there, baby. Okay. That's a guy that's had a couple slices in his life. That's a guy that knows how to hold a pizza slice right there. Look at that. Look at the fear in his eyes. Time to go, boys. So this I love this guy. This is why they've started to target daycares, and they've actually started targeting the border, people trying to leave the United States into Mexico. I got footage of that coming up next. But they've started to target people on the freeway, right? Because anytime they try an operation like this, you know, we saw it in Minnesota as well, I believe, people just coming out of their house, spontaneous protest right then and there. And the longer they hang out, the bigger it gets. You know, no one's really intimidated by them. Right, look at that, putting a fucking camera right in their face. And this is Eric Adams, New York. We're only just a couple more days for Zoran Mamdani, and what I hope to see from Zoran Mamdani's police department is take the masks off. It's not legal for federal agents to operate. You know, like he can't make it illegal for ICE to be there. Okay, but he can make it illegal for them to not identify themselves on their body, to not wear body cams, to unmask. And my hope is that he starts arresting these people for breaking the law, because every other mayor in every other so-called liberal city has capitulated, right? J.B. Pritzker thinks he's going to run for fucking president. Well, he did an AMA on Reddit. The number one question was, why are you letting your police department let these federal agents break the laws? Why are you letting them do that? I think he avoided it. Like it was basically a nothing burger, right? Because I'm a big happy fat billionaire, and I'm a liberal, and I'm gonna help you out. Number one question is, why are you a little bitch when it comes to ICE agents, basically? And my hope is that Zoran Mamdani shows these motherfuckers, all these other states, what it looks like to be, to actually, stand up against this tyranny. Look at that. I mean, look at that shit. Okay, when's the last time you've seen that? Look at that. She's got a meeting in 5 minutes. Okay? She's got to write 15 emails before she can head home and feed her kids. Okay? But she's dropping everything, getting out in the streets and screaming at law enforcement. When is the last time you've seen that? Oh, I love it. I love this. I love this. Look at that shit. I've never seen this before in my fucking life. And they think ICE and the people running ICE, Tom Hooman and the rest, they think, okay, we're just going to let them commit violence. We're going to let them arrest anybody with a phone. And it's not going to work out in the way that they think it's going to work out. Yeah, Splendidvania, it's not an easy job. It's actually one of the hardest jobs in America, being the mayor of New York. But if there was ever a guy that I think can handle it, has the strength of character, strength of will, and the principles, the morality, right? If there was ever a guy, I think it's Zoran. But I totally acknowledge this shit is not going to be easy. It's not going to be fucking easy. But I think if there was ever a guy to handle it, it'd be Zoran. And he will stumble. Zoran will stumble. But he's the right guy for the job. Love that man. Get the fuck out of here, bitch. Get the fuck out of here, you fucking masked up clowns. God, I love it. Love it. And look, I have so many more clips in the Discord if you want to see. I'm posting stuff every single day. Strategy member, Woke Patriot, female eunuchs. I think we get, some other folks participating in the strategy member. I think I said that, but,
If you want you want more of this shit, I wish I could report on every single one of them, because if I had more time I would, but I got a disabled kid. I got to worry about a very tired wife who watches him while I do this, right? So I can't I can't dedicate as much time as I want to dedicate to this as I should. So if you want to just keep up with all the stuff that I'm watching, make sure you check out the Discord. Yeah, female eunuchs, I agree with that statement. Here's ICE right here, busting people at the Texas border trying to leave America, right? And you're like, what? Not coming into America, trying to leave America. Stream Hub World, how you doing? From Kick. Am I back on Kick? I thought I was kicked off Kick. But why would ICE be doing this? Why would ICE be trying to kidnap people as they're trying to leave America? Isn't that the whole point? Self-deportation, scaring them? Streams live. Okay, great. Well, we'll get them next time. So why? It was live. Okay, it was live. So it's still disconnecting. Then it went offline. Okay, weird. Okay, I think it's a Stream Elements thing. I think there's some kind of technical glitch. Because if I was banned, I wouldn't even get that 5 seconds. So why? Why are they doing this? Why are they scooping up people and kidnapping people on the border, trying to leave America? It's about the numbers. Stephen Miller and Donald Trump still think if they're gonna, he wants to do a big speech. I've deported more people than Obama. I don't think he even has. The deporter in chief, aka Obama, is still got him beat. I don't even know if he's beaten Joe Biden's deportation record. It's easy to forget that, but Obama was the deporter in chief. Man, that guy was kicking out more brown people than Stephen Miller, right? And they want to beat that record. They want to desperately beat that record. So this is literally all about pumping up those numbers. It's disgusting.
On the bridge, gateway again.
Can't even leave.
Stopping all the cars.
Right, and they're trying to say if you self-deport, if you use this new app to self-deport, we'll give you $3,000. They don't give you the money. They don't even give you the fucking money. They don't even pay up. It's just lies. And then your ass gets busted. They're arresting people at the fucking ceremony where you become a citizen. Right there, you've gone through the entire arduous process, and right before you take the pledge to Uncle Sam and the Constitution, put your hand on the Bible, they scoop you up. Disgusting. Just makes you want to spit.
Can you drop down the window from the back, please?
Sure. There you go.
Can I see ID? Visa,
for what?
passport?
Why? For what?
We're checking everybody today.
Okay.
Yeah. Trying to leave America.
So now what?
Can I see an ID, ma'am, please?
And you can bet they harassed her, had her pull over her car, did a full search of every little inch of her car, wasting as much time as humanly possible. Put her face and her IDs through their little Palantir systems. American citizen. She sounded American at least. Here's the last ICE-related video we got right here. A citizen confronting the police about, you guys aren't protecting us. This isn't fucking protection. Data point citizen. Well, she sounded black, so there you go. Stephen Miller, to Stephen Miller, she's an enemy of the country.
All of this is widely documented. So what I'm trying to say, I report on all this stuff, and I can't stay silent anymore. Your citizens, ma'am, are being hunted.
hear you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you for your comments. I hear you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Yeah, we're capitulating to the federal fascists. That was the plan always. A lot of us are pro MAGA, pro Trump, and we're actually really happy to see this. This is really great. As a woman, I don't feel any danger whatsoever from the handsmaid tale coming out of the Trump administration. Yeah, no, I like the idea of no fault divorce. I think that's really cool when if I marry somebody that they can hold me hostage until I get their permission to divorce me. I'm cool with all that. That's really cool. Zeke Heil.
Okay.
Listening. Is there anybody else that wants to say anything to me? Otherwise, I'd like to get the council out here so they can conduct their business.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
What's to stop a random person from putting on a black mask, wearing all black, and claiming to be an ICE agent, and then you guys not having any recourse against them?
Nothing.
And anybody can pretend to be an ICE agent. What qualifications are you guys looking at to make sure that they are actually federal agents?
Right? No, they don't need. All they need is to go to Amazon, and they have the entire ICE uniform, black mask, fake badge that doesn't have any identifier on it, a little ICE, thing that they put on there through the Velcro, and there you go. You have everything you need, and of course a fully loaded weapon. Sometimes.
Because apparently a warrant isn't enough to just throw people in the streets and do whatever they want.
Right. And I assume it was cut off because it was, oh, we hear you. We hear you. Oh, we're so concerned. Yeah, we hear you so much. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right. And I'm sure the right wingers are like, well, she has green hair, so she's disqualified. She doesn't deserve democracy or free speech because she dyes her hair green. So there you go. She's part of the wokerati. Right. We'll end the stream on that one. That one's pretty funny. This fella Chip Franklin, I've never heard of this guy. I don't know where the hell he's from. But this clip came across Reddit, and I thought, well, this is actually kind of interesting, so I thought I'd play it for you. Let's have a listen.
How many times in the last 10 years have you looked at people wearing these hats and thought, is all of Trump's base products of familial inbreeding? Is that wrong? A new poll just came out and shows Trump poll numbers are down again. And I mean, really down. I mean, they're so bad that Trump has actually taken to fudging the government numbers on unemployment, inflation, and GDP. But the reason for Trump's drop in the polls...
Fudging them or just straight up denying, oh, we don't have those numbers. Yeah, but trust us, they're actually really great. But we don't have that number anymore. Sorry.
Might surprise you. Is it possible the people who are deserting Trump are not the former Republicans who backed Trump for money, but the very people I call the cancer?
What would solve the whole thing in the border if they would just start shooting?
They're too bad.
He calls them the cancer. That's a pretty good description. They are, because they eat away at our democracy, at our liberty. We should just shoot people at the border, just summarily execute a woman, carrying her infant child. Shoot him dead. That's what I want to see. Put it on camera so I could jerk my little gherkin while we watch murder footage. That's who these people are. Cancer is a really good description.
Basic types who support Trump, and they're vastly different, yet intertwined like the entrails of your lower intestine. One group saw an opportunity to use Trump to enrich their businesses and pocketbooks. True. In 2017, Man Titties lowered the corporate tax from 35% to 21%, more than a 30% cut and a tremendous loss of revenue for the demanding needs of governmental infrastructure, defense, and research and development. That's trillions of dollars for billionaires getting taxed at a rate lower than school teachers. Now, the other side of Trump's support, well, are they really the dark side of our evolutionary pit stop or victims themselves?
I was called a traitor.
He did indeed say man titties. Yeah, he's pretty awesome. I've never heard of this guy, but I'm loving it.
The growth of MAGA represented many things, most of them immoral and blatantly unconstitutional, but all easy to peddle to the uneducated American mistake.
I love the poorly educated.
Let's take immigrants as an example. MAGA was sold on the idea that immigrants bring crime, take jobs, go on welfare, Medicaid, Social Security.
And statistically, of course, they commit less crimes than white guys like me.
And in general are a burden on the country. But over the last 5 years, the truth, like a persistent wind burrowing through the cracks of your home, started to reach MAGA. The statistics show that American citizens commit crimes at 7 times the rate of immigrants, and immigrants stay married.
No, I'm more likely to rob you and rape you than a guy fixing your roof or, making your food in the back of the kitchen. Yeah, it's true.
Married longer, attend church more often, and as far as Medicare and social services, we'll catch this.
How much do you think undocumented immigrants pay into the tax system every year?
Zero.
2022, they paid $96 billion into...
So listen to that. Yeah, they're just leeches, because that's what Stephen Miller says, right? They're just leeches. They just steal. They take everything from us. Oh, yeah. How about a $96 billion contribution?
Social Security and Medicare, just undocumented.
I really don't know what to say.
I don't know what to say about that, but I'm going to continue to support Republicans with my big fat gut hanging out. Well, make America great again. I can't wait to force my wife to not divorce me. I'm gonna basically kidnap my wife because she finds me repulsive.
And while ISIS and al-Qaeda are still attacking and planning, Trump's FBI is using 25% of their resources to deport undocumented people who have committed no crime other than working our fields, factories, and landscapes while contributing trillions of dollars to our nation's GDP. That's right. And here's the weird irony. The Americans who were raised on hatred of blacks, Jews, LGBT, and people of color may actually be the people who are stepping away from Trump. A new Gallup poll...
I love his fucking jump cuts to these goddamn... Jesus.
Showed Trump was 23 points underwater, with only 36% of participants viewing him favorably.
I couldn't care less.
Something is going on.
I kept my underwear on.
From inflation to Epstein, it's beginning to rip into Trump's support. Because you can wear a red hat all day, but the trillionaires own your factories and they're replacing you with AI and robots. So do we accept the MAGA retreat with a monumental and well-deserved "I fucking told you so"? No, because they were never the real problem. The uneducated MAGA may not understand compound interest and macroeconomics, but each and every one of them knows a Jeffrey Epstein in their community. And in the end, that knowledge, well, it may just be enough to end this thing.
Goddamn right.
Meanwhile, when you go on Twitter, there's examples of right-wingers being like, it's not so bad, and 15 isn't 8. And they had it coming. Look at these pictures of, some of these victims smiling. They wanted to be there, So is it going to end MAGA? This is an off election. Last year was off election. As the election comes along, it's like, well, yeah, I mean, better than Gavin Newsom.
Sit right back and you'll hear a tape.
Okay. All right, so this guy's pretty fucking sweet. I like him. Make sure you check out RA Media. He's got the right attitude. Love to see it. Chip Franklin. If you want the link to the video that we just watched, here it is. Yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is that a good majority of right-wing MAGA folks are themselves pedophilic. Okay, maybe they're not abusing people, but they don't have a problem intermingling with pedophiles. They don't have a problem defending pedophiles. Remember, all this stuff was known. Grab her by the pussy was all known in 2016. The idea, it's like it is driving a wedge because of gadflies like Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson and whatnot. So we are seeing that, but like this idea that it's going to defeat MAGA, destroy MAGA, I'm not convinced quite yet, because I don't think there's any kind of criminality that these even if there was a video of Donald Trump engaging in rape of a young girl, I don't think it's fake, it's AI, better than Kamala, better than Gavin Newsom. I think that's what we're gonna hear from these fucking people, My personal hero, Greta Thunberg, was arrested by Keir Starmer's fascistic police force for daring to hold a sign supporting Palestine action. He's doubling down, tripling down on his support of Israel. It's completely backfiring. Like, I don't know what kind of compromise that Israel has on Keir Starmer. I don't know what kind of money he's giving the Labor government. But he's not backing down totally. He's got Israel's back, and he's still participating in straight up stone cold Orwellian nonsense. And of course, Reform, who has no love for brown people in Palestine, taking full advantage of this, calling Keir Starmer a tyrant, an authoritarian. And Keir Starmer just keeps doubling down and backing up the assertion, right? The assertion, doing the work for reform over here, raising the taxes on the lower and middle class, raising taxes on old people, and at the last second, and then pulling back on that. But this is Starmer's government right here. She had the audacity. I support Palestine action, prisoners. I oppose genocide. Gotta go. This is so dangerous. And why is Palestine action getting this heat? because they had the audacity to spray some orange cornstarch on a jet engine on a plane somewhere. There you go. That's all you need. They're terrorists. I don't even think it was paint. I think it was that orange cornstarch that they use sometimes. Right? Literally blows off in the wind. And that's all you need. And Keir Starmer doubling down, tripling down, all for Zionists in a country that doesn't give a fuck about the UK, doesn't give a flying fuck about England or the Labour Party. It's bad strategy, but this is neoliberalism. They just, Keir Starmer's ego. It's every time there's a video like this, it's like Greta Thunberg doesn't support reform, but Keir Starmer supports reform. If he knew what was good for him, he would just he could get out and say, I don't support Palestine action, and continue with that rhetoric, but it ruins it. It destroyed the plane, Quantum Traveler. It blew up the plane. They're literally terrorists. Ah! Didn't you know that? Cornstarch so bad for jet engines. What's next? Gotta go.
297.
Yeah, 70-year-old blind guys in wheelchairs. They gotta go. Nigel Farage says thank you. Nigel Farage says thank you. Oh, get that. You better be careful with that. That says Palestine action on there. Holy shit. It's like Inspector Gadget, dude. It's like 5 seconds away from blowing up in your hands.
I'll just quickly sort of grab that.
Oh, got her. Get a good picture of the cop holding this. Oh, you did your job, sir. Chip cheerio. Labor Party says this is what I support, and Reform Party applause. Oh, great. Goodbye. I think I've heard enough. Bye-bye. The fuck out of my chat, piece of shit. Doesn't matter if you're from the country, you can support human rights no matter where you're at. In fact, you're morally obliged to do so. The fuck out of my chat, you piece of fucking garbage. Oh, there you go. Got her. Oh, yeah, got the cop with the fucking police state. They never fucking learn. They never fucking learn. He'll never learn. Labor Party never fucking learns. Joke. One-term Keir. Look, the Reform Party taking over is going to be a disaster for England. It's going to be a disaster for the fucking UK. But I'm gonna take a day to just fucking laugh at the Labor Party. They have no idea what the fuck they're doing. If they were smart, they'd tell Keir Starmer, you got to step down. Voted no confidence. This is not how we're getting our asses kicked by a beer-swilling racist named Nigel Farage, and it's because of you, and it's because of your idea of justice. Well, what if we did digital ID? What if we forced people to, what if we could ask people for their papers and identification, and put all of their data in a computer database? That would make people like me, right? Yeah, Keir. Yeah, no. Londoners love that. People from the UK, they love that. Doesn't remind them of a world war that happened just a few decades ago. Not at all. Papers, please. Oh, I feel so safe now. I mean, if you're a member of the Labour Party, you have to be looking at Keir Starmer and saying, what are you like actually working for Nigel Farage and Reform? You're just handing him the country. It's an embarrassing joke. So here's the last video I wanted to show you. Coming to a country near you, but this Nigerian politician was being asked about money that magically disappeared. We see this in African countries quite a bit, and this was this is what he. This would be so great to see this in America.
A Nigerian official collapsed on Monday during a televised parliamentary hearing held as part of an investigation into allegations of mismanagement at an organization with a remit to foster economic development in the oil-rich Niger Delta region. Daniel Pondei, who is the acting managing director of the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, was taken to hospital after slumping forward in his chair during the session in which he gave evidence to the panel. Lawmakers in the House of Representatives, the lower chamber of Parliament, are investigating alleged corruption around procurement at the NDDC.
This guy, he's trying to fake having a fucking stroke or whatever. This guy's like trying to pull his tongue out from his, he thinks he's like dying, getting his hand up into his mouth. This guy's like, God, quit it. I'm trying to fake this.
See, a government body over 20 years. The probe was ordered by President Muhammadu Buhari.
Oh, that was 3 years ago? Wow, okay. Wow, here's TYT actually commenting on this. I didn't know that was 3 years ago.
A Nigerian official collapsed on Monday during a
I love the guy trying to prevent him from swallowing his tongue, and he's like, he's obviously faking it. He's like, get your fucking hand, because if you're legitimately, you know, having an issue, right? He's got his eyes open like a toddler, pretending to go to sleep. This guy comes in with his fucking mouth. Oh, he's gonna swallow his tongue. Oh, look at that. Look at, he's got his fucking thumb all the way in his fucking mouth, and he's like, okay, bro, please, I'm trying to fake. Stop this. Coming to a country near you. Coming to a country near you. I love this look on its face. Oh man, good stuff. Good fucking stuff. We're gonna look up daycare center. Oh, okay, yeah, okay. We're going after more daycare center. Yeah, so I guess I should talk about that, but yeah, the right wing now with their propagandists are targeting daycares that are run by Somali people and trying to say that there's fraud, and there might be some evidence of some fraud, but they're basically saying any daycare run by a brown person is committing fraud, right? So we could talk about that one next time. But there you go, folks. That's all the time I have today to get into it. Sorry I don't have more, but we got 5.5 hours in. Not too bad. You know. I'm still on vacation. I wouldn't really call it a vacation because I'm seemingly more busy than I've ever been trying to take care of William while my wife works and all that. Yeah, liberal incubators, right? So cute stuff, right? Let's see, can I get a better? Ooh, this is a good one. But no, folks, I just want to give a special, special support. German Cow, Splendid Vania, Zio Duke, strategy member, female eunuchs, Lenny, your boy Lenny from south of Boston, always with the support. All the viewers, all the lurkers out there, thank you so much for coming in. Female eunuchs was here the whole stream. I think strategy member is still here. But if not, thank you for the support. Ice King of Space, Simply Steve, I appreciate it. Promethean, thank you so much, Promethean. Seneca Athena, very much appreciate it. Like I said, once again, all the lurkers, couldn't do it without you. Big props to the someone who followed, Nitro Lack. Thank you, Nitro Lack, for that follow. Lawn King, I don't know if I'm going to give you props yet, but thank you for being here, I guess. Over there at D-Live, we had one D-Live watcher. D-Live, what the fuck is that? But folks, you know why I'm here. You know, if you're wondering what the solution is to all these problems, it's political activism. It's turning this shit into a lifestyle. Rating for the connections. Okay, I don't know. I don't watch Twitch. I don't. I don't know. I don't like rating. I don't like the idea of forcing people to go watch something else. That's weird to me. I don't like that. I don't like it. But I appreciate what you're saying. You're like, you need to network more. And it's like, God, I just can't give a shit. I just refuse to give a shit. And that's my own problem. I acknowledge that. Happy New Year, Merry Christmas. But folks, yeah, I know, Zeoduke. I don't know. I'm just not into it, man. I don't know. Whatever. Go ahead and give me the suggestion. Tell me who I should raid and I'll do it. Whatever. The solution to the problem, I'm part of this. I try to be part of the solution, right? But we have to turn this shit into a lifestyle. It's not a hobby. All right, we do that with the 3-step program. Step 1, we inform ourselves, and it's a lot of fun when we do it. Good time. Step 2, we sign up and show up using utilities like the BLOP, the motherfucking BLOP, the goddamn BLOP, the big list of protests, right? We go to the big list of protests. We use Google. Hey, what organization that's supporting the thing that I support is putting in the work? Okay, you don't have to be Martin Luther King. Okay, you don't have to from the ground up build this up. Okay, you can get behind somebody who's doing it and put your energy behind that. And step 3, we got to put in the motherfucking work. Okay, Steve Bannon working overtime. Stephen Miller working overtime. He's a hard-working motherfucker. He's a hard-working Nazi, Stephen Miller. Okay, and it's social media is not enough. We got to show up. We got to show up. We got to be that office worker who gets off their ass, stops writing that email, gets in the streets, and starts filming ICE and getting in ICE's face. Yeah, okay, we'll do that. If you want to, I can give you a Discord link. I don't know about any of that. But here, if you want an invite to the Discord where we collect all this information, Smash, always good to see you. Big props to Smash. There's an invite to the Discord if you want to join. It's right there. Thank you, Smash, for the lurk. I appreciate it. But once again, it goes back to the 3-step program. It's literally the only thing that's ever worked. Women getting the vote, black people getting treated like equal citizens, or, at least starting that process before it was, slowly undone throughout the decades. It happened because of political activism. Okay. Bolsonaro, getting justice, that happened because of political activism. The president in South Korea who attempted to say there was an invasion from North Korea and that's why I'm going to do an insurrection. That was political activism. Okay. What happened in Syria? Okay, that was political activism, even if you don't fully agree with the new Islamic government, right? Shit doesn't happen unless we decide as citizens to get involved. And the only way it works is if you make this a lifestyle, all right? A couple protests here and there, throwing a couple bucks once a year to an organization you like, it's not enough, okay? It's not enough. If we want to defeat fascism, we have to take this shit seriously. And yeah, that means making some people uncomfortable sometimes, right? That means telling motherfuckers this is how you got to do it. It's the only way we're gonna win, is if we actually fight back. So peace in that motherfucking Middle East, glory to the Ukrainian democracy, free Palestine, free Tibet, free Taiwan. Okay, free Crimea, free Georgia, free Belarus. You get the point. Hope to see you again. I'm Abandoned Nihilism, and this has been the News Underground. Keeping it so motherfucking real. That's the only way I know how to operate. News Underground, bitch. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. Thank you, Smash. I am not motherfucking playing. I encourage you to join me. That's right, motherfucker. Props to the lurkers.
Fucking with this rock, killed a beat a nigga with that Glock and watch his ass drop. Straight up out the club, shit and move that I grew up with. Mama on that shit.
Clutch Cardinals, good props. Extra special props to Bulletproof Bullet. Got into a fight with him on Discord, but you know, shit happens. We have a disagreement. Props regardless. Thank you, Bulletproof Bullet. Take care of yourself, everybody. Don't forget to keep it real out there. 100% for life. Thanks again. You know it.